Chapter 101. The store outside has been upgraded and has also undergone great changes. The Hot Pot restaurant has become a 5-story luxurious Chinese-style store. The 5th floor is an open-air hot pot, surrounded by fences and planted with a lot of green plants, which creates a strong atmosphere. Host. The floors and width of the Hot Pot restaurant have reached their limits. Now you only need to focus on unlocking various ingredients, snacks, seasonings, etc. The voice of the system popped up in her mind. Then will my real store be available soon? Jiang Xi asked. Yes, host. After all the things in the store are unlocked, the host can own the same hot pot restaurant in the real world. Jiang Xi instantly stood up like a chicken blood after hearing this. Okay. I will do my best. The barbecue restaurant has expanded a bit, and the breakfast restaurant has added a 2nd floor, which also has tables and chairs. And there are more meat buns and vegetable buns on the menu. Jiang Xi exchanged them all and prepared to talk to An Moyuan and the others later. Jiang Xi's eyes swept over them one by one. Next to the breakfast restaurant, the unique and colorful store should be the newly unlocked fast food restaurant. Jiang Xi and Song Jinchuan walked over. The fast food restaurant's front door was colorful, and it looked like a fast food restaurant. After entering, there were red and yellow tables and chairs everywhere, and the floor was light green. There were several areas. Jiang Xi thought that fast food restaurants only sold fried chicken and burgers, but he didn't expect that there were also boxed lunches. Jiang Xi opened them all and unlocked beef burgers, cola, and basic set lunches. The basic set had a total of 10 dishes, 5 meat and 5 vegetarian dishes, all of which were well-matched ingredients, and only needed to be fried. Hamburgers have special hamburger frying machines, and hamburger meat and bread are ready-made, and the technical content is not high. Jiang Xi walked around, determined how many employees were needed, and then thought about the personnel that could be mobilized. When he came out of the fast food restaurant, there were already many survivors outside. Everyone knew that Jiang Xi had saved almost all the survivors this time. After seeing Jiang Xi, the survivors began to applaud spontaneously. Jiang Xi paused slightly, and soon felt a little embarrassed. Wasn't this a bit too big? Everyone, please don't do that. Jiang Xi coughed lightly. Since I have such power, I naturally can't watch everyone die. It's just a little bit within my ability. So don't flatter me. That's not what I said. Boss Jiang, we all remember your contribution to the end of the world. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting more and more awkward, she quickly changed the subject and told everyone that a new fast food restaurant had opened, so that everyone could come and try it. After escaping from the crowd, Jiang Xi patted her already red cheeks. She was really a little overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of the survivors. After returning to the courtyard, Jiang Xi and Song Jinchuan discussed recruiting a large number of workers this time. Not only because the new store was opened, but also because the train station needed people. And Xia Ling and her base, who were moving here, also had to start construction. After posting the recruitment notice, Jiang Xi went to the farm again. When she went there, the survivors had already started their work. Zhao Ping, as a manager appointed by Jiang Xi himself, had been conscientious in his duties for the past 2 months. And Jiang Xi had seen it all. Seeing Jiang Xi coming over, Zhao Ping put down his work and walked over. He still wore a mask to cover the scars on his face, but his eyes were obviously much brighter than when he first came. Boss Jiang, I was going to look for you today, but you were busy when I got there. Before Jiang Xi could speak, Zhao Ping spoke first. Jiang Xi put aside her doubts first. What's wrong? She didn't expect that what Zhao Ping was going to say coincided with what she was going to ask. I found out that Li Yuan was not right a month ago. He would go out of work from time to time under the pretext of going out. I secretly followed him, and found that he was in contact with a strange survivor. I couldn't hear clearly from a distance, and I was afraid of being discovered if I was too close. I don't have much information at the moment. Sorry. Zhao Ping looked very remorseful. Jiang Xi patted his shoulder. It's okay. You've done a good job. I also saw something wrong with the surveillance, so I came here to understand the situation after checking it. Zhao Ping also knew that there were surveillance cameras here at this time, but his expression did not change. He was upright, and it didn't matter to him whether there were surveillance cameras or not. At this time, Lu Yuan, as they called him, walked in from outside. When he saw Jiang Xi, he was obviously panicked for a moment. But he quickly calmed down and nodded at Jiang Ci. Boss Jiang is back. Jiang Ci nodded, I'm back. Just in time to come and see the situation. You guys go ahead and do your work. I have to go somewhere else. Jiang Ci said, winked at Xiaoping, and then left with Song Jinchuan. She now has hundreds of employees, which was considered a medium to large company before the end of the world. She can't do whatever she wants, and she has to have some management skills. So she decided to catch the person in the act and then deal with him. Xiaoping received Jiang Ci's eyes, nodded calmly, and then calmly looked away. While changing his clothes, Lu Yuan secretly observed Jiang Ci and Xiaoping. Seeing that they didn't even look at him, his heart slowly settled down. The person who came to see him was his cousin Lu Jun, who took advantage of the time when he came to eat to wait for him outside the farm. Ever since he was admitted to the catering city, his mother proudly showed off to her relatives, and indeed received a lot of envious or jealous eyes, which made his mother's vanity reach its peak at this moment. Cousin Lu Jun didn't have a good relationship with him. The other party joined a team with superpowers, and his treatment in the base was also improved a lot. He also began to look down on others. Lu Yuan's family was a low-level family in the base, and was not taken seriously by the other party. He had never thought that this cousin would come to see him. Xiao Yuan. When Lu Yuan came out, Lu Jun came out from the corner, outside the farm with a smile on his face, holding something in his hand. Brother Jun. Lu Yuan stopped and looked at this cousin, who usually never had a good face towards them. Xiao Yuan. Are you off work? I've been waiting for you here for a long time. And finally you came out. Lu Jun smiled and handed over the bag in his hand. Here. This is the canned food I brought for you. We found it during this mission, and I only got one, so I brought it to you. Do you have something to ask me? Lu Yuan looked at the canned cat food that had been expired for who knows how long, and his eyes unconsciously revealed a little disdain. Since he entered the hot pot restaurant, his food, clothing and daily expenses have been much better than before, so naturally he looked down on such things. However, seeing his cousin who was usually so arrogant smiling at this time, Lu Yuan still unconsciously felt a little proud in his heart. Yes, there is something. Lu Jun rubbed his hands. Aren't you working on the farm now? Do you come into contact with a lot of vegetables? Of course. Boss Jiang has given us a farm to manage. There are not only vegetables, but also a lot of poultry. Lu Yuan's tone became more and more proud. When Lu Jun heard this, his eyes flashed with joy and greed. But unfortunately Lu Yuan did not see it. Xiao Yuan. We have been brothers for so long. I have a favor here. Are you willing to help? Lu Jun asked. What favor? Lu Yuan did not agree immediately, but asked back. You get something from the farm, and I will sell it. We will split the crystal cores equally. No. Lu Yuan refused without a second thought. Boss Jiang is so good to us. I can't do this. Seeing Lu Yuan's firm attitude, Lu Jun did not insist, and after a few more words, he stuffed the can into his hand and left. Lu Yuan thought the matter was over, but he didn't expect that when he returned to the staff dormitory, he heard his mother proudly say that Lu Jun came to see her today and brought her something. Look, when our family had nothing in the past, they looked down on us. But now that you have stood up, these people have begun to flatter you one by one. Lu's mother said, you can take the things, but don't promise anything to others casually. Lu Yuan knew his mother's character very well. Once she got proud, she would easily forget herself. Lu's mother didn't say anything after hearing this. Instead, she rolled her eyes and sat next to Lu Yuan. Son, I actually think there is nothing wrong with what Lu Jun said. Boss Jiang has so many stores. He is so busy every day that he can't be seen. He will definitely not notice if there are a few vegetables missing. Look, we give her a job, and we don't give her crystal cores, but we give her some points. Points are very useful here. But how can she go out without some crystal cores? Your cousin has been out there for so long, and he's following the superpowers, so he must have a lot of connections. Mother Lu whispered. Besides, Boss Jiang is a woman after all. She doesn't have much brains in business. Such precious things are sold so cheaply. Your cousin said that people would buy a pound of vegetables for 7 or 8 level crystal cores. When Lu Yuan heard about the 7 or 8 level crystal cores, he was slightly shaken, but still shook his head. Forget it. Mom, I have a good job now. I have food and clothes, and supplies, and we can live in such a good house. If Boss Jiang finds out, All of these will be gone. Lu's mother sighed. Are you stupid? With such a good opportunity. When you marry a wife in the future, people will definitely look at the crystal core. Forget it. Who would like me? Lu Yuan shook his head. He had never thought about getting married. As long as he could live with his mother like this, he would be very satisfied. How could you not like him? Lu's mother raised her eyebrows slightly. My son is so outstanding. And now he has a good job. He is very popular outside. Don't say any more. I'm tired all day. I'm going to take a shower. Lu Yuan shook his head and stopped Lu's mother from continuing. He was not worried that Lu's mother would talk more and more outrageous, but he was afraid that he would be moved. After that, Lu Jun would hang around Lu Yuan almost every day or visit Lu's mother at his home. Lu Yuan was almost under a double mental attack and was brainwashed every day. Chapter 102. Finally. He finally wavered. Just as Jiang Xi was not in the base during this period, he agreed to Lu Jun to try to get some out first. Although Jiang Xi was not there, the key was in Zhao Ping's hand. He usually kept a very strict watch. All vegetables would be put into the warehouse immediately after they were ripe, and poultry needed to be slaughtered in the slaughterhouse before being put into the warehouse. Lu Yuan did not move for a long time, and Lu Jun came to urge him several times. 2 days before Jiang Xi came back, he met with Lu Jun and said that he would definitely find an opportunity. Jiang Xi came back today, which made Lu Yuan nervous for a while. But he was relieved when he saw that she came and stayed for a while and then left. He and Lu Jun always met in secret, and he looked around to make sure that no one was there. Jiang Xi didn't come back for half a day in the morning, and Lu Yuan was completely relieved. At noon, everyone was ready to eat. But Zhao Ping suddenly had a stomachache. You go first. I'm going to the toilet. As he said that, he also put the backpack that he always carried around his waist next to the farm tools. At this moment, Lu Yuan's heart was pounding. He knew that the keys to the warehouse and the gate were in that bag. He had seen it many times. Lu Yuan deliberately lingered behind for a while. When the employees who had eaten had left, he quickly ran over and opened Zhao Ping's bag. During this process, his hands were shaking. After successfully getting the keys, Lu Yuan quickly ran to the warehouse and opened the door. In front of him were piles of vegetables and meat. Lu Yuan didn't expect it to be so smooth, and he didn't dare to take too much. He quickly took some vegetables and a skinned and cleaned rabbit and stuffed them into his bag, and then hurried out of the warehouse. He had just put the key back when he saw Zhao Ping coming out from the toilet. You haven't gone to eat yet. Zhao Ping greeted Lu Yuan and glanced at his backpack without leaving a trace. Lu Yuan, who was in a nervous mood, didn't notice it and just smiled. I go right away. Okay. You go first. I still have to pack my things. Zhao Ping said. I wait for you. There must be a lot of people in the cafeteria now. Lu Yuan resisted the urge to leave and waited for Zhao Ping to go with him. He was afraid that Zhao Ping would go to the warehouse to check. As a result, Zhao Ping did not go to the warehouse. After packing up his things and confirming the key in his backpack, he walked out with Lu Yuan. It was not until he walked out of the farm that Lu Yuan finally felt relieved. After eating and separating from the employees, Lu Yuan went to get his hidden backpack and sneaked to the place where he usually met Lu Jun. Lu Jun had told Lu Yuan before that he would wait nearby at this time every day to see if there was any news. Originally, Lu Jun thought he would not be able to wait for anyone again today, but he did not expect to hear footsteps not long after waiting. He stuck his head out and saw Lu Yuan. His backpack was bulging. Lu Jun was delighted and rushed over to him. How's it going? Did you get it? Lu Yuan nodded, his heart still beating violently. After catching his breath, he put down the backpack in his hand. Lu Jun went forward to open the backpack. After seeing the things inside, he was inevitably a little disappointed. It was too little. However, seeing Lu Yuan's guilty look, he knew that this was his first time doing this kind of thing, and he must not have adapted to it yet. Don't worry, Xi Yuan. Although it's just a small amount, it will definitely sell for a high price. Just wait for the crystal cores to be divided, Lu Jun said. Lu Yuan nodded. Okay. Remember not to make it public. If Boss Jiang gets wind of it, we all be finished. Lu Yuan's mood was very complicated at this time. The anxiety of stealing supplies and the joy of earning crystal cores were intertwined, making his intense heartbeats not calm down for a long time. I know. I will definitely not let Boss Jiang know. Lu Jun sorted out his backpack and prepared to take it away. What can't I know? Just then, a voice appeared behind the two of them. They were in the corner, and they were shocked to find someone approaching after hearing the voice. When Lu Yuan heard this voice, cold sweat broke out, and his face turned pale instantly. Jiang Xi, Song Jinchuan, Zhao Ping, and two other employees of the farm appeared at the corner together, and their figures were exposed. Jiang, Boss Jiang. Lu Yuan looked at Jiang Xi, and his throat seemed to be blocked, and it seemed to be particularly difficult to say a word. Lu Jun was obviously more experienced. He was only panicked for a moment after being caught in the act, but soon calmed down. Boss Jiang, why are you all here? My brother works here, so I came to see him. I hope it didn't affect your work. Of course it didn't. After all, it takes some effort to get you to jump into the trap yourself. Jiang Xi didn't bother to talk nonsense with him, and directly pointed out, do you think that I have such a big business without any surveillance? Lu Yuan had never thought that this was a trap set by Jiang Xi and his team. In an instant, the word finished filled Lu Yuan's mind. Boss Jiang is so calculating. The crystal core flew away. Lu Jun said angrily, I am calculating, but you have to fall into the trap. If you don't have bad intentions, how can others catch you? Jiang Xi said with a smile. Boss Jiang, I was bewitched for a while. Please give me another chance. Lu Yuan seemed to come to his senses at this time, and knelt on the ground with a plop. Jiang Xi's eyes showed no mercy. When you joined, I told you clearly that you must not do anything that would damage the interests of the hot pot restaurant. You will bear the consequences. Seeing that Boss Jiang, who was usually very gentle to them, had a gloomy face and cold eyes, Lu Yuan suddenly fell to the ground. Lu Jun was thrown out of the restaurant city on the spot, and Jiang Xi publicly stated that he was blacklisted by the restaurant city and was not allowed to enter. Lu Jun did not believe it, and wanted to break in after Jiang Xi left. But the door soon beeped, and a red light that had not been on for a long time came on. The moment he stepped into the door, a strong electric current swept through his body, causing him to twitch and fall to the ground. Then he was thrown out of the base by Scarface Chinimo and Luo Rui, who were patrolling in the yard. The survivors who came to the store today all felt what it was like to be blacklisted. It was a warning to others. Lu Yuan and his mother were kicked out of the staff dormitory. His mother originally wanted to stay in the house, but was thrown out by Luo Rui and his men. Several people carried Mother Lu out, and Mother Lu was still cursing Jiang Xi, the catering city, Zhao Ping, and Lu Jun. She blamed everyone, but didn't think of looking for the reason in herself. The survivors shook their heads when they saw this. Working here was what they wanted. But the mother and son got this opportunity, but they didn't cherish it and ruined their jobs. However, this also meant that there was an extra job, and the survivors were eager to move. Mother Lu and Lu Yuan were thrown outside the catering city with their luggage. Before they left, they saw Jiang Xi come out and post a job recruitment notice. They watched the survivors surround him. Mother Lu's eyes were red with anger. This was clearly her son's job. Xiao Yuan, this is your job. How can you let someone else take over? Just wait. Mom will go to the door and make a scene. If she can't do business, she will let us go back. Mother Lu gritted her teeth and said, Enough. Mom. Lu Yuan got up from the ground in a mess. Don't make trouble anymore. Mother Lu stared at her son, who looked depressed and impatient. But I'm doing this for your own good. If you want to do this for my own good, stop doing it. Stop doing these things. Lu Yuan couldn't help but roar. But after roaring, he squatted down with his head in his arms. Although Lu's mother was acting like that, he had to admit that he was also moved by her words. In the final analysis, this matter was still his fault. After being driven out of the catering city, Lu Yuan and his mother could only return to their original base in disgrace. But after the original base learned about what they did in the catering city, they no longer accepted them, fearing that Jiang Xi would find out and block the base. The two had nowhere to go, so they had to leave City C. No one saw them again, and no one knew whether they found another base or died on the road. Speaking of which, over there, after Lu Yuan and his mother left, Jiang Xi was also surrounded. There were quite a few people recruiting this time, and some of them could work as long as they had the strength. The survivors all felt that they had a chance to be selected. Luo Rui and Chinimo helped maintain order to avoid too much chaos at the scene. On the construction base side, Jiang Xi wanted to find a group of people who could build houses. The survivors were forced to learn a lot of skills after the end of the world. Building houses was the most basic. These bases were basically built by themselves. So even though they knew it was a short-term job, there were still many people who signed up. Jiang Xi was not stingy and selected a group of people to build a base as soon as possible so that Xia Ling and others could come. These people helped build the house, had 2 meals a day, and finally received a material subsidy. And they could choose materials of the same value as their salary to take away. This condition was attractive enough, and the survivors were fighting for it. After selecting the people who built the base, Jiang Xi selected a few more people to go to the fast food restaurant. And then the newly built train station also needed people to sell tickets and work on the train, which required slightly more professional personnel. And there was also a farm. After Jiang Xi asked Zhao Ping about the difficulty of the work, he still recruited a few more people. Just recruiting took Jiang Xi 3 days. A week later, she stood outside a completed train station and cut the red rope in front of her with a pair of large scissors. The train station was officially put into operation. The survivors stood outside the train station, all in a daze. They knew that something had been under construction here recently, and it had been covered with a curtain. Chapter 103. The survivors only thought that this was some new store, and they even discussed in private what kind of store it was. But they never expected that this was actually a train station. This was not a dream. Right? At this time, there was actually a train station. The survivors rubbed their eyes and found that it was not their hallucination. With all kinds of doubts, the survivors rushed into the station hall. At this time, the station staff, who had been trained for several days, were wearing uniform clothes and waiting for the arrival of the survivors at their respective posts with smiles on their faces. On one wall of the hall, there is a train route map and a timetable. The train station now covers 3 nearby cities. But there are also several stations in City C. Look, isn't this place not far from our base? Can we take a train back in the future? A survivor went directly to the ticket office and asked how many crystal cores were needed to reach one of the stations in City C. The staff at the window checked the computer in front of him and said to the survivor, to reach station XX, a total of 5 points are required. 1 first-level crystal core can be used for 2 rides. The train station has just started operating, and there is a promotion for monthly cards, the staff explained softly. After a period of training, they had memorized the words and activities by heart. How do I get a monthly pass? The survivor asked. 1 level 3 crystal core can be used to travel freely in 3 cities within a month, the staff explained. The survivors asked about the price to other cities, and finally concluded that a monthly pass for a level 3 crystal core is very cost-effective. The first survivor took out the crystal core and applied for a monthly pass on the spot. The monthly card needs to be processed by entering the face, and then you can swipe the card to take the bus. It can be said to be convenient and advanced in this city where all resources are cut off, with the first person taking the lead. The survivors behind also lined up to apply for the card. After the monthly card was obtained, they naturally wanted to try taking the train. Anyway, they can take unlimited rides in this month. Are you going? Chunlon, a friend shouted in her ear, and Zhou Chunlon came back to her senses and had already taken the monthly card from the window. I'm going. She shook the ticket in her hand, and a rare smile appeared on her face. She hasn't been so happy for a long time since her family passed away and she was left alone, because her father is a train driver, and she met her boyfriend on the train. But later, they both died to protect her. So Chunlon has always had a special feeling for trains, loving and fearing them. She thought she would never ride a train again in her life. But she didn't expect that this wish would come true here. Holding the monthly card, Zhou Chunlon and her friend followed the crowd to the waiting room. As the main station, this station was built quite spacious, and the waiting room was bright and clean, with rows of seats neatly placed in front of him. There was a huge clock hanging on the wall, and the survivors could judge the time of the train entering and leaving the station according to the time on the clock. Zhou Chunlon looked up and saw that there were still about 10 minutes before the train departed, and now they were starting to swipe their cards to enter the station through the transparent glass. The survivors also saw the green train parked outside. It looked like an old-fashioned train, but it was a little different. There were not many seats inside, and there was a lot of space. There were 2 employees guarding the ticket gate, and 2 passages were opened. The survivors were used to queuing in the hot pot city, So now everyone was quite conscious, and there was no quarrel or crowding. It was finally Zhou Chunlan's turn. She took out the monthly card she had just applied for, and placed it on the sensing area of the gate. With a beep, the railing in front of the gate opened for her. Zhou Chunlan was both unfamiliar and familiar with this scene. She was almost stunned for a moment. She walked to the other side, and her friend came over after a while. The two of them walked to the platform together. Although the train was somewhat similar to the train before the end of the world, the space inside was different. It was somewhat similar to the subway before the end of the world. There was more standing space, and more survivors could be accommodated. Zhou Chunlan and her friends came in early, and there were still empty seats. The two of them found a seat by the window and sat down. After a while, more people began to get on the train, and the entire carriage was full of standing people. Looking at the scene in front of her, Zhou Chunlan was a little dazed, as if she had returned to the pre-apocalyptic world. She would also see such scenes when she took the subway to school. After each carriage was full of people, the train began to move slowly. Although it looked like the green-skinned train before the apocalypse, it was much faster than the green-skinned train. Soon, the first station arrived, which took only 10 minutes, several times faster than their walking, and there was no danger at all. The survivors clearly saw the zombies and mutants outside the train, but they all seemed to be afraid and did not dare to approach the train. So the survivors were safe in the train. These stations are all built near the base, which is very convenient for them. Zhou Chunlan and her friend were going back to their base. They were only one station away. After getting off the train, they swiped their cards to exit the station. As soon as they got out, they saw a familiar scene. It was very close to their base. They could get there by crossing an open space. Zhou Chunlan looked back and saw the rest of the people being carried by the slowly starting train to the next location. The entire dead silent city seemed to come alive because of this train. Jiang Xi left the train station after cutting the ribbon. Seeing more and more people coming, she nodded with satisfaction. Then, she took the newly recruited survivors to find a place to build a base. For this reason, she also specifically asked the base chief of the Sea City base whether she needed to report it if she wanted to build a base here. It stands to reason that it should be reported. Only after reporting it, there will be a chance to receive or purchase nutrient solution and other supplies. If something happens, other bases can also provide timely rescue. At this point, the base commander glanced at Jiang Xi. But if it's Boss Jiang, it doesn't matter whether you have these things or not. So it's okay not to report it. Jiang Xi nodded. In fact, reporting it is just a matter of material distribution. But she already has enough materials here. She found an empty place not far from the restaurant city and prepared to start work. The system said that there is still a function here to block the damage of zombies and mutant beasts. But the host needs to spend points to buy it. After all, this is Jiang Xi's sideline business, not a restaurant. So you have to spend points to do anything. At this point, Jiang Xi had to spend points to exchange for the protective properties of this open space, as well as a series of things such as steel bars, bricks, cement, etc. needed to build the base. Jiang Xi poured out a lot of things like a magic trick, and the survivors were stunned. Let's not talk about how these materials were obtained. They are more curious about how big Boss Jiang's space ability is. At present, the highest level of space ability users that some of them have seen is level 5. But the space of a level 5 space ability user can hold less than 1/3 of this pile of materials. Jiang Xi didn't know what the survivors were thinking. After buying all the necessary things, he asked the survivors to start working. The survivors rolled up their sleeves and began to sweat profusely on the open space. Soon it was noon, and the people arranged by Jiang Xi to deliver meals came one after another. They pushed several huge iron pots over. In the iron pots were a large pot of pork belly, ribs and beef jerky, and a large pot of steamed rice. For this reason, Jiang Xi also specially invited a few survivors who could cook for the workers here. And they smelled very good. Seeing the food in front of them, the survivors stretched their necks to look. As the lid of the pot was opened, the aroma of food penetrated their noses. Everyone, come and eat. As the store employees shouted, the survivors who were working all gathered around. The big pot was still steaming, and each person had a dish, a rice, and a bottle of mineral water. The survivors almost shed tears on the scene with this rich food, which was too rich. With the motivation of food, the survivors' actions were like chicken blood, and the speed of construction was much faster. Jiang Xiai took advantage of lunchtime to go to a fast food restaurant. She had been running around outside all morning and just returned to the catering city. Unexpectedly, the newly opened fast food restaurant was doing quite well. Jiang Xiai thought that most people would take the train today to take advantage of the novelty. But she didn't expect that many people would stay in the catering city. It's probably hard to get in today. So it's better to take advantage of the few people to eat something that you can't get even if you queue up. It won't be too late to go and take a seat when the heat on the train cools down. The survivor in front of him sat in the barbecue restaurant and said proudly. Jiang Xiai silently gave him a thumbs up. The fast food restaurant was crowded, and everyone was eating hamburgers or lunch boxes with 2 meat and 2 vegetables with relish. The hamburger and cola combo set meal was the price of 3 first-level crystal cores, and the lunch box was 8 first-level crystal cores, and you could choose 2 meat and 2 vegetables from 10 dishes. For the survivors, the first-level crystal cores were like change before the end of the world. In the first few years of the end of the world, when the zombies had not yet fully evolved, they accumulated a lot. But because the prices after the end of the world were not cheap, they could not use them at all. I didn't expect that they could still use them here. And they could have such a rich meal. This was something they had never thought of before. Sure enough, Boss Jiang was just like the rumors. And God couldn't stand it. So he sent him to save them. Jiang Xiai went to the window and bought 2 hamburgers and 2 cups of cola with points, and handed one to Song Jin Chuan beside him. Take a bite of hamburger and a sip of Coke. Sure enough, this is the happiest way to eat. Chapter 104. Because many people were hired, the base was completed in half a month. Jiang Xiai went to take a look and found that it was built completely according to her requirements and drawings. 6-story residential buildings were neatly arranged. Although they were simple residential buildings without fancy decorations, they looked clean and beautiful. There were also some buildings in the base that were conducive to the lives of the survivors, and a bank where crystal cores could be exchanged for points. Yes, Jiang Xiai decided to use points as the currency for his base and restaurant city. Many survivors came to see the base after learning that it was completed. After seeing it, they were moved and wanted to move in. Jiang Xiai and Song Jinchuan rode a small electric donkey to Xia Ling's base and told them that the base had been built and asked them to take the train. Xia Ling and the survivors of the base were naturally very happy. Before moving away, she took Jiang Xiai to the base director's office. There was another door behind the office, which was filled with various supplies, nutrient solutions, etc. These are all the supplies in our base. Now I give them all to you. As she spoke, Xia Ling took out a large bag of crystal cores. The survivors live in the base, and some of the crystal cores obtained from the missions must be handed over to the base to maintain its operation. Jiang Xiai opened the bag and took a look. There were quite a few crystal cores, including high-level crystal cores like level 7. She did not refuse and put all the things into her space. The crystal cores were not converted into points by the system for the time being, so they were stored in the space. The survivors had packed their things long ago and followed Jiang Xiai with excitement and trepidation, ready to start their new life. Jiang Xiai had bought all the survivors' tickets, and the survivors only needed to take their luggage and get on the train. After the train started, Jiang Xiai and Song Jinchuan followed on their electric donkeys. Soon, the train stopped at the main station outside the restaurant city. After the survivors got off the train, the first thing they saw was the bustling and magnificent building in front of them. This was Boss Jiang Restaurant City. Across from the restaurant city, a huge base also appeared in front of the survivors. The name on it was a base, and it seemed that this was where they would live in the future. Jiang Xiai and the train arrived almost at the same time. After waiting at the exit for a while, all the survivors came out. Jiang Xiai took them to the base. Standing at the gate of the base, Xia Ling and the others almost didn't dare to go in. This place didn't look like any post-apocalyptic base, but rather like a community, with beautiful houses, various shops with complete facilities, and even a bank. When the survivors visited the base, they were almost unable to close their mouths, and they were always in amazement. Jiang Xiai decided to charge the rent for the houses here the same as the staff dormitories. Jiang Xiai also told the survivors about crystal cores and points. There are vegetables, meats, and daily necessities for sale in the base. You need to use crystal cores to exchange points to buy them. Jiang Xiai said. In the future, the base may not issue as many tasks as you did before. because she did not need the bones and fur of those mutant beasts to make supplies or weapons. What she wanted was available in the system mall. But I have all kinds of supplies here. You just need to use crystal cores to buy them. As Jiang Xi introduced. The survivors also heard that this new base actually had few restrictions on them. They could buy all the supplies they needed at the base. The catering city opposite also had complete facilities such as hospital restaurants. The survivors looked at each other. They must have been lucky. After explaining everything clearly, the survivors applied for identity cards one by one at Jiang Xi's place, and then chose their own houses. Everything was done, and it was already dark. I may not come here often, so if you have something to do, just go to the restaurant city to find me. Jiang Xi said to Xia Ling. Xia Ling nodded. Boss Jiang, I don't know how to express my gratitude. You have helped us a lot. I am going to open a factory here. You all come to help me. Jiang Xi smiled, and didn't say anything official like no reward required. Recently, the farm unlocked cotton seeds, and Jiang Xi thought about opening a cotton factory. The severe cold is coming, and I heard that the survivors after the end of the world use the fur of mutant beasts to resist the cold, because of the scarcity of supplies. The fur was not completely cleaned, not to mention the smell. It was easy to breed mutant insects, not to mention the toxins in the mutant beasts. If she made cotton clothing and quilts, it should be very popular. The system also said that points can be exchanged for factories. Xia Ling's eyes lit up when she heard it. Of course. We are willing to do so. Jiang Xi talked to her for a while, before turning around and leaving. Now it was late at night, and the noisy restaurant city was rarely quiet at this time. Jiang Xi walked on the way back, watching the cold moonlight pouring down, and suddenly felt a rare leisure. When I first opened the shop, it was so quiet. There was no one around. I thought I couldn't make a single sale in 10 days or half a month. Jiang Xi's voice rang out in the night. Song Jinchuan, who was standing by, listened quietly, turning his head to look at her from time to time. Look at you now. Jiang Xi opened her hands, gestured to her restaurant city, the train station opposite, and the base, and said with a very popular tone on the internet, "This is all the kingdom I built." Jiang Xi turned her head and saw Song Jinchuan looking at her with a smile on his face. She took back her hand a little embarrassedly and scratched her cheek. Isn't it too second year? No. It's very cute, Song Jinchuan said honestly. Jiang Xi paused. For some reason, she heard a hint of tenderness in these three words. The severe cold came very suddenly. The day before, Jiang Xi was still talking to Song Jinchuan about the sun not coming out today. And suddenly, there was heavy snow in the middle of the night. When Jiang Xi woke up the next day, the outside world was already wrapped in pure white. It was beautiful, but it was followed by the biting cold. Jiang Xi stood by the window of the bedroom, still wearing the sleeveless nightgown she had changed into last night. When the cold wind blew, goosebumps appeared instantly. Seeing this, Song Jinchuan didn't care about anything and hurried into the bedroom to help Jiang Xi close the window. The severe cold is not as mild as you think. If you are not careful, you will get frostbite. He turned his head and saw Jiang Xi's white arms and exposed calves. The tip of his ears turned red. He coughed lightly and turned his eyes away. Put on your clothes quickly. Wear thicker clothes. Jiang Xi didn't have the heart to think so much at this time. She was really blown away by the cold wind. Unlike the cold winter before the end of the world, the cold wind here seems to want to lift your skin, revealing the bright red texture and bones inside. After being blown so hard, Jiang Xi took a long time to relax in the quilt before getting up and putting on clothes. Because the window was open, there was no temperature in the room, and it suddenly became dozens of degrees colder. It seemed that she had to turn on the air conditioner to sleep tonight. She finally washed up and went out, and saw Song Jinchuan coming from the direction of the small kitchen with a bowl of soup. I made some ginger soup for you to dispel the cold. Drink it quickly, Song Jinchuan said. Thank you. Jiang Xi was wearing very thick clothes at this time. 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, making her look like a little white bear walking in the snow, which made Song Jinchuan cough lightly and turn his face away. He didn't wear much, just a long-sleeved shirt and long pants, which looked very thin. Aren't you cold? Jiang Xi asked in surprise. Song Jinchuan shook his head. I have fire attribute ability. I am not afraid of the cold. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Jiang Xi looking at him with envy. His eyes were round and wet. more like a little animal. Because of the sudden change in the weather, Jiang Xi found that there were fewer survivors coming to the restaurant city today, and the entire restaurant city became quieter than ever before. The temperature has dropped sharply now, and everyone must be busy dealing with this extreme weather. Song Jinchuan thought Jiang Xi was worried about the business in the store. So he said? Jiang Xi nodded. I see. Then it seems that the quilts and cotton clothes in my cotton mill can also come in handy. The cotton mill was built some time ago. Xia Ling brought the survivors from the base to help work in the factory, and provided 2 meals a day. Now that they have a place to live and a stable job, the survivors are full of energy. After the cotton clothes and quilts were produced, Jiang Xi first sold them to Xia Ling and the staff of the restaurant city at a low price. The quilts were produced by Xia Ling and her team, so they knew how fluffy, soft and warm they were. They couldn't imagine buying them at this price. If anyone still has quilts now, they have been used for 10 years and have become dry and hard and can't keep warm at all. In addition to cotton, Jiang Xi also uses poultry feathers to make lighter down jackets and quilts, which are all genuine goods. Now these large quantities of products are just in use. Host, the last task is completed, and the reward bathhouse has been distributed. The voice of the system sounded in Jiang Xi's ears. Jiang Xi was so distracted by the sudden change in weather that she had just completed a task yesterday. The system rewarded her with a bathhouse. It must be said that it was very appropriate. Jiang Xi wanted to take a bath in it. In Jiang Xi's impression, the bathhouse is a big pool. When you enter it, you will see smoke and water vapor blowing in your face. Through the smoke, you can see the white people inside, and everyone is frank with each other. She had only been there with her mother when she was young, so her memory stayed here. But she didn't expect that what she got was a 5-story bathhouse that was as spacious as a hot pot restaurant. The two buildings stood side by side, giving off a bit of a Big Brother vibe. The bathhouse was no longer a large pool that Jiang Xi had seen before that could accommodate everyone, but was divided into different pools. Chapter 105. There are different sizes and functions. Jiang Xi saw milk pools, massage pools, and ordinary hot water pools. For Jiang Xi, her favorite is still the private pool. It is more expensive than those pools, but you can soak in it alone or with your family without being disturbed by outsiders. In addition to the pool, there are also steam rooms and shower rooms, as well as places to eat and rest temporarily. There is also a room for each person to change clothes, and a locker for each person. Unless the key is lost, no one can enter. Although it is a bathhouse, Jiang Xi thinks it is quite like a hot spring. The appearance of this bathhouse is just right for this severe cold. The number of survivors began to increase slowly 3 days after the severe cold came. At this time, the convenience stores in the catering city have begun to sell cotton clothes, quilts, down jackets and down quilts. The survivors were wearing clothes and hats made of animal skins. When they saw the cotton clothes in the glass windows, their eyes lit up. The employees of the catering city have already put on extremely warm and light down jackets, which can be regarded as walking billboards. In this comparison, the survivors are even more jealous. So, when Jiang Xi got up, he found that the convenience store, which usually had good business, was even more crowded. There were not as many survivors eating next to it as before, and everyone rushed to buy clothes and quilts. This scene was also expected by Jiang Xi. She went to the store to take a look at the inventory and prepared to ask Xia Ling and others to send some more goods in the afternoon. After buying clothes, some survivors immediately took off their animal skins and changed into clothes bought in the restaurant city, whether it was a cotton coat or a down coat. After putting it on, they could quickly feel a warmth spreading throughout their bodies. Jiang Xi also saw a newborn baby wearing a light down jacket. Her face immediately turned red, and she smiled at Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi pinched her little face. In the end times, it was rare to see such a young child. She remembered that she had asked the cotton factory to knit a cotton hat last time. When adjusting the size, a discarded small-sized hat was put into the space by Jiang Xi. She quickly turned it out and put it on the head of the little baby in front of her. The baby's mother hugged her and laughed, with tears in her eyes. She thanked Jiang Xi several times before turning around and leaving. The bathhouse was also particularly popular among the survivors. Although the survivors in the base and the restaurant city could take a bath, most people in the end times could not take a bath frequently, and they could not use hot water when taking a bath. They would not waste resources on such unimportant things. Therefore, The appearance of the bathhouse made the survivors, who had not taken a good bath for many years, excited. Qin Xian went to the bathhouse with her teammates. Because it was not convenient to take a bath, she cut her hair into a short one that was easy to manage. Because she hadn't washed it for a long time, her hair was almost like a hedgehog. There was only one girl in her team who had the same short hair as her. The two said goodbye to the other teammates, agreed on a meeting time, and walked into the girls' bathroom. As soon as they walked into the hall, they exclaimed. The hall was in line with the decoration of those bathhouses before the end of the world. But it also had a warm feeling, which really made people feel at home. There were still vacancies in the girls' bathroom. They handed in the crystal core at the front desk and received a key each. In front of the locker room door, Qin Xian separated from her teammates and went in to change clothes. They chose a private bath, the kind that only the two of them could bathe in. Although the price was a bit expensive, it was more comfortable without being disturbed. After changing into bathrobes, the two walked hand in hand to the private bath they had chosen. Do you feel that now is very similar to when we were in school, when we walked hand in hand on the street? The teammates sighed. Qin Xian nodded. Not only did they look like him, but they also felt the same. Since the end of the world, she hadn't felt so relaxed for a long time. The private bath was not as small as they imagined. Instead, it was very spacious. There was not only a bath, but also a shower room next to it, a rest area with a sofa and coffee table, and a TV on the wall on the other side. Next to the bath, Qin Xian also saw a small tablet for ordering food. After ordering food here, a staff member would deliver it, in addition to the crystal cores handed in at the entrance. All the crystal cores consumed here can be paid when you go out to return the key. Xian, this place is great. After walking around, teammate Xiaotian was as excited as a little girl. After the end of the world, they no longer regarded themselves as the kind of little girls who knew nothing about the world. They had to become strong in order to survive and protect their relatives, friends and companions. But here, the two felt like they had returned to the pre-end of the world, the kind of very common gathering of girlfriends. The two walked around the house and went to the shower room to wash themselves first. When the hot water came out, the two were even more excited. God knows how long they haven't taken a hot bath. They are no longer surprised by the smell on their bodies. Anyway, everyone stinks, so no one should blame anyone else. When they washed for the first time, the water was black. The two looked at each other and laughed. Then the second and third times, the two washed thoroughly, until the water became clear. The two came out of the shower room and soaked in the pool. As soon as she entered the pool, Qin Xian sighed comfortably. The pool smelled of sulfur, similar to the hot springs she had bathed in before the end of the world. Xian, look! You can change the water in the pool here. Xiaotian pointed to a button next to the bathtub and said. It had several buttons such as milk bath, salt bath, etc. Do you want to try it? Xiaotian looked at Qin Xian beside her, her fingers itching to move. Okay. Qin Xian shook off the water droplets on her short hair and nodded. Try the milk bath. I wanted to try it before the end of the world, but my mom said milk was too expensive, so she couldn't let me waste it like this. Speaking of her family, Qin Xian was in a trance for a moment. Her parents were unfortunately infected and died when the end of the world came. It has been almost 11 years now, and she has not thought about them for a long time. Living every day is tiring enough, and no one will always be immersed in the past. But now that she suddenly remembered it, she still felt a little sad and regretful. If her parents were here, it would be great. They should also like this place. When Qin Xian's thoughts were a little erratic, Xiaotian had already pressed the button for the milk bath. Then, the water in the pool began to tremble slowly, and then a milky white stream slowly drained from the wall on one side, and the clear pool water slowly sank on the other side. After a while, the air was filled with a sweet milky smell, and the pool completely turned milky white. The two were curious for a while, and then felt hungry again. So they simply picked up the small tablet next to them to order food. The food ordered here is linked to the shops next to it. After ordering, each restaurant will receive the order message and then send the food over. The staff of this kind of bathhouse restaurant will not deliver the food inside, but will put it at the door. And then the female staff will deliver it to the girl's side, and the male staff will deliver it to the boy's side. When their meals were delivered, Qin Xian and Xiaotian felt that it was so fast. Much faster than queuing up to eat in the store. When they finished eating, took a bath, and went to the steam room for a while, the male teammates were already waiting at the door. I say you two are too slow. The speaker was Hanyu, a tall and long-legged man in the team. As soon as he finished speaking, his voice paused, and his dark face quietly blushed in a place that no one could see. Unexpectedly, Qin Xian, who usually looks like a tomboy, looks pretty good after washing. Qin Xian didn't notice his pause, waved to his teammates, and walked over. A group of people went to the barbecue stall again, preparing to pack some barbecue and beer to eat back. Everything was going as Jiang Xi expected. But at this moment, an unexpected person came to the door. Boss Jiang? Please, save the base commander. Jiang Xi looked at the man in front of her. She still remembered that this man was with the base commander of City A when she went to City A. At that time, he was wearing camouflage uniforms and carrying weapons, standing next to the base commander, looking very majestic, which was very different from the person now in tattered clothes and covered in blood. So Jiang Xi didn't recognize him for a while. She recognized him when the base commander was unconscious leaning on his back. There were so many people following the base commander at that time. But now he was the only one left. Now it was dark, and the other party knocked directly on the gate of the courtyard. Jiang Xi cried out and asked him to carry the person to the hospital quickly. Hospital? Fan Jiping was still a little confused. And then, under the guidance of Jiang Xi, he walked to the building. When was such a hospital built here? Fan Jiping looked up at the building in front of him, which could be called magnificent compared to those dilapidated buildings. But he didn't have the heart to think too much. The person behind him was still unconscious, so he quickly carried the person to the hospital. The person in front of him was not an ordinary survivor, and it could be said that he was still the leader of the entire Guijia. So Jiang Xi did not leave immediately, but accompanied him to go through the formalities and let the doctor come to diagnose. There were not many people in the hospital now. Lu Dongmei came. After checking, she found knife wounds, abrasions, and falls on the head of the base in City A. It looked like the injuries were unclear. Lu Dongmei looked serious and asked her assistant to treat the wounds together. Jiang Xi also placed some Western medical instruments in the hospital. Sometimes it was inevitable to encounter such external injuries that needed to be treated. The Chinese medicine practitioners she recruited were all-rounders. They could basically treat major and minor internal and external injuries. The head of the base was pushed into the operating room. There were several deep cuts on his body that needed to be treated immediately. You should also go and take care of your wounds, Jiang Xi said to the man who was looking at the operating room. Fan Jiping looked down at the blood clots on his body that were almost dried up and nodded. He left quickly and came back quickly. His body was already bandaged with gauze, and his face was bandaged except for his eyes and nose. How did it suddenly become so serious? It was fine last time. Jiang Xi frowned at him. Fan Jiping's dark eyes were now deeper and darker. It was Chen Hanjiang. He colluded with Sun Yiming, who had always been dissatisfied with the base commander, to seize power. Several people around the base commander turned against him, and several people died. At this point, Fan Jiping's eyes darkened. Those guys were his brothers, who had been through thick and thin together. Chen Hanjiang was the logistics director who had targeted you before. They were well prepared. Not only our base, but also people from other bases got involved. So we didn't notice it for a while. Seeing Jiang Xi's puzzled expression after hearing those names, Fan Jiping explained. Jiang Xi suddenly realized that it was the weird logistics director. Although he was reprimanded by the base commander at that time, Jiang Xi did see his dissatisfaction. It didn't seem strange for such a narrow-minded person to do such a thing. What are your plans now? Did you bring crystal cores with you? Jiang Xi asked. It was not stressful for her to support two people, but she was not a saint who did not ask for anything in return. After all, she was still a businessman. I brought some, but not much. I may have to trouble Boss Jiang during this period. We really have nowhere to go. When Fan Jiping talked about this topic, his mood changed from anger to a little embarrassed. After all, he really felt that he did not bring enough crystal cores and had to trouble others to take them in. How much did you bring? I help you calculate. You won't need much to live here, Jiang Xi said directly. Fan Jiping took out his wallet and shook it, and a small pile of crystal cores came out. Because I came out in a hurry. Most of the crystal cores are still in the safe. I didn't have time to take them away. Don't worry. Boss Jiang? I will definitely return the crystal cores to you. Fan Jiping blushed as he said this. Jiang Xi shook his head. No. No need. Her eyes were fixed on the 8th level crystal core inside. Just one of them could be exchanged for 100 million points, which was enough for them to live here for a long time. So, is the other party really not in Versailles? There are more in the safe at home. These evil rich people. We use the point system here, and the crystal cores you exchange for points can be used for a long time. Jiang Xi said. When the base manager gets better, you can live in my base first. Fan Jiping nodded. Thank you, Boss Jiang. Because it was just suturing the wound. They didn't wait long, and the base manager was pushed out again and sent to the ward. I have already given him the relevant medicine. And there are pills here. Feed him according to the time I wrote down. Lu Dongmei said to Fan Jiping beside him. Fan Jiping looked at the pile of pills in front of him and nodded, indicating that he remembered it. You haven't eaten yet. There is a cafeteria here. You can also order food. Just tell the nurse after you order. Jiang Xi said to Fan Jiping. Fan Jiping nodded again and thanked Jiang Xi again. Seeing that the base commander's condition had stabilized, Jiang Xi and Song Jinchuan also prepared to go back to rest. Fan Jiping sent them out of the hospital before going back. The ward was a 3-person room, but now there were only 2 of them. Chapter 106. Jiang Xi just said that he could sleep in the bed when no one was staying there. If someone was staying there, there was also a bed for a caregiver. At this time, in this quiet hospital, Fan Jiping finally breathed a sigh of relief. He took hot water in the bathroom to wipe the base commander's face and hands. And then he washed himself in the bathroom before he fell headfirst onto the bed. He fought all the way to protect the base commander, and then carried the unconscious base commander on his back for a long journey. Finally, he took the train when he was close to City C, and finally arrived at the C City Catering City. The tip of his nose smelled the unique smell of the hospital, but he felt particularly at ease, and fell asleep almost as soon as he touched the pillow. The surroundings were terribly quiet, without the roar of zombies and mutants. Only the occasional sound of footsteps. He had not slept so peacefully for many years. He had a dream that he had not had for a long time. At that time, not long after the end of the world, he was still a boy who had just turned 19. He was holding the body of his 5-year-old sister, covered in blood, and walking aimlessly on the street. His mind was in a mess. He had just witnessed his parents being torn to pieces by zombies at the door of their house in order to protect them. When he went back to his sister's room to take her away, he found a zombie lying on the bed and had already bitten his sister to a bloody mess, and she seemed to be dead. His hands were shaking as he held the baseball bat. He swung the bat to drive away the zombie lying beside his sister's bed, then grabbed his sister and ran out. Before leaving, he looked back. His mother's head turned towards him. Her eyes, which were always smiling gently, were now gray. His eyes were sore and tears fell. But he didn't dare to stay any longer after hearing the screams and roars coming from outside. So he rushed out of the community. It was a mess outside, and he didn't know where to go. He didn't understand why the world was fine a second ago, but suddenly it became like this. Just as a zombie roared and pounced on him, Fan Jiping was still thinking that it would be better to die like this. But the next second, he was rescued by a military team, led by the current base commander of City A. He did not notice that he was the one being protected by many people at that time. He just felt that the other party was particularly kind and spoke particularly gently, pulling him back from the edge of the cliff. After that, he began to follow the base commander, with food and shelter, and a job that others envied. The base commander not only pulled him back, but also taught him a lot, gave him a lot, and made him what he became later. Therefore, he would never betray him, and would never leave him. On the way back, Jiang Xi talked about this matter with Song Jinchuan, and felt that there must be a follow-up. After all, this base commander was very prestigious in the base, and even in the entire Guijia, and was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. If they were not sure that the other party was really dead, they would definitely not feel at ease. Early the next morning, Jiang Xi went to the hospital to visit the old man who had never given up on Guijia before and after the end of the world. The head of the base seemed to have more white hair. He was lying on the hospital bed with a pale face, as if he had aged 10 years. When Jiang Xi and his team arrived, the head of the base had already woken up. He was the only one in the ward. He was looking at the snow-white ceiling above his head, wondering what he was thinking. Mr. Chung? The head of the base was named Chung. So Jiang Xiai just called him Mr. Chung. Boss Jiang? Mr. Chung still had a peaceful smile on his face, and said in a gentle voice, I heard from Xiao Fan that this time it was all thanks to you. We may have to bother you for some time this time. It's okay. Fan Jiping has given you the crystal core. You can just stay here and rest assured. No one can hurt you here, Jiang Xiai said. She was still confident in her own home. Thank you, Chung Lao said gratefully. It is not always easy to remember someone who helps someone in need. He did not expect that only Boss Jiang would take them in when he was in trouble. At this time, Fan Jiping also came in from outside, holding food in his hand. He had just gone to the cafeteria to get it. Boss Jiang? Brother Song. Fan Jiping greeted them after seeing them. In fact, they didn't know whether Song Jinchuan was older or Fan Jiping was older. But Song Jinchuan was more capable. And he had been with Jiang Xiai for so long. So he was also very famous among the survivors. In this world where strength is respected, it was not strange to call him that. Speaking of his future plans, a cold light flashed in Chung Lao's eyes. Although I am an old man, I am not so stupid as to wait for others to plot against me. I have a backup plan in the base. Jiang Xiai nodded, feeling that it was expected. After all, the other party was the leader of the entire Guijia. How could he be so passive? After the visit, Jiang Xiai left first. As soon as she left the hospital, the wind outside was like a knife hanging on Jiang Xi's face. She hissed, and Song Jinchuan beside her immediately took out a mask from her pocket that she forgot to bring when she went out in the morning and put it on her. With an extremely gentle movement. The craze for buying quilts and cotton clothes has not passed yet. And many survivors from other bases have also heard the news and come over. Zhao Mingqi prepared to go to Sea City alone with his equipment. This winter came suddenly. Although they were prepared, several people still froze to death in the base. The base commander had all the equipment. And once the gate was closed, it was not cold. Only the survivors gritted their teeth and held on in the severe cold. They no longer had any hope for the base commander. So they could only find a way out on their own. So when they heard that there were cotton clothes for sale in the hot pot city in Sea City, they prepared to set off for Sea City. Before leaving, Xiao Mingqi put on animal skins, put a dagger on his waist, and carried a backpack with supplies on his back. She walked to the bed in the room, looking at the little girl wrapped in animal skin sleeping soundly. Her usually cold eyebrows and eyes became much gentler. Mom, you stay with your sister. Try not to go out. And wait for me to come back, Zhao Mingqi said to the woman next to her. Okay. You must be careful. Come back if there is any danger. The woman held her daughter with her skinny hands, her face full of worry. Don't worry. After putting her mother's hand back into the animal's skin, she turned around and strode outside. In the 5th year of the apocalypse, Dad was unfortunately infected and died after a mission. Mom was already pregnant. With the current medical conditions, it was unrealistic to abort the baby, so she could only give birth. A few years after giving birth, my mother's health deteriorated. Later, I found out that it was the accumulation of toxins in her body that slowly dragged her down. The doctor said that the current medical conditions could not cure it, and she could only live one day at a time. After crying for a while, Zhao Mingqi wiped her tears and continued to fight for crystal cores. No matter what, she had to live on. But since she was still alive, she still wanted her mother and sister to live a better life. After leaving the base, Zhao Mingqi saw other survivors in the base. They were also fully equipped and looked ready to go out. After talking to each other, they learned that they were all going to the Sea City restaurant city. Zhao Mingqi simply went with them. She was a quiet person, so she just mixed in with the crowd and listened to their conversations, and also heard some information about the Sea City restaurant city. She had never been to Sea City, because there were 2 people at home who needed to be taken care of, and she even tried to choose a place closer to her for her mission. So she had heard of the Sea City restaurant city when it was not yet a restaurant city, but she had never been there. I heard that the Sea City restaurant city has expanded a lot now, and I went there once a few months ago. Not only that, they have also built a train, but it only covers a few cities around. We can also sit and take a look when we get there. Oh, that's a big deal. There are also cotton coats and trousers, as well as down jackets. When I was on a mission before, I met a few survivors wearing down jackets. They looked light and warm, which made me jealous. It is said that such a set of 5 third-level crystal cores is not expensive. It must not be expensive. I sold moldy quilts and thick clothes for 5th-level crystal cores before. I have a lot of crystal cores. Let's see if I can buy 2 sets for each family member. Listening to their words, Zhao Mingqi slowly put his mind at ease. It seems that this trip is destined to be fruitful. The advantage of traveling with everyone is that it is very safe. There are also people with special abilities among them. When they encounter zombies and mutant beasts, they work together and basically don't suffer any injuries. At night, they camped in a relatively safe place. After walking for 3 days, they finally arrived at the city with a train in the mouth of the survivors. Zhao Mingqi felt it was magical. The train station seemed out of place in the ruins. Like 2 extremes. She stood in front of the platform of the train station. Unlike the ticket hall in City C, there were only 3 self-service ticket machines. After choosing the itinerary, she exchanged the crystal core to buy the ticket. This ticket is really cheap. I haven't used the 1st-level crystal core for a long time, a survivor said with a smile. Seeing that everyone started to buy tickets, Zhao Mingqi also found a 1st-level crystal core from her bag and bought a ticket. After a while, the train came. Not only Zhao Mingqi, but everyone else in the base was also very excited. They hadn't seen such a means of transportation for 10 years. So they were particularly curious and nostalgic. The train started, and the speed was naturally much faster than their walking. It took only more than 2 hours to reach the terminal, and it took them 3 days to cross the city. When Zhao Mingqi came out of the exit, she heard noisy voices and smelled the aroma of various foods mixed together. She couldn't help but take a deep breath, letting the smell go deep into her lungs and stay for a while. Oh my god! It smells so good. I heard there are all kinds of food here. Let's buy something and go eat before going back. The survivors discussed. And some who were familiar with Zhao Mingqi asked her if she wanted to eat something. But Zhao Mingqi was stunned. Others saw the food first. But she saw the hospital here. When she saw the words on it, her fingertips trembled slightly. Hospital. There is such a big hospital here. Does that mean she can bring her mother here to try? Instead of just waiting to die at home. Chapter 107. Mengqi? The girl next to her called out again when she saw that she didn't respond. Zhao Mingqi came back to her senses after hearing this and shook her head. No. My mother and sister are still waiting for me at home. I have to go back quickly. There is also a hospital here. And I heard that someone had eaten a mutant beast and was infected with toxins, and was also rescued by Boss Jiang. In fact, you can bring your aunt here to see, the girl next to her kindly reminded. Zhao Mingqi turned her head sharply after hearing this, and hope burst out in her eyes. Her mother was too weak, so the toxins accumulated in her body and could not be discharged. Really? The girl nodded. It's true. It's all over there. Everyone says that if you accidentally eat a mutant beast, you can go to Boss Jiang. Zhao Mingqi wanted to pick up her mother immediately, but she calmed down quickly after being blown by the cold wind. Not to mention the long journey. Her mother's body couldn't stand it. The most important thing now was to buy clothes first. The cold wind made people's cheeks hurt. But the restaurant city was very lively, with people everywhere, especially outside the convenience store selling down jackets and cotton coats, which was crowded. Seeing this, everyone rushed over to line up, fearing that they would not be able to buy it. Zhao Mingqi waited in the crowd for a while, and then saw a group of people coming from the gate of the restaurant city. Each of them pushed a cart in their hands, and tied to the cart were the cotton-padded clothes and quilts they had been thinking about. The survivors lined up in the queue, looking at the piles of clothes and quilts. Their eyes were almost glued to them. Mengqi? Zhao Mingqi came back to her senses. It was Xia Ling who called her. They had met in a mission before, experienced life and death together, and had similar personalities, so they became friends and kept in touch over the years. Why are you here? Seeing a familiar friend, Zhao Mingqi's face flashed a smile. I moved here. You know that our previous base chief was not very capable. We almost died in the previous epidemic. It was Boss Jiang who saved us. Later, I took everyone in the base to Boss Jiang. After all, the survivors have been in the apocalypse for 10 years. Except for some lone rangers. Most people have taken root. Moving away from the original base is no less than a major injury. But looking at Xia Ling's face and her clothes, you can tell that she is living a good life. Much better than before. And even smiles more. So the base they are talking about joining the catering city is you. Zhao Mingqi suddenly realized. Yes. You are here to buy cotton clothes and quilts too? There are so many people here. I don't know how long it will take to line up. Come with me. I will take you through the back door. Xia Ling said. Zhao Mingqi hurriedly declined. No. No. Don't break the rules for me. Boss Jiang will be unhappy later. No. Boss Jiang said that each of us can have the privilege of bringing a friend to open the back door once. Xia Ling laughed again. And Zhao Mingqi found that Xia Ling was really more cheerful now. And she smiled more often. Zhao Mingqi was stunned. And suddenly remembered the base chief of the base where he lived. He was no longer the same as a few years ago. He was a decent person at ordinary times. But he would only hide when encountering problems. When the severe cold came this time, the base chief, the logistics minister and others only symbolically took out some supplies, told everyone to go out less, and then closed the door with their family and subordinates to live a comfortable life, regardless of whether it was freezing cold or sick outside. Their attitude was extremely perfunctory, and the survivors were particularly disappointed and could only find another way out. Seeing Xia Ling, whose face was rosy and who had put on cotton clothes and pants first, Zhao Mingqi realized that the person in charge of her base was not even as good as Boss Jiang Littlefinger. She was taken by Xia Ling to the back of the convenience store, where there was a small door. After entering, it was the warehouse where the convenience store was sorted. When Xia Ling entered, someone in the warehouse was counting the cotton clothes and quilts they had sent. After seeing Xia Ling, he greeted her. Sister Su, I brought my friend to buy things, Xia Ling said. The survivor with short hair in front of her nodded. Okay. Your privilege is useless. I remember it for you. Go and pick it. And it counts as a crystal core after you pick it. Remember the rules. Xia Ling nodded. Bringing people to buy things? Of course. Must abide by the rules here, so as not to encounter those shameless thieves. I heard before that an employee's friend came to buy things, but secretly put a lot of things in his pocket and wanted to take them out. But before he went out, he was discovered, and his hands were left. And then the employee was fired. Xia Ling heard that there were surveillance cameras everywhere, although she didn't know where they were installed. Boss Jiang could see what happened in the entire catering city, including the base train station. Since then, the survivors have restrained themselves a lot. At least they dared not to cause trouble in the catering city blatantly. After all, the people who were driven out had a bad end, either dead or disabled. Zhao Mingqi stared at the full supplies in front of her in amazement, and only started to select the supplies she needed after Xia Ling reminded her. Not only cotton-padded clothes and quilts, but also some daily necessities. She wanted to take this opportunity to buy more and take them home. When calculating the crystal cores, Zhao Mingqi didn't know how many she would need, and she was a little nervous. Although she brought a lot of crystal cores, she bought a lot of things that exceeded her budget. She thought that if the crystal cores were not enough, she would discard a few things and buy them next time. However, she didn't expect that her pile of things were not that expensive, and she didn't even use half of the crystal core she brought. I heard that she lived far away, and the convenience store staff used a vacuum machine to help her compress the cotton clothes and quilts in the bag for easy taking away. Coming out of the back door of the convenience store, Xia Ling smiled softly at Zhao Mingqi's still confused expression. When she first moved in, she was the same as Zhao Mingqi, and everything she saw was new and interesting. Boss Jiang. At this time, Xia Ling's shouting brought Zhao Mingqi back to her senses. She looked up and saw a very young and beautiful girl walking over, followed by a tall and handsome man. Zhao Mingqi suddenly became embarrassed and greeted him. Boss Jiang. Hello. Your friend. Jiang Xi asked with a smile. Yes. I still have a privilege that I haven't used yet. I gave it to my friend. Xia Ling also responded with a smile. By the way, Boss Jiang, her mother has accumulated toxins in her body. I wonder if our hospital can treat it. Zhao Mingqi didn't expect Xia Ling to talk about her directly. She really wanted to know this question. At this time, she just looked at Xia Ling with gratitude. Jiang Xi thought seriously for a while. Yes. I can treat it. Is your mother here? Not yet. Not yet. Zhao Mingqi's breathing became a little faster. She originally thought that Jiang Xi would be arrogant now that he was almost sought after by the entire apocalypse. But she didn't expect him to be so easy to talk to. She calmed down and told Jiang Xi about her mother's situation. When she said that she was dying, her voice was dry. It just so happens that I'm going to deliver a few takeouts these 2 days. If it's convenient, I go with you. After listening to Zhao Mingqi's words, Jiang Xi sighed and then asked, let's drive there. Speaking of driving, Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. Song Jinchuan turned his head and looked at her with amusement. Only he knew that Jiang Xi was less and less willing to ride a small electric scooter when going out. To be precise, she didn't even want to go out because it was too cold. The cold wind felt like a knife cutting her face. However, the system still had tasks, and she had to deliver food. So she had to go out. It happened that she ran into Zhao Mingqi's matter, so she solved it together. It happened that she hadn't used her healing ability for a while. Zhao Mingqi went to tell her companions at the base that she was leaving early. But her companions didn't care. They wanted to stay in the restaurant city to eat something. So they told Zhao Mingqi to be careful and quickly squeezed into the crowd. Zhao Mingqi also missed telling them that it was Boss Jiang who was sending her home. When she returned to the gate of the restaurant city, she saw a bus slowly approaching, and Jiang Xi was sitting in the co-pilot seat and waving at her. Zhao Mingqi took her things and got on the bus. The interior of the bus was the same as the interior of the train she saw for the first time. Warm and comfortable. Jiang Xi took the things in her hand and asked her to put them on the ground. Just sit in the first row. There's no one else in the car anyway. Zhao Mingqi nodded. In the car, Jiang Xi asked about her mother's condition, and she told him in detail. Jiang Xi went through it roughly in his mind, and his healing ability should be fine. It took more than 3 days to get here, and only a few hours to go back. Zhao Mingqi couldn't help but sigh at the convenience of this bus. The car stopped at the gate, and was then put into the space by Jiang Xi. There were cases where it was parked outside and coveted by other survivors before. But Jiang Xi thought it was troublesome, and put it directly into the space. Jiang Xi's first impression of this base was not very good. The word dirty seemed not enough to describe it. Seeing Jiang Xi frowning, Zhao Mingqi felt hot on his face. Although there were many people in the restaurant city, it was clean and tidy everywhere. Not only did the survivors not litter, but there were also special employees to clean up. Unlike their base. Sorry. I made you laugh. Boss Jiang? What does this have to do with you? It's obviously the poor management of the base leaders. Jiang Xi said. There were very few people in the base, and everyone seemed to be staying in their own houses for the winter. Jiang Xi looked around and saw a few villas with lights on. What is that place? Are they the only ones with electricity? Those are the leaders of the base. Zhao Mingqi's eyes were slightly cold. Not only the lights, but also many supplies are only available to them. Supplies were scarce, but not completely absent. However, some leaders would keep the good stuff for themselves to choose, and then let some slip through their fingers to the ordinary survivors below. Chapter 108. However, this is also the norm in some bases. The end of the world will magnify the desires of the survivors, making the originally righteous people become greedy. Jiang Xi looked at the survivors who poked their heads out of the house after hearing the noise. Everyone seemed to have a bad time in this cold winter, and their faces were frozen blue. After a while, they walked to where Zhao Mingqi and his family lived. Because there were 2 old, weak and sick people in the family with weak mobility and combat power. She spent a lot of crystal cores and rented a single room. Even if it was a single room, it was just one of the rooms separated from a bungalow. As soon as Jiang Xi entered, he heard all kinds of voices. There was no sound insulation here. Zhao Mingqi walked to one of the rooms and opened the door with a key. Through the light from outside, he could see that the room inside was a small but well-organized space. Xuqi? A weak female voice came out from the room. Sister, you're back. As the voice fell, a child rushed to the door. Mom, I'm back. Zhao Mingqi picked up the little girl and shouted into the room. I brought a guest. Jiang Xi could sense the momentary restraint in the air, and she quickly said, Auntie, I am Jiang Xi, the owner of Sea Time Restaurant. I heard that you were not feeling well, so I came to help you. Hello, Jiang. Boss Jiang? I am not feeling well, so I am sorry for neglecting you. Mother Zhao said stumblingly. It's okay. Just lie down. I come over. This single room is very small, and it seems very crowded for 2 people to stand in it. Jiang Xi could only let Song Jinchuan wait outside. After taking 2 steps, he had already reached the bed. After the door was closed, the room was pitch black, and he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. Jiang Xi took out the lighting tools in the space and placed them on the table beside him. The room was instantly lit up with a warm yellow light. which was not dazzling, but just enough to see everything clearly. Jiang Xi only then saw the thin little girl in Zhao Mingqi's arms, and the haggard woman lying on the bed. Everything in the room was visible. Although it was a small room, it was well planned. The bedroom and the side were separated by a curtain. It was obviously a very small space, but it was still well used. Mother Zhao's expression was very cramped. She wanted to sit up, but her body was seriously weak. She just stood up a little and fell down again. "It's okay. Don't move. Have a good rest." Jiang Xi was shocked and said quickly. She walked to the bedside. The thin cheeks of the woman in front of her were sunken. Her face was sallow, and her breath was very weak. "Boss Jiang, can my mother be cured?" Zhao Mingqi asked nervously, and then hurriedly said, "I still have the crystal core. Should I pay you first?" Jiang Xi shook her head. "Don't worry." As she said that, she stretched out her hand, and white light slowly surged at her fingertips. Jiang Xi also slowly closed her eyes. The familiar scene appeared in front of her again. It seemed that because she had used the healing ability several times recently, Jiang Xi found that the scene in front of her was clearer. She seemed to be able to hear the blood flowing in her blood vessels. Mother Xiao's health was indeed very bad, and the toxins accumulated in her body over the years made her condition not optimistic. Jiang Xi increased the intensity of the white light. Under the soothing of the white light, Jiang Xi could see that those bodies that looked like dried and decayed were slowly getting better. After a while, Jiang Xi opened his eyes, with a little sweat on his forehead. She didn't expect that after her healing ability evolved, it would be a bit strenuous to use. Mother Zhao's illness was not like the previous one that had just been poisoned. This toxin had completely attached to the internal organs, and the workload was huge. It was definitely not curable in one go. "What's going on, Boss Jiang?" Seeing Jiang Xi withdraw his hand, Zhao Mingqi asked nervously and expectantly. "It can be cured." Jiang Xi's first words made Zhao Mingqi instantly happy. "But it may take more than one treatment. I can't stay here for a long time. Take your mother to the catering city. Take my car. I just gave her the first round of treatment. It should be no problem to hold on until she goes to the catering city." Zhao Mingqi was stunned for a moment when she heard the second half of the sentence. She had thought about taking her mother to the catering city for treatment before, but she didn't expect to really go so soon. "If you ask me, it's feasible for you to move to my base. The people here don't care about anything, and they won't make your living conditions harsh. There's no need for you to stay," Jiang Xi said. Since Xia Ling and the others moved to Jiang Xi's place, Jiang Xi has also felt the benefits of having his own subordinate base. First of all, there are more people available. Although Jiang Xi has no clear regulations, the survivors will also consciously hand over a small part of their crystal cores. Then there is loyalty. Such generous conditions are unique. The survivors themselves are very cautious, afraid of ruining this hard-earned life. And they are even more loyal and grateful to Jiang Xi as a provider. So now she is not opposed to recruiting people into the base. Zhao Mingqi thought of Xia Ling, whom she had met before. The smile on her face and the rosy cheeks did not seem fake. Moreover, when she was looking for supplies, Xia Ling also said that life in the base was very good, much better than before. Zhao Mingqi almost didn't think much about it, and nodded. "Okay, Boss Jiang, my family and I will move to the base, and I will leave it to you from now on." Jiang Xi nodded, got up and walked out. Song Jinchuan was waiting at the door. She told him that Zhao Mingqi was going to move to the catering city. Song Jinchuan nodded, and then he and Jiang Xi waited outside for Zhao Mingqi to pack up. "Get out." At this time, a sharp voice sounded, drawing the two people's attention. As far as the eye could see, a thin and frail girl was kneeling at the door, shivering, knocking on the door from time to time. Her voice was shaking because of the weather, and she could hardly finish a complete sentence. "Mom, please, I'm cold. Let me in." Seeing this, Jiang Xi frowned, took a few steps forward, and wrapped the shivering little girl with a down jacket he took out from the space. "I told you to get out. You unlucky star. You can't even hold your brother steady. Oh, don't cry, dear. It's all that money-losing thing. Mom will beat her to death. Okay?" The first half and the second half of the female voice in the room are completely different. The first half is sarcastic, as if the person standing outside the door is her enemy. But the second half is so gentle that water can drip out. It's easy to say beat her to death. although it's to coax the little boy in the room. It's still chilling. The girl held in Jiang Xi's arms had tears in her eyes. Her face was full of sadness and a little confused, as if she didn't know what she had done wrong to be hated so much. Jiang Xi took a step forward and knocked on the door. This sound was obviously not something a child could make. So after a while, the door was opened from the inside, revealing an impatient face. "Who are you?" the woman asked rudely. "Your daughter is wearing so little outside. Do you want her to freeze to death?" Jiang Xi's tone was also bad. "What does it have to do with you?" The woman's voice was sharp. "I gave birth to her. I can do whatever I want. Why do you have to meddle in my business?" Seeing the little girl being held in Jiang Xi's arms, the woman's face showed anger. "You little bastard. Come here." The little girl shrank after hearing this voice. The light in her eyes slowly dimmed. And then she slid down from Jiang Xi's arms and returned her clothes to Jiang Xi. "Thank you, sister. I want to go back." Watching her walk back to her mother, the woman pinched her arm fiercely without hesitation. "You little bastard. I raised you in vain. You will leave no matter who holds you? Why don't you just die outside?" The little girl lowered her head, and her expression could not be seen clearly. She was not sure whether it was because of the cold or the pain, but her body was shaking even more violently. Jiang Xi could not bear it any longer, so she pulled the little girl over, wrapped her with clothes, and then kicked the woman. Jiang Xi's body had been strengthened, and she had been drinking well water for so long, so her strength was much greater than before. She kicked the woman back several steps without reservation, and she didn't know what she hit. And there was a crackling sound. Hearing the screams of pain and the crying of the child inside, Jiang Xi didn't care. He just squatted beside the little girl and asked seriously, "Do you want to go back with your mother? Or do you want to go with me?" The little girl almost didn't think about it and took a step forward in the direction of Jiang Xi. Can I go with you?" Jiang Xi smiled. If the little girl said she wanted to go with her mother, she would leave without hesitation and would not care anymore. "You are not allowed to leave. You hurt someone. And you want to leave like this?" The woman's gnashing voice sounded again, and it sounded a little painful, and it seemed that the sound was unclear. "Everyone, come and see. There are human traffickers. The human traffickers have kidnapped children." The woman's sharp voice sounded again. The survivors who heard the voice poked their heads out of the house to see what happened. After seeing that it was this family, some of them curled their lips and shrank back. But some kind-hearted people came to ask what happened. The woman grabbed these people and told them how Jiang Xi beat her and wanted to steal her daughter. One survivor carefully pulled Jiang Xi's sleeve. "Don't worry about it. This family is like this. If you care too much, she will scold you in return." Jiang Xi looked at the little girl who was holding her tightly in his arms, like she was grasping the last straw, and shook his head. "I have to take this child away no matter what. You want to take her away? That's fine. Give me food and crystal cores, and I will sell her to you." The woman pushed the crowd away, her eyes gleaming. "You are dreaming," Jiang Xi sneered. "Look at what you did to this child. She was thrown out in a single layer of clothes in the middle of winter. I think you didn't want her anyway." Although the survivors knew that she often beat children, they didn't know she could be so vicious. For a while, the sighs in the crowd were a little louder. It is said that even a tiger will not eat its own cubs. But not all mothers love their children. The woman's eyes flickered, and she wanted to say something. But Song Jinchuan stood up. His tall figure blocked the light coming in from outside, and a ball of orange flame burst out of his palm. For a while, the scene became quiet. Chapter 109. With the help of the orange flames, the survivors also saw the faces of Song Jinchuan and Jiang Xi. "Isn't this Boss Jiang and Captain Song?" Although Song Jinchuan had left the cheetah squad for a long time, the survivors still liked to call him Captain Song. The one who recognized them was a survivor in the base, who was always on missions outside. He had been to City C several times, when it was still a restaurant city, but it was just a lonely hot pot restaurant. So he knew Jiang Xi. The name of Boss Jiang is already very famous in the end times. Everyone basically knows that there is a restaurant city in City C, where there is everything, and the boss's surname is Jiang. The survivors immediately became more enthusiastic about Jiang Xi. Some of their relatives and friends also went to the restaurant city in City C to buy cotton-padded clothes and quilts today. The woman didn't dare to say anything immediately. Her husband also went to the restaurant city to buy a down jacket for her son. Jiang Xi didn't stay for too long. After seeing Zhou Mingqi and her daughter packed up their things, he left with Song Jinchuan, holding the little girl. Mingqi, where are you going with Boss Jiang? Some survivors saw Zhao Mingqi carrying her mother on her back and holding her sister's hand, with a lot of bags on her body, as if she was moving. Zhao Mingqi glanced at Jiang Xi, and without Jiang Xi's approval, she couldn't say that she was going to live in the base in the catering city. Jiang Xi said openly, she is going to join my base, and you are welcome to come in the future. This sentence was like a bomb, exploding among the survivors. Everyone knew that the catering city had good conditions, and they were ready to move. The woman behind her was still fantasizing that when her daughter went to the catering city, she could take advantage of the opportunity to get benefits. But what she didn't know was that Jiang Xi had already blacklisted their family members through the system. She didn't know that the woman's husband, who was still in line at this time, was inexplicably ejected from the catering city. Later, the people in the base slowly moved to the catering city base, and only their family stayed in this increasingly empty and lonely base, hugging each other and shivering. Of course, this is a later story. After Jiang Xi and his companions left the base, they got on the bus. Zhao Mingqi's sister is called Zhao Mingtian. Although she is a little introverted, she is very happy with her mother and sister around, and she talks quietly. The little girl rescued by Jiang Xi doesn't seem to talk much. She sits next to Jiang Xi obediently in a cotton coat that is much larger than her. In fact, this dress is the smallest size in Jiang Xi's hand. But it is still too big for the girl, and it hangs on her body empty. Watching the interaction between Zhou Mingqi and Zhou Mingtian and their mother, the little girl has obvious envy on her face. Jiang Xi patted her head, handed her a small piece of bread, and stuffed another one into Zhou Mingtian's hand. What's your name? Jiang Xi asked. The girl looked at her blankly and shook her head. After a while, she hesitated and said, Dead girl. Or a money loser. Mom and Dad both call me that. Zhou Mingqi couldn't help but focus her eyes on the little girl, frowning slightly. It's okay. You can call me Jiang Xing from now on, Jiang Xi said after thinking for a while, hoping that the little girl can say goodbye to the haze of the past and be happy and happy forever. Jiang Xi felt that he could not bear to be cruel to such a young child. He would always be soft-hearted when he met her in the end times. Seeing Jiang Xing's bright eyes, Jiang Xi sighed and patted her head. Mother Zhou sat in the warm and comfortable car, watching her two daughters playing and fighting. The atmosphere was particularly warm, and she couldn't help but laugh. It was already late when the car returned to the Sea City catering city. The car stopped directly outside the base. Jiang Xi arranged a room for them and asked Zhou Mingqi and his family of 3 to move in first and talk about other things tomorrow. When entering the room, Jiang Xi turned on the wall light. The light was not glaring, but it still made Zhou Mingqi squint subconsciously. She knew that the conditions in the restaurant city must be very good, but she didn't think it would be so good. After she put her mother on the bed in the room, she walked to Jiang Xi and stuffed her purse into Jiang Xi's hand. I don't know if this is enough for my mother's medical expenses and rent. If it's not enough, I will go out and get crystal cores tomorrow. Jiang Xi took a look at the crystal cores in the bag, took out a few from it, and returned the rest to her. These are enough. Seeing Zhou Mingqi's eyes slightly red, as if she wanted to say something, Jiang Xi waved her hand. This is the market price. I don't charge more or less. Well, go to bed early, or other survivors will say we are disturbing the public. After saying that, she left with Song Jinchuan and Jiang Xing. Back in her own courtyard, Jiang Xi finally relaxed. The excessive use of her supernatural powers today still made her physically exhausted, and now her eyelids began to fight. But she still forced herself to watch Jiang Xing and herself. She hadn't decided where to arrange Jiang Xing, so she would sleep in her room temporarily tonight. Jiang Xing is very obedient. She looks like a child of only a few years old, but she can do everything by herself. When Jiang Xi put hot water in her water, she said awkwardly, I can just wash with cold water. I also wash with cold water at home. Children will not grow tall if they wash with cold water. Jiang Xi looked at her seriously and said. Jiang Xing nodded blankly, and then used the hot water obediently. While washing, Jiang Xi heard a very obvious gurgling sound. She was stunned for a moment, and then she realized that she seemed to have not asked Jiang Xing if he had eaten. She, Song Jinchuan and Zhou Mingqi had already eaten on the way. And when they went to Zhou Mingqi's house, Zhou Mingqi's sister and mother had just drunk the nutrient solution. So she really didn't remember it for a while. Look at my brain. Your mother definitely didn't give you anything to eat, Jiang Xi said. Jiang Xing pinched her fingers. No, sister, I don't eat at night. After the voice fell, another very loud gurgling sound came out, as if to overturn what Jiang Xing said. Jiang Xi didn't listen to her anymore. He took a portion of food and placed it in front of her, and told her seriously, a child who doesn't eat won't grow tall. Finally, Jiang Xing wolfed down the portion, and then laid down next to Jiang Xi obediently. At home, she was the one who took out her anger. Ever since she was 2 years old and could walk by herself, she was always beaten and had to do endless work. She thought all girls were treated like this at home until she saw other girls being held in the arms of their parents like a treasure. At that moment, little Jiang Xing seemed to understand that it turned out that she was the only one who was not loved. So after Jiang Xi appeared, she tightly grasped this life-saving straw. In the darkness, she tried to shrink herself up to avoid taking up more space. But the quilt covered her body and was warm. And there was a clean fragrance at the tip of her nose. There was also a very gentle sister beside her. Jiang Xing couldn't help but quietly lean her head towards Jiang Xi, and then closed her eyes and fell asleep. When she woke up, she found that she didn't know when she ran from the bedside to the inside of the bed. The quilt was tucked in tightly, and she wanted to soak in hot water. Jiang Xi was no longer around. So Jiang Xing quickly got up from the bed, and saw that the ragged clothes she was wearing were gone, replaced by a down jacket that looked very warm, and a pair of tight autumn clothes. She hesitated for a while, but finally put on her clothes. Just as she put them on, the door was opened from the outside. She quickly stood up and looked at the person who came. Are you awake? If you are awake, come and have breakfast. Jiang Xi walked into the room, closed the door, and blocked the whistling cold wind outside. The weather is getting colder and colder. The cold wind blew all night last night, and the heavy snow fell all night. The air conditioner in Jiang Xi's room was also turned on all night. Seeing Jiang Xing still standing there in a daze, Jiang Xi went forward to help her comb her hair, put on a hat, and let her wash up before taking her to Song Jinchuan room next door. The room was already filled with steaming porridge and buns, and the aroma of food filled the air as soon as you entered. After dinner, Jiang Xi took Jiang Xing to find Jiang Ming. After the weather got cold, Jiang Xi stopped letting the children pack vegetables in the open air, but exchanged an activity room for them at the system. Jiang Ming is now the manager of the activity room and a part-time teacher. Every day, he teaches the children and tells them stories. And then the activity class is still to pack vegetables with everyone. Jiang Xi also spent points to transform the activity room into the color and style that children like. Now there are several more children here, said by the survivors from the base. Jiang Xi held Jiang Xing's hand. Stay here and play with these children and teacher Jiang. I will come to pick you up when I am done. Jiang Xing's fingers trembled slightly, and she didn't want to let go of Jiang Xi's hand. Jiang Xi was the person she trusted and relied on the most at present, and she didn't want to stay with strangers. Jiang Ming walked out of the classroom and squatted beside Jiang Xing. Her voice was gentle, and she quickly coaxed Jiang Xing to follow her to the classroom. I leave it to you. Jiang Xi breathed a sigh of relief. Although she hired a lot of employees, she had a lot of things to do every day, and she couldn't take Jiang Xing around. Leaving it to Jiang Ming was the best way. Okay, Boss Jiang. Don't worry. Jiang Ming smiled and said. She was very satisfied with her current life, with enough food and clothes, and a job she liked. Jiang Xi looked at the window again, and saw that although Jiang Xing was still a little cramped, there were children holding her hand and playing with her. So she left with peace of mind. After leaving the activity center, Jiang Xi went to a base. At the gate, she saw a family carrying large and small bags wandering at the gate of the base. After asking, she found out that they wanted to join Jiang Xi. The other party's base was next to Xia Ling's. After knowing that Xia Ling and her family had moved away and were living well now, they also wanted to come here to find a way out for themselves. There was a heavy snow before, and many houses in the base were crushed. We had to find another place to spend this cold winter, the survivor said. Chapter 110. Jiang Xi frowned slightly when he heard this. The snow and wind in the past few days were indeed very strong. He didn't expect that the houses in those bases would be damaged. Such a situation has happened in previous years, but the probability is quite small. Are there any casualties? Jiang Xi asked. The survivor nodded sadly. Yes. After the house collapsed, the base leaders organized people to rescue. 7 or 8 people died in the base, and dozens were injured. Jiang Xi felt a little uncomfortable when he heard this. Those were real lives. Seeing that there were elderly people and children among the survivors, Jiang Xi quickly took them into the base, handled various procedures for them, and then went to choose their own houses. Once they entered the house, everyone felt the real warmth and finally breathed a sigh of relief. They were able to come here thanks to Jiang Xi's train. They were also nervous because Xia Ling and the others had said before that Jiang Xi was unwilling to accept them and felt that it was troublesome to set up a base. But now, a stone in their hearts has finally fallen to the ground. After letting them move in, a group of survivors came one after another. Most of them came from the base over there. Jiang Xi was busy all day today, basically receiving survivors who came from all over the place. She also went to see Cheng Lao, who was discharged from the hospital. His injuries were almost healed. He lived in the house in the base and looked very comfortable. He didn't seem to be worried about the base in City A at all. Just like he said, the situation has been set up, and now we just have to wait for it to ferment on its own. It was already dusk when Jiang Xi went back from the base. He went to the activity room to see Jiang Xing. Although Jiang Xing still spoke very little, she seemed to have gradually integrated into the group, with a bright light in her eyes. When he went to pick her up, Jiang Ming took the initiative to say that she could take over the task of taking care of Jiang Xing. She lived alone anyway, and she liked Jiang Xing very much. She felt that Jiang Xing was very much like her sister before the end of the world. She also knew that Jiang Xi often ran around outside, so Jiang Xing could follow her. Jiang Xi looked at Jiang Xing and patiently asked for her opinion. But Jiang Xing was obviously still a little nervous. So Jiang Xi took her back and waited until she could fully accept it before sending her to Jiang Ming's house. When Jiang Xing left, she looked back and was reluctant to leave teacher Jiang Ming. After returning, seeing the cold weather, Jiang Xi, Song Jin Chuan and Jiang Xing simply had hot pot in the yard. Jiang Xing wanted to do something. After all, she was taught at home that if she didn't work, she wouldn't have anything to eat. But after a round, she found that all the work had been done by Jiang Xi and Song Jin Chuan, and there was no place for her to show her ability. Seeing that she was restless, Jiang Xi directly pressed her down on the seat. Here, you are still a child. For such a young child, it is enough to eat and drink, and you don't need to work. Jiang Xing pursed his lips, revealing a deep dimple at the corner of his mouth. At this time, the system in Jiang Xi's mind began to speak. Mission completed. Mission reward, hotel. Jiang Xi looked at the 3D map of the hotel. The restaurant with 28 floors looked magnificent and majestic. There were several golden characters on it, saying a hotel. The next day, a tall building rose from the ground, because it was the tallest building in the vicinity. The survivors saw it at a glance. Everyone was surprised at the speed of construction of the building and its name. Hotel. Does it mean that they don't have to rush back overnight after coming to the catering city? A survivor walked in curiously. The hall was decorated with gold and jade, and a huge crystal chandelier fell from the ceiling. Even before the end of the world, this was considered a 5-star hotel. It hadn't started business yet, so the survivors could only lie on the window outside to see what was inside. The restaurant city had expanded a lot because of the increase in stores. Jiang Xi arranged several employees to go to the hotel to start the hotel business first. The snow was getting thicker and thicker. Jiang Xi organized his employees to shovel the snow in the restaurant city and outside, revealing the original ground, which looked much fresher than before. In class today, Jiang Ming led the children to make snowmen with the waste snow that was swept aside. The children wore warm cotton clothes and gloves, so they were not cold and had a lot of fun. Outside the city of T, Fuyu came out of the temporary snow house, and people came out of the snow houses next to it. Their base was completely submerged by the blizzard, and they had no choice but to take their families to the south. Although the whole country is experiencing severe cold weather, the south is still warmer than the north. Their goal is the city C mentioned by many people. It is said that there is a restaurant city and a base there. They have been walking for 2 days. Because of the road problems and heavy snow, the journey is particularly difficult. Fuyu took out the map and took a look. If they want to go to City C, they have to pass through several cities. It seems that the next journey is also not easy. However, if they can find a base on the way, they can stay there. Just as everyone continued to move forward, a huge mutant beast suddenly appeared halfway. Fuyu immediately stepped forward. She was a superpower, and lightning flew out quickly in her hand. The other few people were not idle either, besieging the mutant beast that seemed to be very powerful. After a while, humans still had the upper hand. The crystal core, fur and bones were removed. Although it was cold, the survivors did not slow down at all. They tried to avoid the mutant beasts and zombies. But one advantage of the cold weather was that it also restricted the movements of the mutant beasts and zombies. As night fell, they finally walked out of the city. There was a base ahead, so Fuyu and his friends decided to stay there for the night. The gate of the base was closed. Several people stood at the gate of the base and knocked on the door. After a long while, a voice responded, "What's the matter? Hello? Can you let us stay for one night?" Fuyu shouted. No. It's past the opening time," the survivor standing above said impatiently, and waved to everyone. "Please make it one night. We have children here." The survivor standing next to him shouted. Go. The survivor inside waved at them impatiently again, and finally turned around and left without paying any attention to them. Generally speaking, the base is still willing to let the survivors stay overnight, and they can also collect crystal cores and do good deeds by the way, killing two birds with one stone. They can only say that they are unlucky to encounter such a base. The temperature at night was much lower than that during the day. Even wearing animal skins was difficult to resist the cold wind. They had to find a place to rest. Fuyu felt that when she took a breath of cold wind, her lungs were cold, and the white air she exhaled became heavier. The children in the team also shouted that they were cold. Everyone had no choice but to keep moving forward. They walked for an unknown amount of time. When they were about to collapse from the cold, a little light suddenly appeared in front of them. Fuyu felt very strange. In her impression, there should be no base here. But why was there light? Everyone approached cautiously. The closer they got, the more surprised they were. This was actually a station. Isn't it said that only a few cities near cities have stations? Why is there one here too? One survivor asked in confusion. But the station in front of them was not fake. They all rushed into the waiting hall. The wind and snow were instantly isolated outside. The heating was turned on in the station, and the survivors felt warm all of a sudden. That's great. Fortunately, there is this station. Otherwise, we would have frozen to death outside today, Fuyu's brother Fu Lin said happily. Some survivors went to check the train schedule. At this time, the last train had just left. The earliest train was only at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. It seemed that they had to spend the night here. However, there was heating here, and so many chairs. Everyone didn't feel it was difficult. Instead, they felt that this place was more comfortable than anywhere else. Everyone stayed in the station like this. No one drove them away, and they slept until dawn. After dawn, Fuyu felt that he had the most comfortable sleep in such a long time. Even the people who were on night watch yesterday could not help but fall asleep. He had a good dream all night without any disturbance from mutant beasts and zombies. When Fuyu woke up, it was only a little after 5 o'clock. It was still dark outside, but the lights in the station were bright, which made people feel safe. The survivors woke up one after another and took the train to the restaurant city in City C at 6 o'clock in the morning. The owner of this restaurant city is really generous. He built so many trains and tracks here. It is said that the restaurant city is also built in a particularly luxurious and atmospheric way. The boss's identity is very mysterious. Many bases tried to find out her background, but nothing was found. In the end, they had to go and buy supplies. Everyone was discussing enthusiastically. Everything on the train was particularly new. After all, they hadn't seen it for 10 years. Fuyu and Fu Lin sat by the window, quietly watching the scenery outside constantly receding. Their hearts were far from as calm as they looked. Not long after they got on the train, they smelled the aroma of food. And then, there was the sound of the wheels rubbing against the ground. Fuyu looked back at the place where the sound came from. An employee wearing a restaurant uniform came over with a food cart. Although the food on the food cart was covered, white steam was still oozing out, and the aroma of the food soon spread throughout the space. The survivors got up so early, so naturally they didn't have breakfast. And they didn't have the habit of eating breakfast. They usually had a tube of nutrient solution for the whole day at noon or in the evening. Now, smelling this smell, The survivors' stomachs began to growl. Would you like to buy breakfast? The staff looked at them with a smile. We have steamed buns, soy milk, and fried dough sticks. These foods are frozen goods from the catering city, and then steamed in the dining car of the train. Now the categories of food processing factories have increased a lot, and steamed buns, soy milk powder, etc. have all been processed into finished products. Jiang Xiai put some on the train, and the response was very good. The survivors could not resist the temptation, and each bought some. After taking a bite, the hot buns mixed with the soup inside warmed their mouths and stomachs. Chapter 111. Fu Lin handed Fu Yu a beef bun. Fu Yu took a small bite, and the steam from the bun rose up, accompanied by the aroma of food. At this moment, the meaning of happiness seemed to be expressed by a physical object. The conversation in the carriage became much quieter, and everyone began to eat until their stomachs were full and warm. It turns out that people in Sea City live like this. Too happy, because they are far away from Sea City, almost across half of Guijia. So although they have heard a lot of stories about the Sea City catering city, there are few survivors who have actually been there. They were supposed to travel for several days, but they arrived in Sea City in a few hours. As soon as they entered Sea City, they felt a different atmosphere from other cities, which seemed to be more lively. They could see some survivors one after another when they entered the city from Sea City. There were also many more people coming to these stations than the previous stations. The car suddenly became lively, seeing that Fu Yu and his group were new faces. Some people came to talk to them enthusiastically and asked where they came from. When they heard that the snow in the north was as high as a person, the survivors who had been living in the south opened their mouths into an O shape. Seeing their reactions, Fu Yu and his brother Fu Lin burst out laughing. Soon, the car arrived at the terminal, the catering city, where there were more survivors. When you exit the station, you can see that it is as lively as a market before the end of the world. The buildings and shops in front of you are not seen after the end of the world. And the base on the other side is also beautiful, like a newly built community. Fu Yu felt that her eyes were almost dazzled. Look! That building is so tall. Fu Lin, her brother who was usually steady, looked like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden, looking up at the building in front of him, unable to close his mouth for a long time. Hotel? There is a hotel here. A survivor shouted. A survivor passing by stopped and said, It doesn't look good from the outside, but it's luxurious inside. I stayed there once before. It was so comfortable. When I returned to my base, I felt that it was just a doghouse. Fu Yu and the others all laughed when they heard this. The atmosphere here was so relaxed and joyful that Fu Yu couldn't count how many times she had laughed since coming here. They wanted to ask Jiang Xiai if they could enter the base, but they were told that Jiang Xiai was not in the restaurant city at the moment and would not be back until tomorrow. Fu Yu and Fu Lin looked at the building in front of them and were a little tempted. They looked at each other and said, How about we stay in a hotel for one night? The two hit it off and asked other survivors in the base. Some of them wanted to stay in a hotel with their brothers and sisters for one night, and some said they would go to other bases to stay for one night, because they didn't know the price of the hotel. The brother and sister confirmed the number of crystal cores in their bags before going. As soon as they entered the restaurant city, the smell of various foods hit them, and Fu Yu couldn't help swallowing her saliva. Seeing his sister's reaction, Fu Lin laughed. Let's go out to eat later. I saw there is beer barbecue. I haven't eaten it for 10 years. Fu Yu nodded hurriedly. After staying here for a while, she actually showed some lively attitude before the end of the world. The group passed through the noisy crowd and arrived in front of the hotel. What hit them was the luxurious and atmospheric decoration style, which made Fu Yu subconsciously take a breath. They looked at the animal skins on their bodies, and suddenly felt that they dared not step on the shiny floor. At this time, a survivor in uniform came out of the hotel. Welcome. Do you want to stay? Fu Yu nodded. Yes. We want to stay. Seeing them look at the floor and then at their clothes, the staff probably guessed what they were worried about. Their expressions did not change at all, and they still looked at them with a smile. Please come in. You can check in at the front desk. Because they had walked through the snow, they found a trail of footprints behind them after they entered the hotel, and they immediately felt a little embarrassed. It's okay. Don't mind. Someone is cleaning here, the staff said, under the gentle persuasion of the staff. Fu Yu and Fu Lin did not feel despised, but really felt at home. The lobby downstairs of the hotel is very spacious, because of the presence of the crystal chandelier. The whole space is very bright and a little warm. Standing here seems to make the survivors forget the end of the world. The monsters outside and the deaths. Fuyu looked up and felt a little dizzy. She couldn't tell where she was. She walked to the front desk with her brother and saw the beautiful girl at the front desk smiling at them. What kind of room do you want to stay in? We currently have family rooms, single rooms and double rooms. Here is the price list. The hotel has just opened. There are discounts for staying for a month. Fuyu looked at the price list. The price was not expensive. It was much cheaper than they thought. The most expensive family room only cost 3 level 3 crystal cores. It only cost 6 level 4 crystal cores to stay for a month. According to the exchange rate here, it was indeed much cheaper. Is anyone staying for a month? Fu Lin asked curiously. There are many. The employee smiled and said. Everyone is willing to take advantage of the 1-month discount to stay here. There are not many rooms and room types left now. Sure enough, no matter what time of year people are from, they will subconsciously get nervous when hearing this. My sister and I will take a family room. Fu Lin quickly put the crystal core on the table. Stay for 2 nights. The employee nodded and began to process their facial recognition. Survivors who did not apply for ID cards here can check in at the hotel by facial recognition. Jiang Xi thinks the system is very convenient. But the system tells her that this is a technology that has been eliminated on their planet. The two checked in. And slowly, more and more survivors came to the hall. Some came to check in. And some came down from their rooms. After saying goodbye to their companions in the base, they took the elevator. Fuyu and Fu Lin's room was on the 23rd floor. One side of the elevator was glass, so they could clearly see the scene outside. Fuyu lay at the window and looked out, and she could see that the scenery below was shrinking. Slowly, the survivors below were the size of ants. She had only seen such a scene before the end of the world, and hadn't seen it for many years, so she was full of emotion. Soon, the elevator reached the 23rd floor. As soon as the elevator door opened, you could see that the entire floor was covered with carpet, which looked gorgeous and soft. And there was a warm yellow ceiling light above. Their room number was 2308. Walking along this corridor, their room was on the right side of the corridor, because the family room was very spacious. There were not many rooms on this floor. When you opened the door, you could see a spacious living room with sofas, TVs, and everything else. There was also a large toilet next to it with a bathtub. There are 2 bedrooms, one in the south and one in the north. One is bigger and the other is smaller. Fu Lin gave the big bedroom to his sister because there is a bathroom inside, which is more convenient for washing. Fuyu walked around the living room and returned to her room. There was a big bed in the room. There was a big French window next to the bed. Standing by the window, you can see the falling snow. After staying in the room for a long time, the brother and sister went downstairs to eat together. There were too many foods in the restaurant city. Not long ago, a dessert cart was added, which specializes in selling some warm desserts that can be drunk and eaten in winter. Fuyu hadn't had something so sweet for a long time. Before the end of the world, when she was studying, she liked to drink desserts with friends. Desserts can make people feel very good. She bought a cup of sweet osmanthus wine. Fu Lin drank it as before. He didn't like sweet drinks, so he went to the barbecue stall next door to buy barbecue and beer. After buying their favorite food, the two went to the hot pot restaurant to queue up for a hot pot. Until the end, the two of them ate until their bellies were round. And then, they walked out of the hot pot restaurant with their waists supported. Fuyu looked up. Snowflakes fell between her eyebrows. She felt calm and touched. Jiang Xi rushed back to the restaurant city early the next morning. She went out to do a task. The system said that as long as this task was completed, the prescription for the detoxification pill could be unlocked. The survivors in this world would have more or less toxins in their bodies, and their lives would naturally not be too long. I heard from them that their bodies usually begin to decline in their 40s. When Jiang Xi was cleaning the remaining toxins in Zhao's mother's body, he also helped Zhao Mingqi and Zhao Mingtian. Sure enough, they all had more or less toxins in their bodies. At the same time when Jiang Xi had this idea, the system also issued a task. When she saw the mission reward, Jiang Xi felt that the system really understood her. So she went out with Song Jinchuan to do the mission overnight, and only rushed back to the restaurant city after the mission was completed. The moment Jiang Xi got the prescription, he gave it to Lu Dongmei. When she saw the ingredients clearly, Lu Dongmei's eyes lit up. This combination was too exquisite. The detoxification effect was very good. And there were no side effects. You guys work hard. Make this detoxification pill first during this period. I will spread the word. And let the survivors come here to buy the detoxification pills. Lu Dongmei nodded. Her eyes were red. Thank you, Boss Jiang, for your contribution to us. Jiang Xi waved his hand. It's okay. Recently, more and more people have caught colds. So you have to work harder. It's not hard. Although everyone is busy. We are very happy. After the end of the world, our hands have hardly touched medicinal materials. Instead, we picked up knives and started killing monsters. We almost forgot the oath we made when we entered the hospital. Now you have helped us find the meaning of life. Lu Dongmei said sincerely. Jiang Xi scratched his face. You flatter me too much. Okay. I give you this order. After saying that, she left in a hurry. She really couldn't stand others praising her so sincerely. As soon as she came out, Xiaoling came and said that a survivor from a base had come to her recently and wanted to join a base. Chapter 112. They knew you were coming back today. And they were waiting at the gate of the base long ago. Do you want to go over and take a look? Xiaoling said. Now in the base. Xiaoling is considered a manager appointed by Jiang Xi. She will collect all the information and then pass it on to Jiang Xi. After all, Jiang Xi has too many things to do in a day, and it is impossible for him to stay in the base all the time. Okay, let's go over and take a look. Which city is the base? It's the base in the north. The wind and snow there are even stronger. Many bases have suffered. I heard that the snow is as high as a person. The two of them walked towards the entrance of the base while talking. Before they got close, Jiang Xi saw many people standing at the entrance of the base. They were holding steamed buns or soy milk and fried dough sticks in their hands, eating and talking to the people next to them. That's them, Boss Jiang, Xiaoling said. Jiang Xi nodded and walked over there. The people who were still eating saw Jiang Xi stop in front of them, and they were a little surprised. They didn't expect that the rumored Boss Jiang would be so young. Do you want to join my base? Jiang Xi looked around. These people were basically in their teens to 30s or 40s. Fu Lin was the spokesperson for these survivors. Hearing this, he stepped forward and said, Yes, Boss Jiang. We all came from the base in the north. The heavy snow crushed the base, so we wanted to come to you. After that, the survivors looked at Jiang Xi expectantly. Sure, but you have to work if you join us. Jiang Xi said that the cotton mill was running smoothly now. Jiang Xi was preparing to expand it and was thinking of adding a new mill. So he needed a lot of survivors to join. Don't worry, Boss Jiang. We have plenty of strength. Yes, we can do any job. I used to work in the fields in my hometown, so I'm very strong. As they talked, they walked into the base. Xiaoling followed them and introduced the buildings in the base to them one by one as Jiang Xi's mouthpiece. When the survivors saw the new and neat residential buildings in front of them, they were a little excited. They knew that the conditions of the restaurant city were good, and they had heard a lot of opinions. But they couldn't help but get excited when they saw it with their own eyes. Fu Yu and Fu Lin looked at each other and saw the smile in each other's eyes. They would have their own real home in the future. The survivors began to register with Jiang Xi, apply for ID cards, and finally choose their own rooms and move in. Because there were many survivors who came to take refuge recently, the residential building gradually became crowded with people, and it was especially lively during rush hour. The survivors shuttled through it, feeling as if they had traveled through 10 years of time. For a moment, Fu Yu and Fu Lin were both a little teary-eyed. After settling the survivors, Jiang Xi returned to her yard, not wanting to say a word, and fell directly on the pillow. She didn't sleep last night, and when she came back, she did so many things. And she fell asleep when she couldn't hold on any longer. She didn't even have time to close the door. Song Jinchuan, who was following behind, saw that Jiang Xi was already asleep. So he went into the room to cover her with a quilt, turned on the air conditioner, and then left and closed the door. Jiang Xi slept until the evening. When she woke up, the snow outside the window was still falling, and the golden sunset dyed the snow with a beautiful layer of gold. Jiang Xi hugged the quilt, feeling particularly calm, enjoying the quiet moment until there was a knock on the door. Opening the door, Song Jinchuan came in with food. Since the weather got colder, they moved their meals from the pavilion in the yard to the room. either Song Jinchuan room or Jiangxi's room. After Song Jinchuan came in, he skillfully arranged the tables and chairs, then fed Huihui's family first, and then placed the food for the two on the table. At this time, Jiangxi also finished washing and sat at the table to eat. This was basically how life had been for the past few months, and Jiangxi had gotten used to it. After dinner, the snow was still falling outside, and it was getting heavier. Jiangxi originally wanted to plant some fruit trees in the yard, but seeing that the snowstorm would not stop for a while, he thought about waiting until the weather was warmer. Song Jinchuan poured her a glass of water, and the two of them looked at the snow scene while holding the hot water, talking casually. At this time, a crisp cracking sound rang in their ears. Jiangxi thought something was broken, but when he turned around, he saw the little guy next to Hui, who had been cracked and refused to come out, had popped his head out. Jiangxi's eyes lit up. This little cub is finally out. She and Song Jinchuan stood by the eggshell together, watching the little turtle inside break through the surrounding shells little by little. And finally the whole body came out. Wow! It's actually a red one. Jiangxi was a little surprised. The little green one, the little black one, and finally the little red one. If there were not only 3 turtle eggs, they could form a rainbow of 7 colors. Song Jinchuan squatted beside Jiangxi, looking at the little turtles of different colors, and was also a little surprised. The name naturally continued Jiangxi's naming habit, called Xiaohonghong. Xiaohonghong's ability is to spit fireballs, but its fireballs are somewhat different from ordinary fire abilities, as if all the energy is gathered in one fireball. When it spit out a fireball for the first time, Song Jinchuan, who noticed the energy contained in it, quickly threw it into the pond outside at the fastest speed. It took only a moment for the water in the pond to boil and explode. The water column was directly lifted up several meters high, alarming the survivors nearby and killing all the fish in Jiangxi's pond. Even Song Jinchuan, who also has the fire ability, felt inferior. Jiangxi cooked the fish and fed them to Hui. Now that she is just born, she is so powerful. Who knows how big the water ball she will spit out when she grows up? Jiangxi gave the naughty Xiaohonghong to Hui to teach her a lesson. He told her not to spit fireballs again before she can control her ability. Otherwise her yard will be blown to pieces. While Hui was busy educating the youngest child, Lu Dongmei and the others also successfully made the detoxification pills. When Jiangxi went to the hospital, he saw that several Chinese medicine practitioners, led by Lu Dongmei, had dark circles under their eyes that almost dropped to their chins, and he knew that they must have stayed up late. Jiangxi has always maintained an admiring attitude towards their spirit of exploration in medicine. We have tried the medicine ourselves, and the effect is very good. Boss Jiang, the prescription you gave is really good, Lu Dongmei said with a smile. Jiangxi nodded. The news has been released. It is estimated that it will be very busy these days. You will work harder, as long as the virus in everyone's body disappears. This little hard work is nothing. Lu Dongmei laughed heartily. They had all seen survivors tortured to death by the virus, who were so thin that they were just skin and bones, like walking skeletons. In order to let everyone know about this, Jiangxi spent points to let the system place advertisements in every city, just like last time. So, that day, all the survivors saw a magical scene near their base. The same 2 zombies, sitting opposite each other. Have you heard about it? There is a hospital in the restaurant city of City C that makes detoxification pills. It's really effective. Take 1 pill, and your back and legs won't hurt anymore. You can even climb to the 8th floor in 1 breath. There's a detoxification pill produced by a hospital. It's trustworthy. Finally, the 2 zombies gave a thumbs up to the survivors at the same time. Their thumbs were already devoid of flesh, leaving only white bones, which made the survivors speechless in horror. They even wanted to see what was in the mind of the restaurant owner. Why are the ads so weird and scary every time? But after being speechless, they noticed the detoxification pills in the zombies' mouths. They naturally knew what was wrong with their bodies. In this apocalypse, no matter how you prevent yourself, you will inhale the virus to some extent, because there are a lot of viruses in the air and water sources. Now various resources are scarce, and there is no way to completely purify them. The younger ones have not yet shown any symptoms, while the older ones have begun to have various problems, and some of them are even bedridden. So, the survivors put on thick animal skins and began to go to the restaurant city to buy detoxification pills. The catering city ushered in the peak period of traffic. The hotel was full, and many survivors spent crystal cores to stay in the base next door. Many survivors did not want to leave after living there for a while, and finally joined the base directly, or found a job in the catering city and successfully moved into the staff dormitory. Jiang Xi was also busy. She and Song Jinchuan began to act separately, going wherever was busy. Like a versatile brick, detoxification pills cannot completely eliminate toxins by taking one pill, and the doctors will diagnose and then configure detoxification pills according to the amount of toxins in your body. Lu Dongmei and her team worked the hardest these days. There were always people in the clinic from morning to night. Jiang Xi even brought them food. But Lu Dongmei and her team had no time to talk to her. They just smiled gratefully, although they were busy. Jiang Xi had a lot of new employees, and the base opposite had also added hundreds of people, which instantly expanded a lot. This craze slowly subsided after a month. Most of the survivors had received treatment and had eaten, drank and had fun here for a month. Finally, they reluctantly took the train back to their base. At this time, Jiang Xi also received an urgent mission. The survivors of a small base were almost frozen to death, and Jiang Xi was asked to bring them warmth. The red light on the map was still flashing, indicating the urgency of the incident. Jiang Xi and Song Jinchuan quickly and skillfully packed up their things, then put 3 little turtles in their pockets, and walked out with Hui Hui. Hui Hui hadn't been on a mission with her for a long time. This time, she took the whole family out to play, and also let Zia Honghong, who had been holding back for a long time, spit out a few fireballs. Now they all traveled by car. When the survivors heard the roar of the car and saw the dazzling bus that stood out in the end times, they knew that Boss Jiang was out again. Chapter 113. Xiao Hui and his 3 cubs were placed in the back seat, and Jiang Xi also moved from the co-pilot to the back to stay with them. The newborn little red heads all had a jade-like luster, and they felt warm and comfortable to the touch, like a natural hand warmer. Seeing that there was no one around him, Song Jinchuan pursed his lips, and the smile he had just put on fell, and he started the car with some disappointment. This time the base was in the north. According to the system, it was a small base. The supplies did not arrive in time, and the road was difficult to travel, so they were almost trapped in the base and isolated from the outside world. After leaving the base, the car turned on the snow mode, and the wheels gripped the ground tightly, so it would not slip even if the ground was icy. City C is a southern city, and it still takes some time to get to the northern city. On the way, Jiang Xi and Song Jinchuan had a meal, rested for a while, and continued to drive forward. In the evening, they finally arrived at the small base in the north. At this time, the red dot on Jiang Xi's map was flashing very quickly, and Jiang Xi and Song Jinchuan did not dare to delay. After putting away the car, they walked quickly towards the base. Other bases would clear the snow every once in a while, but the snow in the base in front of them had already accumulated very thickly, and it could be seen that it had not been cleared for a while. Most of the houses were covered by snow, with only some high floors still exposed. The system detected that the remaining survivors were hiding in those high floors, and the remaining warm supplies were all concentrated on those floors. Jiang Xi and Song Jinchuan felt that the route was becoming more and more difficult, and had to exchange a pair of boots that could pass through the snow without any obstacles at the system. The magic of this pair of boots is that it can stand on the snow without sinking, just like walking on flat ground. Song Jinchuan and Jiang Xi also put on boots together. Now he is no longer surprised by the new things Jiang Xi takes out from time to time. With these boots, the speed of travel will be much faster. Both of them have bulging backpacks on their backs. Song Jinchuan carries Hui Hui and Xiaolu, while Jiang Xi carries Zio Hihai and Zia Honghong in his backpack. The side of the backpack leaves space for them to breathe. From time to time, you can see their heads popping out, and after contacting the cold air outside, they slowly shrink back. At this time, in the high-rise building, the survivors were shivering and huddled together, covered with all the thick quilts and clothes in the house. But it didn't work. The survivors only felt that the temperature in their bodies was gradually disappearing, and their consciousness was slowly becoming blurred. "Dad, I'm so cold and hungry." Huang Dian hugged his son Huang Daodu in his arms, and a wave of sadness surged in his heart, and his voice was a little choked. "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Dad is here. No matter what, Dad will be with you." Huang Daodu was the youngest child in the room. His face was pale from the cold, which made people feel sad. Their food was also declared exhausted a few days ago, and rescue has not arrived yet. They know that most of the survivors can't protect themselves, let alone send supplies. They have persisted in the apocalypse for 10 years, but they didn't expect to fail this year. Huang Qian looked at his son's gradually weak breathing in his arms, and tears fell from the corners of his eyes. Just when everyone was about to give up, there was a sudden noise outside, followed by the obvious sound of clearing snow blocks, which was particularly obvious in this quiet room. Who? Is it a mutant? The survivors' voices were trembling. The voices were getting closer and closer, and soon, they came to their door. Then, a voice came from outside. Is it here? This door is frozen. Song Jinchuan. Try using fire. No. 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 Xiao Honghong. I'm not asking you to spit fire, but you must not blow this place up. The voice was crisp and pleasant. It was not the mutant beast they thought, and the survivors' hearts that had fallen to the ground had a little hope again. Could it be that someone came to save them? Huang Qian hugged his son, stood up, and walked forward a few steps excitedly. A hot breath came from the door, and soon, the severe cold in the house seemed to be dispelled a little. The door was slowly opened, and the people standing outside were Jiang Xi and Song Jinchuan. They also spent a lot of effort to get up to this building. The snow around was very thick, blocking all the doors and windows. The two had to clear the snow outside before they could come in. As soon as he opened the door, Jiang Xi saw a group of dying humans huddled together in the house. The temperature in the house was a little higher than outside, but only a little. The windows had been blown out of cracks. They did not strengthen the protection like other bases, so they could not resist the cold wind at all. Jiang Xi asked Song Jinchuan to make a fireball and hang it in the middle of the house. Soon, the house became warm. The shivering survivors gradually recovered, and their frozen brains started to work again because of the cold weather. It turned out that someone really came to save them. Jiang Xi had seen the boy standing in front of him, who looked sad, in the arms of Huang Qian, who looked weak and breathing. She took out a cup of warm milk from her space and asked Huang Qian to feed the child first. Huang Qian finally came to his senses after receiving the warm milk from the tentacles. He quickly whispered his thanks, and then put the milk straw into Huang Daodu's mouth. Perhaps it was the instinctive desire for food. The semi-conscious Huang Daodu began to suck the milk from Huang Dian's hand. Jiang Xi gave each survivor in the room a bottle of hot milk, which was also a new product recently launched by the food processing factory. Because of the special nature of the bottle, it can keep warm for several hours. As soon as it came out, it was particularly favored by the survivors. If you take milk out, you can drink hot milk at noon or in the evening. After drinking a glass of milk, the hungry survivors felt comforted from body to mind. Huang Daodu also regained some spirits. She no longer looked like she was hanging on to her life and ready to die at any time. Instead, she had some strength, and her snow-white cheeks were stained with a warm red. After everyone had some food in their stomachs, Jiang Xi also started to make hot pot. The white rice was directly taken from several stores. She was afraid that it would not be enough, so she almost emptied all the memory in the current store. Mushroom soup base, and then various meats and vegetables. The room was not only warm as spring, but also began to smell the aroma of food. After about an hour, the survivors felt that they were slowly coming back to life. They still had frostbite of various degrees. Jiang Xi was going to take them back for treatment. Professional matters should be left to professionals. While Jiang Xi was cooking, Song Jinchuan went to help bring all the survivors who were still alive, and everyone squeezed into this room together. After the meal was ready, each person had a bowl of vegetables and a bowl of rice. Because they hadn't eaten for several days, Jiang Xi didn't give them much, and he had to let their stomachs slowly adapt. The food was very hot, and the survivors almost trembled as they took it. As they ate the delicious food mouthful by mouthful, tears fell down their cheeks, as if they had just escaped death. Jiang Xi did not say much, and she was not good at comforting people, so she just stayed quietly with them. It took several hours for the survivors to finally have the strength to walk. Jiang Xi took them out of the building, and the car had been driven downstairs by Song Jinchuan. The survivors got off from the building, and before they had time to feel the cold wind outside, they got into the car with the heater turned on. The transition was so natural that the survivors didn't even react. Wrapped in their cotton clothes, they felt a little warm while sitting in the car. They wondered if they had been frozen to death just now. All this was just a fantasy after death. Because Xiao Honghong tried to stick her head out of the backpack several times and seemed eager to try. Jiang Xi simply let it spit a fireball at the snow. The fireball was sent far away by Song Jinchuan wind ability, and then exploded, revealing a large and terrible pit. After spitting out a fireball, Xiao Honghong seemed very happy, shaking her head and staying in the backpack. How did you get so embarrassed? You should have known about the severe cold weather. Didn't you prepare some supplies? Seeing that everyone was in a better mood, Jiang Xi spoke in confusion. We naturally prepared a lot of things and made sufficient preparations to resist the severe cold. But we encountered a group of people who specialized in robbing supplies in severe cold weather. They had a large number of weapons, and some were more lethal. They would not be stupid enough to find a large base to deal with a small base like ours. Many of our people died, and the supplies were basically robbed. Huang Dian was now so grateful to Jiang Xi for saving his son that he almost always responded to his requests. So he answered the question truthfully. There are still people like this. Jiang Xi felt naive after saying this. There are always bad people. And there are even more who take advantage of the situation. The survivors were dejected. And some of them cried because their family members or friends died in this man-made disaster. They persisted for 10 years, and did not die at the hands of monsters or natural disasters, but died at the hands of their own kind. How could it not be chilling? Jiang Xi also fell silent. And at this moment, Jiang Xi suddenly heard a very obvious wooden box sound, followed by the sound of weapons one after another. Are the survivors fighting monsters? Jiang Xi looked in the direction where the sound came from, and saw only a thick smoke and flying snow. After thinking for a while, she asked Song Jinchuan to turn the car around and take a look. It was a big scene, and if there were really any mutant beasts or zombies that couldn't be dealt with, she could also help. Song Jinchuan always obeyed Jiang Xi's words unconditionally. She saved the lives of the survivors in the car, so naturally, she would not refute. Chapter 114. Soon, a small base appeared in front of them. Hu Shui ran hard in the snow, tears all over her face. But she had no time to wipe them off. She just looked back from time to time at the people following behind her. The two tall and strong survivors behind her laughed obscenely and teased her in an indecent way, which made Hu Shui's fear reach its peak. But her right leg was injured by Zigongdan, and now she couldn't run too fast with her injured leg. And the people behind her were also like a cat catching a mouse, neither fast nor slow. The sound of weapons and screams were everywhere. Hu Shui could only feel the cold wind blowing through the simple mask on her face, making it difficult for her to breathe. She swung the long sword in her hand, and each time she swung it with full force, as if she wanted the people following her to retreat. But the effect was not good, because she was injured and in pain, and her strength was much weaker than before, and the other party could easily dodge it. She was forced into a dead end, and was finally carried and thrown into a house. Several people approached her with a smile, trying to remove the animal skin on her body. No matter how hard she struggled, it was useless. Several people held her hands and feet tightly. Hu Shui was desperate. At this moment, the man who was lying on him with his pants half removed suddenly stiffened, and then was kicked out, before Hu Shui had time to look up. She was wrapped in a warm cotton coat, and then a very gentle female voice said, "It's okay. It's okay. He didn't touch you." Hu Shui's tight psychological defense line broke at once, and she burst into tears under Jiang Xi's comfort. Jiang Xi didn't expect to see such a cruel scene as soon as he arrived. The end of the world tore off the fig leaf of human nature, revealing the most filthy inside. Song Jinchuan, don't leave anyone alive. Jiang Xi's voice was a little cold. Song Jinchuan glanced at the situation in the room and politely didn't go in. After hearing Jiang Xi's order, he turned around and left. In the words of his teammates, Song Jinchuan is now a sharp sword in Jiang Xi's hand, and he can hit wherever he points. Jiang Xi comforted Hu Shui, helped her to his car, gave her a cup of hot water, and then continued to save people elsewhere. The situation here was very tragic. Jiang Xi kicked something while running. Looking down, it turned out to be a human head, on the thin layer of white snow that had been cleaned. Dark red blood was sprayed. Jiang Xi closed his eyes and continued to move forward. At this moment, a bullet brushed past her and hit the snow in front of her, emitting a wisp of white smoke. If she hadn't been protected by the system, the bullet would have hit her body directly. Jiang Xi turned around and saw several men standing not far behind her. When they saw her face, their eyes lit up and they were about to approach her with a smile. And they were still discussing about tying Jiang Xi up for their fun. In their words, they had no respect for women at all. Like a toy. They didn't think about why their bows didn't hit. They just thought that their hands slipped. Seeing the men approaching, Jiang Xi didn't flee like other survivors, but sneered, and black mist came out of his fingertips. It's a superpower, Brother Dong. I leave it to you. Looking at the black mist in Jiang Xi's hand, they were not panicked and pushed out another person in the crowd. This man called Brother Dong was bald. In such cold weather, he was naked from the waist up, and half of his body was covered with strange black tattoos. A pair of eagle-like eyes stared at Jiang Xi tightly, as if staring at his prey. Jiang Xi's eyes flashed with surprise. It had been a long time since she met a superpower that she could devour at will. Her beads were so small, so she had to collect more colors. The man on the opposite side casually swung his arm, and his arm began to liquefy, and then solidified into a black sword. The action was casual, but full of murderous intent. Jiang Xi was a distance away, but he also vaguely felt a burning breath and danger. Surrender, little beauty. We will definitely be gentle. The survivors in front of him continued to laugh, as if they were sure that as long as the man called Donggu took action, the people in front of them would definitely lose. Jiang Xi didn't waste words. His hands kept moving, and soon, a large area of black fog formed. It was not until the person walking in front was devoured that they could no longer laugh and struggle to escape. But Jiang Xi would not give them a chance. The seemingly powerful Donggu, after half of his body was devoured, waved his sword in vain and was completely devoured. At this time, the survivors who were watching the battle by the bus windows saw this scene and couldn't help but wow. They didn't expect that the person who saved them would be so powerful. And after identification, these people were the group that robbed their food and weapons. They still remembered that the weapons in the hands of the other party, and those superpowers were very powerful. But in Jiang Xi's hands, it was like dough, powerless to resist. The eyes of the survivors all lit up. Not only Jiang Xi, the flames on Song Jinchuan's side almost dyed the sky red for half a day. Hui and the three cubs were even happier. They hadn't fought for a long time. The vines, black iron and flames were flying in the air one after another, leaving the opponent powerless to resist. The strong combination quickly wiped out all the people who invaded the base. Jiang Xi also got a total of 8 beads, and some superpowers were burned to ashes by Song Jinchuan. She still felt a little sorry. The rescued survivors got on the bus, which was packed with people upstairs and downstairs, staying in a warm and comfortable environment, with hot water in their hands. The survivors finally felt alive. The gates and buildings in the base were half destroyed, so even if they wanted to live there, they couldn't move in immediately. So, after the original base chief's thinking and everyone's discussion, they decided to go back to her base with Jiang Xi. Boss Jiang, we're just staying for a while, and we leave when the weather gets warmer, the head of the base said sincerely. Jiang Xi nodded, okay. As long as the crystal core is in place, everything will be fine. The bases of the survivors were all on their bodies. Jiang Xi had looted a lot of crystal cores from those people. It seemed that she had robbed a lot of survivors. She took all the supplies, animal skins, and weapons, and prepared to replace some more powerful weapons for the group of employees patrolling in the yard later. This journey was fruitful. Jiang Xi felt that the saying that good people are rewarded still made sense. After a delay, the car continued to move forward, because the back seats and even the floor were full of survivors. Jiang Xi took Hui's family back to the passenger seat. She took out the beads she had obtained today and rubbed them in her hands, thinking about how to use these supernatural stones to maximize their effects. It was not until the next morning that the car finally returned to the restaurant city. The survivors who were still sleeping were awakened by the sound of talking. When they opened their eyes, they were so shocked by the people and buildings outside that they couldn't speak for a long time. It's the same end of the world. Why is it so different from the outside? The survivors were attracted by the scenery outside the window. Leaning against the glass window, feeling dazzled, the car stopped at the entrance of the catering city. We're here. Get off. Jiang Xi yawned. She wanted to take turns driving with Song Jinchuan that night, but Song Jinchuan didn't want to, so she could only talk to him to avoid falling asleep while driving. But she couldn't sleep now. There were still so many people who needed to be accommodated. Jiang Xi took the survivors, who were frostbitten and injured later, to the hospital. Lu Dongmei was surprised to see the huge group of people behind her, and asked what happened. Jiang Xi briefly explained, and Lu Dongmei quickly notified the medical staff in the hospital to come and help. After a while, everyone was treated. The remaining survivors went to the base with Jiang Xi. Looking at the beautiful and clean base in front of them, they all had the idea of staying here forever. There was not much snow in the base. Without Jiang Xi's instructions, the survivors in the base would spontaneously clean the snow and keep the base clean. They have always cherished the environment they live in. As they walked along, the survivors found that the previous surprise was nothing. There were actually a variety of life stores here, such as supermarkets and farmers' markets selling vegetables and meat. Life was extremely convenient, as if they had returned to the pre-apocalyptic era. While they were happy, they were also a little nervous, fearing that they would need a lot of crystal cores to live here. When they passed by supermarkets and farmers' markets, they saw the price tags inside. But the price tags were not the crystal cores they were familiar with, but points. What were points? The survivors were confused at this time, since they would live here for several months. Jiang Xi still gave them a brief introduction to points and crystal cores. With this explanation, they immediately understood. Thinking about the prices just now, they were really not expensive. They could be called cheap in the end times. The crystal cores they had were enough for them to live here for a while. Jiang Xi also talked about the rent, which was also incredibly cheap. If you decide to stay, I will take you to apply for ID cards. There are not many rules here, but you are not allowed to cause trouble or fight. Jiang Xi's tone became serious. If you break any of these rules, don't blame me for kicking you out in this cold weather. These survivors have seen the fighting power of Jiang Xi and Song Jinchuan, and they have no doubt that Jiang Xi will be ruthless if they break the rules. Boss Jiang? Several of the survivors hesitated for a while, and after meeting their friend's eyes, they stood up and said, "Can we live here forever? Don't worry. We will also hand over the crystal core according to the rules." Of course, Jiang Xi did not refuse. Accepting one is accepting, and accepting 100 is also accepting. These are not survivors, but her backup labor force. Chapter 115. The survivors smiled immediately, as if relieved. After settling these people, Jiang Xi went to the hospital again. The survivors, who were not seriously injured, had been bandaged, and sat in the hospital lobby waiting for Jiang Xi to pick them up. The weather was cold and many people caught colds, so there were still many people in and out of the hospital. After the survivors got the medicine, Jiang Xi took them to the base. Hu Shui was still wrapped in the cotton coat that Jiang Xi gave her. Although the leg with the bow was taken out of the bow, she still couldn't use the strength and was supported by the crutches borrowed from the hospital. Standing in front of the residential building at the base, she was filled with emotion. She didn't have any relatives in the base, so she wanted to stay there for a long time. Wang Yan held his son, who had taken medicine, and discussed with Jiang Xi about living there permanently. When someone spoke up, and then looked at the rooms that were obviously gradually decreasing, the survivors came over to express their opinions. It took another half a day to finish all these things. Jiang Xi felt that his steps were a little shaky when he went back. It seems that he should stay up less late in the future. After Huang Yan had obtained his and his son's ID cards, he chose a room at the end of the corridor. As soon as he entered the room, his son, who was still weak in his arms, struggled to jump down, exclaiming in amazement, and trotting from one room to another. "Dad, is this really our home from now on? Just the two of us? Don't we have to live with others?" Listening to his son's questions, Huang Yan, a 1.9-meter tall man, almost shed tears. He turned his head and quietly wiped his eyes, then said, "Yes, this will be our home from now on." Wang Daodu's eyes lit up, and although his face was still green, he looked much better than the dying state yesterday. Huang Yan finally put his mind at ease. After putting away his things, he went out to redeem points, and then went to the farmer's market here to buy something to replenish his son's body. Wang Daodu was still in a weak state, and he was just excited for a while. He was put on the bed by Huang Yan and fell into a deep sleep. The survivors carried their crystal cores with them and hid them in a very hidden place. So although they were robbed of a lot of things by the group of people, they still kept some crystal cores for themselves. After exchanging a third-level crystal core, he went to the farmer's market and bought a chicken and dried goods such as jujube and wolfberry. Although he had not cooked since the end of the world, he had seen his mother and wife cook before, so he knew roughly what he needed. Then he bought some necessary daily necessities. When passing by the supermarket, he saw a small cake inside and went in to buy another one, with a lot of bags in his hands. His points were almost used up. It must be said that the things here are indeed very cheap. On the way back to the residential building, Huang Dian saw greenery that he had not noticed before. He didn't know what kind it was. The sky was still green and full of vitality. Some survivors were cleaning up the broken snow that fell from above. Everyone was talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Huang Dian felt that his heart had never been so calm. Some survivors greeted him enthusiastically, and he nodded and smiled back. He returned home, cut the chicken into pieces, and put it into the pot with various ingredients. When the familiar fragrance began to rush into his nose, he stood in the kitchen, looking at the snow scene outside the window, and suddenly tears fell. Jiang Xi slept until 5 o'clock the next morning. After getting enough sleep, she felt refreshed, except that she was hungry. But before she could leave, she saw the food warmed up in a small rice cooker on the table. It seemed that Song Jinchuan had prepared it for her. After dinner, the system told Jiang Xi something that made her particularly happy. That is, the hot pot restaurant finally reached the highest level with her unremitting efforts. And the final form was a 6-story ancient Chinese hot pot restaurant. There is a lobby, private rooms upstairs, a rotating hot pot restaurant, a skewer's hot pot restaurant, and some rest areas on the newly added 6th floor, such as a nail art area, a movie viewing area, and a lounge. Jiang Xi used points to redeem herself on the 6th floor of the real world to add a convenience store, making it a fully equipped mall, and trying to make people not want to leave after coming here. In a blink of an eye, Jiang Xi has been here for more than a year and almost 2 years. But in the real world, only about a month has passed. During this period, she still received calls from her parents, and the earnest instructions on the phone made Jiang Xi's eyes red several times. Now that the hot pot restaurant is in hand, the system generously gives Jiang Xi a few days off to take over the hot pot restaurant in the real world. It is now common for Jiang Xi to leave for a few days to do missions, and the employees in the store and the survivors in the base are used to it. Jiang Xi temporarily handed over these trivial matters to Song Jinchuan. Song Jinchuan is cautious and strict in his work, and Jiang Xi is very relieved to hand it over to him. When he learned that Jiang Xi was going to leave for several days, Song Jinchuan felt reluctant in his heart, but he did not show it on his face, but prepared a lot of things for her to take back. Although he didn't know where Jiang Xi went when she left alone, he vaguely knew that she was no longer in this world. So every time Jiang Xi left, he felt a little panic, afraid that she would never come back after she left. Jiang Xi put all the things on the ground that he was going to take back to his parents and relatives into the space, and said to Song Jinchuan, "Thank you for your hard work during this period. I will bring you some local specialties." Song Jinchuan smiled and said, "Okay. Be safe and come back early." Jiang Xi smiled at him, then turned back to the room. When she was about to open the door, she looked back for some reason. Song Jinchuan was standing in the snow, looking a little lonely. For so long, the two of them were almost inseparable, and Song Jinchuan was always silently behind her. For some reason, something in her heart suddenly softened. An impulse in her heart made her turn around and walk back to Song Jinchuan. Song Jinchuan looked confused, and before he could ask her what was wrong, he felt that he was gently hugged. He froze in place, and when he came to his senses, Jiang Xi had disappeared. Jiang Xi didn't pay any attention to what kind of bomb she left behind. After she returned to the real world, she went straight to the address of the hot pot restaurant she owned. She had taken out the property certificate from the space and looked at it. All the information was complete. When she looked down and saw her name on the property certificate, Jiang Xi's eyes were red. The hot pot restaurant surrounded by the curtain had been unveiled, and the entire 6-story hot pot restaurant appeared in front of the public. The shape also matched some of the surrounding museums and other tourist attractions. When Jiang Xi went there, some people stood at the door to take pictures and asked people around what tourist attractions this was. After learning that it was private, many people seemed a little disappointed, because from the outside, this place is really beautiful. Seeing so many people at the door, Jiang Xi went directly to the back door. like the small courtyard where she lives now. There is also a small courtyard behind the hot pot restaurant. There is a vegetable field in the courtyard, with several fruit trees, several houses, kitchen storage rooms, etc. This is a reward for the host. Because of you, this planet collects energy the fastest. Other planets are not even half as fast as us. The system voice sounded a little happy, as if it was praised. Crystal cores are what the system calls energy. These are fragments scattered across the planets, and they are part of the reason for the end of the world. So the main planet where the system is located will send various systems and hosts to help them collect these energy fragments. As Jiang Xi became more and more familiar with the system, he heard some of these things from it in bits and pieces, which was enough for Jiang Xi to piece together the truth. Thank you. Jiang Xi thanked sincerely. In this way, I can also bring my parents over to live with me. She thought of her parents' increasing gray hair, her father's back pain when he moved goods, and her mother's wrist, which could no longer be used after an accident. She would sweat profusely when she exerted force. That supermarket was open to make a living. Now that she has grown up and has a dozen points in her system account, they don't need to work so hard anymore. Jiang Xi put her things in the yard and went to the store in front to take a look. It was exactly the same as the store she had in the end of the world, except for the 6th floor, which was completely transformed by Jiang Xi into a small shopping mall with various entertainment stores. After eating the food downstairs, you can go upstairs to play. You may not be able to finish playing in one day. There are several hotels nearby. Jiang Xi exchanged part of the money from the points. The store still needs to buy some decorations and green plants, as well as raw materials, etc. And it can start recruiting employees. She is also going to buy a commuter car to go back and pick up her parents. With this calculation, I may have to stay here for nearly a month. The system is also very generous, indicating that if there is no special event, Jiang Xi can take a few more days off to deal with things here before going back. Jiang Xi was relieved and started to redeem points. After the redemption, Jiang Xi's bank card instantly had an extra sum of money. The system said that this money would have a very reasonable source and would not arouse anyone's suspicion. She went directly to a famous car store and picked up a relatively comfortable and cost-effective car. Although she had not touched a car much in the real world, she was very good at driving a bus in the end times. She had already taken the driver's license test when she graduated from college, and now it finally came in handy. After getting familiar with it, Jiang Xi drove the car directly to handle the store procedures. Although she had a real estate certificate and a land certificate, she still needed a health permit and some other certificates to open a hot pot restaurant. Chapter 116. She spent almost all of the day on these things. But fortunately, she was lucky and all the procedures went smoothly. When Jiang Xi came out of the relevant department, it was getting dark outside. When she ran here just now, she was the last one. The staff inside were about to go off work, but seeing that she was here, they processed her. So Jiang Xi felt that she was lucky today, because these staff usually had a bad attitude. Only then did she realize that she was hungry. She seemed to have not eaten anything all day. At this time, she couldn't help but think of Song Jinchuan, who was far away in another world. If he was there, he would have prepared the food long ago. She looked up inside, and suddenly found that this office was near her former company. At this time, looking at the brightly lit building in front of her, she no longer had the feeling of being a slave. The grievances she had suffered in the company before seemed to have slowly dissipated with time. She remembered that there was a delicious clay pot rice noodle restaurant near the company. So she parked her car in a nearby parking lot and walked over. When she went to eat rice noodles, she also met her former colleagues. They chatted for a while and said that the company had been cleaned up and the atmosphere was much better than before. Jiang Xi expressed his blessings. When the other party asked her if she wanted to come back to develop, Jiang Xi shook her head firmly and refused. After dinner, she drove back to the small courtyard where she lived. There was a big iron gate in the small courtyard, and there was also a small door next to the gate. The whole courtyard was very wide. After opening it, the car could drive in completely. The open space inside was more than enough to park one car. If the mud land next to it was counted, 2 cars could be parked. After washing up at night, she went back to her bed and lay down. This place was very similar to the room in the apocalypse. Although it was small, it had everything. She lay on the bed and began to post recruitment information on her mobile phone. The advantage of coming to the real world is that the internet is well developed. Recruitment information no longer needs to be written by hand. Some resumes can be viewed on the mobile phone. As expected, no matter how long I stay in the apocalypse, I still like the real world the most. I don't know if I will have the opportunity to bring Hui's family and Song Jin-chuan to visit here in the future. Yes, host, because they signed a contract with you with their lives and souls. So one person or one thing only needs 10,000 points to accompany the host on the journey. I can also provide services such as handling the identity information of this world for the host's people. Jiang Xi realized that she had said all these words in her mind unconsciously. Before she could say anything, the system said, "This is a reward from the main system." Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. In this way, she could bring them with her next time. Before going to bed, Jiang Xi called her parents and told them that she had taken over a hot pot restaurant and would live here in the future. She wanted them to close the supermarket at home and come to accompany her. Jiang's father and mother had lived in a small city for so many years, and they were still a little reluctant. But compared with their daughter's reluctance, it was nothing, especially when their daughter acted like a spoiled child on the phone and wanted them to stay with her all the time. So they began to waver. Seeing that her parents had begun to waver, Jiang Xi increased her coquettishness and said that she would definitely go on business trips frequently in the future, and they would need to stay here. After Jiang's father and mother agreed, Jiang Xi told them that he would go back in a few days. After running around for a few more days and submitting some trivial information, all the information was finally completed. Jiang Xi ordered a grand door head, some green plants and decorations, and contacted a security company to install surveillance. She also negotiated with several delivery channels. Knowing that Jiang Xi wanted a large quantity, those suppliers gave very low prices. Jiang Xi found that staying in the apocalypse for so long was also beneficial. She could lower the price without making a sound, and her emotions were not exposed on the surface. The other boss was impressed that she looked young, but had a very strong aura. Hearing such comments, Jiang Xi was stunned for a moment. In the past few days, people have been sending resumes to Jiang Xi. She needs a lot of people, and the job requirements are more detailed. So the salary is relatively higher than other hot pot restaurants. So the resumes flew into her mobile phone like snowflakes, and her hands were almost numb from the vibration. Finally, she selected some people from the resumes, and after the interview, she finally kept a group of people who seemed to be quick and skillful. She also specially invited a professional manager to help her manage this hot pot restaurant, and she will definitely go there again in the future. Jiang Xi sent them to a nearby training school, and they were trained urgently for a while before they officially took up their posts. Taking advantage of this gap, Jiang Xi drove back home. In the past few days, a cousin of his family got married, and he just happened to catch the wedding banquet. Jiang's father and mother did not close the supermarket, but directly sublet it to someone else along with the goods in the store. When it comes to this, Jiang's father sighed repeatedly. After all, this is the store they have opened for decades, and it is really hard to close it all of a sudden. However, when he was asked recently why he suddenly closed the supermarket, he was still modest, but his face was full of pride and said, "Oh, it's not my CICI, who opened a hot pot restaurant in City A and bought a house, saying that she would take us there to live in old age. If you ask me, we are still so young. Why do we need her to raise this child?" The residents who came to understand were shown off. When Jiang Xi returned home, she happened to see the complacent Jiang dad in the small square outside the community. She honked the horn and attracted everyone's attention. When Jiang dad saw Jiang Xi, his eyes lit up. "CICI, you're back? We've been waiting for you for a long time." When the residents saw the new car Jiang Xi was driving, they all gathered around. "Wow, CICI has made a lot of money in the big city and has a new car. Do you still have a job there? My son just quit his job and is at home." Everyone was talking back and forth, and the enthusiasm made Jiang Xi almost unable to resist. After a few words, he decisively drove Jiang's father away. "CICI, why did you buy a car?" Jiang's father asked. "Now that you have some money, don't spend it carelessly." "I know, Dad. This is my partner's car. He is on business trips abroad all year round, so he gave the car to me." Jiang Xi lied without changing her expression. Anyway, all kinds of documents were collected in her space. She had said long ago that the hot pot restaurant was a partnership with someone, and the other party paid and she worked. So it did not arouse her parents' suspicion. Your partner boss is such a good person. Dad Jiang nodded. He and Mom Jiang were both honest people and would not pursue the details. They just reminded him, since he is confident in handing over such a big hot pot restaurant to you, you must do a good job and don't let him down. When Jiang Xi was video chatting with his parents, he had already shown them the 6-story hot pot restaurant. They were amazed at the other end of the video and said it was beautiful. He also showed them the small courtyard where they lived in the back. Seeing the quiet and comfortable courtyard and the decorations in the courtyard, both of them felt very happy. They knew that sitting in charge was just an excuse, and their daughter wanted to take them to live out their days. When they got home, Jiang's mother was also very happy. Jiang Xi saw that they had packed some of their luggage and packed a few suitcases. Let's go after attending Hui's wedding tomorrow. Will you have to go on a business trip in the near future? Jiang's mother's voice was as gentle as ever. Okay. Leaning in her mother's arms, Jiang Xi felt particularly attached to her, although it seemed that it was only less than a month. She had actually been in the apocalypse for more than a year without seeing her parents. The wedding gift for cousin Hui was a gold and diamond bracelet she found from the pile of jewelry. It was elegant and beautiful. When she handed it to her, she saw the sincere smile in her cousin's eyes. Jiang Xi was now used to not looking at sincerity when interacting with people, but looking at benefits, so she didn't think it was a big deal. After the wedding banquet, she presented the gifts she brought to grandparents and other relatives one by one. After listening to a new round of praise, the family went home under the moonlight. The next morning, Jiang Xi drove Jiang's father and mother away from the community where they had lived for decades. The furniture in the house was covered with dust sheets, and the key to the front door was given to the uncle who had the best relationship with the family, asking him to visit occasionally. Jiang Xi asked the system. Now she has more vacations. She can come back once in a few days, or even 1 or 2 days. So she asked her parents to accompany her. Otherwise she would not feel at ease leaving them in the big city. The car drove all the way to City A, and the family was happy. On the way, they stopped at the service area to rest for a while and bought something to eat. When they arrived at City A, it was already evening. Jiang Xi took them to eat nearby before driving the car back to the courtyard. Although they had seen this hot pot restaurant and courtyard in the video, it was not as real and shocking as seeing it with their own eyes. The fatigue of the two seemed to be washed away. They took the elevator to the 6th floor with great interest and walked around, praising it as a great place. Standing on the 6th floor, Jiang Xi took his parents to look out. The lights outside the window were still bright and lively. Now is the tourist season, and it is a lively time. Look, that's the museum. That's the old city wall. This is the first time for Jiang's father and mother to come to the big city. Before, their daughter shared a house with others, so it was inconvenient for them to come. So they never came. Now, they are full of novelty. I will apply for a city pass for you tomorrow. Then, no matter where you go, whether by bus or ticket, you can just swipe the card. Jiang Xi said. I will take time to take you out for a walk. There is a convenience store on the 6th floor. If you want to buy something, just take the elevator. There are subways and buses nearby. It is convenient for everything. Jiang Xi said. Chapter 117. Jiang's father and mother have good adaptability and nodded with a smile. Okay. Let's go for a walk some other day. It's much more convenient here than our small county town. We can also grow some vegetables in the small yard downstairs. When you come back, you can eat the vegetables you grow yourself. Okay. You can grow them if you want to. If you don't want to grow them, it's also good to scatter some flower seeds. Jiang Xi said. Back in the small yard downstairs, Jiang Xi took Jiang's father and mother to their own rooms. She left the largest one for them to live in. It had a bathroom and was very convenient for everything. The next day, she took her parents to get familiar with the surroundings. Unexpectedly, Jiang's father and mother were much more adaptable than her. In a few days, they had become familiar with the people in the nearby vegetable market and nearby shops. Jiang Xi had to admire their social skills. A week later, the employees of the hot pot restaurant finally finished their training and were ready to start work. Jiang Xi chose a good day nearby to open the restaurant, in line with the current popularity. Before the opening, she posted a lot of promotional videos on the best small video website, and also paid some internet celebrities to come and taste the food. With these premises, the popularity of the hot pot restaurant really reached a height that Jiang Xi had never imagined. At this time, those who checked in at the door and took photos knew that this was actually a hot pot restaurant. Looking at the exquisite decorations in the video and the delicious food that those internet celebrities ate, netizens instantly decided to check in when it opened. When the popularity was the highest, the hot pot restaurant officially opened. Now that firecrackers are not allowed, Jiang Xi invited a waist drum team and a lion dance team to make it lively. Zhou Kiki is not very old, but she is also a foodie who has eaten countless delicacies. Recently, she found that the quality of hot pot on the market seems to be getting more and more ordinary due to the large number of hot pots on the market. Most of them taste the same. She hasn't eaten food that makes her happy for a long time. On this day, she found a newly opened hot pot restaurant. The decoration inside is in an elegant Chinese style, which suits her preferences very well. She immediately decided to take a look. You can see this hot pot restaurant when you get off the subway. There are many people at the door at this time, and there seems to be a queue. She went over and got a number plate, which said 82, indicating that there were still 81 tables ahead. She didn't expect the business to be so hot. Smelling the hot pot smell coming from the house, she licked her lips and felt a little bit of anticipation. After waiting for almost 3 hours, it was finally Zhou Kiki's turn. As soon as she entered, the smiling employee at the door gave her a coupon. Unlimited coupons will be issued in the first 7 days of opening. With this coupon, you can get a 20% discount. I wish you a happy meal. Zhou Kiki took the coupon and found her table under the guidance of the staff. There was an electronic screen embedded in the table, where you could order dishes. Zhou Kiki clicked on the menu and took a look, and selected some dishes she liked. When the pot came up, Zhou Kiki smelled a strong smell of butter, and the spicy taste rushed straight into her nose. Zhou Kiki felt that her saliva began to secrete instantly. Her eyes lit up. She hadn't smelled such a domineering smell for a long time. The soup bases in Jiangxi Hot Pot Restaurant are all exchanged from the system, which can ensure that the recipes will not be stolen by others, and the taste can be guaranteed. She can taste that all the dishes are very fresh. And with the soup base, they are delicious beyond her imagination. In recent years, there have been many internet celebrity restaurants, but the form is more important than the content, which disappointed her. Unexpectedly, she found a surprise here. After a meal, Zhou Kiki decided to add this restaurant to her delicious and often eat menu. She is also a blogger with millions of fans on the internet. She is usually famous for her authenticity and sharp tongue. Those restaurants that are praised by internet celebrities will be devalued in her mouth. It is the first time that netizens have seen her praise a store without reservation, and they have become curious about a hot pot restaurant. Jiang father and mother looked at the hot business in the store and couldn't help but smack their lips. They didn't expect the business to be so good. The newly hired manager was named Huang, a woman who was vigorous and decisive. After the opening, she planned a series of activities, which received very good responses. The hot pot restaurant gradually got on track. After Jiang father and mother began to get used to the life here and planted vegetables in the yard, Jiang Xi was finally ready to return to the end of the world. Originally, it was said that he would only rest for 1 month. But things were not handled well, and the vacation was dragged to 2 months. I'm going to visit my boss, and we'll be back in a few days. Dad, you and Mom can drive my car when you go out. Be careful. After Jiang Xi finished her instructions, she went out and took a car to another small house she bought, and then flashed back to the end of the world. As soon as she came back, it was freezing cold. Although it was winter in the real world, it was not so cold. She didn't wear a few fewer clothes. She didn't expect that she would be frozen to death after returning. Jiang Xi quickly put on a few clothes and then went to open the door of the room. As soon as she opened the door, she was startled to find a huge snowman at her door. The sound of the door opening made the snowman in front of her move, and the snowflakes on his body fell down. Jiang Xi then realized that this was not a snowman at all, but a person. Jiang Xi almost cried out in surprise, until she saw Song Jinchuan's well-defined face. Her heart finally settled down. Why are you here? Jiang Xi quickly pulled the man in, shook off the snow on him, and saw that his nose and ears were red. So she quickly poured him a cup of hot water and held it. Why don't you come in? Why are you sitting at the door? Song Jinchuan didn't know whether he was frozen or something. facing Jiang Xi's series of questions. He didn't answer, but stared at him with his dark eyes, as if there was some strong emotion in his eyes. What's wrong? What happened? Seeing that Song Jinchuan kept looking at her without saying anything, Jiang Xi walked forward with some worry and wanted to hold his hand. But unexpectedly, he was pulled into his arms and gently hugged, in a place where Jiang Xi couldn't see. Song Jinchuan's eyes finally revealed a little relaxation and the joy of regaining what he had lost. A month ago, Jiang Xi was supposed to come back. He went there happily and waited. But she didn't show up from morning till night. Song Jinchuan thought she was delayed for a day or two. But she didn't show up for the next day, 2 days, and 3 days. Half a month later, he was so anxious that he almost burst his chest. That day, he went outside and heard the survivor sigh. Boss Jiang hasn't shown up for a long time. Where did he go this time? This sentence was like a sharp knife, slowly piercing his chest. Yes, Jiang Xi hasn't come back for so long. Will she never come back in the future? After all, for her, another place might be her real home. After that, he would sit at the door of Jiang Xi's room like this every day, thinking about something, sitting all day. Because of his special ability, he didn't feel cold, but his heart was getting emptier day by day. Until just now, Jiang Xi suddenly appeared, and he heard the movement from the room behind him, and he almost thought it was his hallucination, until the door behind him opened, revealing Jiang Xi's beautiful face, holding her in his arms. Song Jinchuan felt like he was alive again. Jiang Xi was still a little confused, but combined with the scene she had seen before of Song Jinchuan cowering outside her room like an abandoned stray dog, she could roughly know what Song Jinchuan was afraid of. Feeling the slight trembling of his palm, Jiang Xi felt her heart soften, hugged him back, and patted his back gently. I'm sorry. I said I'd be back in a month, but something happened over there, so I was delayed for an extra month. It's okay. I'm glad you're back. Song Jinchuan's voice was slightly hoarse, and feeling the person in his arms, his heart seemed to slowly start beating again. The air conditioner was on, and the temperature in the room gradually rose. Song Jinchuan realized that he was still holding Jiang Xi, and let go in a hurry, with blood dripping from the tip of his ear. Sorry. It's okay. I didn't tell you in advance. But don't worry. As long as my store and base are here, I will definitely come back, Jiang Xi said. And she also roughly told Song Jinchuan what she had done, since knowing that they can follow her to her world. Jiang Xi planned to talk to him about it, and take him to her world someday. When this thought crossed her mind, Jiang Xi was stunned. In the past year or two, she really regarded Song Jinchuan as her own, and seemed to be closer than her own. She was not a naive person who had just entered the society, and was not familiar with the world. Naturally, she knew what her transformation was. When it came to love, she had always been very Buddhist. If she didn't have someone she liked, she could live her whole life alone. If she had someone she liked, she would try to get in touch with him. Thinking of this, her eyes softened when she looked at Song Jinchuan. Next time, I take you to my hometown. I also opened a hot pot restaurant there. After thinking for a while, Jiang Xi finally spoke. Song Jinchuan's eyes lit up. Can I really go with you? Of course. Jiang Xi didn't comment. I take you for a good walk then. Song Jinchuan nodded with a gentle smile on his face. His heart was filled with Jiang Xi at this moment. He originally wanted to ask her about the hug before she left, but now thinking about it, there was no need. 2 months have passed, and the severe cold weather has reached its peak. If you go out without a hat or mask, your face will be blown out by the wind in an instant. In addition to hot pot restaurants and other restaurants, the most popular ones are bathhouses and hotels, which are almost full every day. The survivors stay in these warm places and don't want to go out, especially the bathhouse. The survivors with extra crystal cores open a single room for themselves and stay there comfortably with their families for a few days. They can order whatever they want to eat, and someone will deliver it to them. It is like a life of gods. Chapter 118. However, there were many people who ordered rooms, so they couldn't stay there all the time. Jiang Xi had previously made a rule that one person's order time should not exceed 5 days. The cotton-padded clothes and down jackets in the convenience store are still selling well. After the survivors who bought them knew their benefits, they also came to buy a second set as a backup. After returning, Jiang Xi spent a month doing a big task and exchanged for a furniture and electrical appliance factory. The first batch of products produced were heaters and portable hand warmers. These are small household appliances that can be placed in convenience stores. After the fan heater and hand warmer were put on the shelves, the survivors' eyes lit up when they saw these two small appliances after being popularized by the employees. As expected, the fan heater and hand warmer sold very well. Not all survivors are willing to leave their homes and move to Jiangxi's base to live. This fire heater can solve their urgent needs. Put one in a small room, and the whole room will become extra warm. This winter, they have cotton-padded clothes, quilts and fan heaters, and they are no longer afraid of not being able to survive. Survivors who go out can warm up their whole body by wearing hand warmers, and the batteries provided can be used for a long time. They are also solar-powered. Just place them in the sun when there is sunlight, and they can start charging, without waiting for the employees to finish their introduction. The survivors rushed into the convenience store to buy these two appliances, and the points in Jiangxi's account began to rise rapidly. Mao Xiaofeng was in the crowd, and his eyes lit up when he saw these two new products. Before, my wife got pregnant without me noticing. Now the weather is cold, and I dare not go out because I am freezing in the house. If I am not careful, the baby in my belly will make a fuss. The experienced doctor at the base told him that if he didn't take good care of the child, he might not be able to save it. This worried him so much that he spent half a month walking from the base to City C. When he arrived in City C, he found out that many cities now have trains. He couldn't help but feel a little annoyed that he came here without knowing anything and wasted so much time on the road. But when he got here, Mao Xiaofeng felt that he was still lucky. If he had come a few days earlier, he wouldn't have come across this appliance. If I bring this back, my wife and the baby in my belly will be much safer. Thinking of this, he had already consciously lined up in the queue. After queuing for almost 2 hours, it was finally his turn. Mao Xiaofeng bought some daily necessities, cotton-padded clothes and quilts for his wife and children, and finally a heater. He carried a lot of bags and stopped shopping when he was sure that he could carry the things back. He took the train directly to go back. Now that he knew the convenience of the train, Jiangxi directly opened trains in many cities with bases nearby. So Mao Xiaofeng got on the train and got off near his base. Seeing the distance, he began to regret why he didn't walk a few more steps at that time. If he walked a few more steps, he would see the train station built here. However, he was still very happy to buy so many supplies. He walked quickly towards home after getting off the train. When he hurried home, he found that the window of his house was blown into a crack, and the wind was blowing in. His wife Zhang Ying was huddled in a corner, with several layers of animal skins on her body, shivering, and she almost cried when she heard Mao Xiaofeng's voice. But soon, she felt a gentle warm wind suddenly flowing in the cold room. In 3 minutes at most, the temperature of the whole room rose. On the other side, Mao Xiaofeng had already repaired the window with ease and reinforced it again. The air leakage was repaired, and the room became warmer instantly. Mao Xiaofeng took out cotton clothes and pants from the huge package he brought back for Zhang Ying to change into, and then changed the quilt into a thick quilt. With this operation, Zhang Ying's face, which had turned white due to the cold, soon became rosy. Mao Xiaofeng saw this, and the big stone in his heart fell to the ground. He held his wife's palm, which was beginning to become warm. "How is it? Did the child torment you?" "Nothing. My stomach has been a little uncomfortable these 2 days. But it's all right. Our child is very strong. I went to the hospital in City C to get you a pregnancy-preserving medicine. You can take one after dinner," Mao Xiaofeng said again. While Mao Xiaofeng took out the supplies from his pocket, he introduced the things he bought this time to Zhang Ying. The last thing he took out was the vegetables and meat bought in City C, and a small cooking pot that did not need to be plugged in, which was also bought in the catering city. This is also a household appliance launched together. It doesn't look big, but it has a deep capacity, suitable for a family of 3 or 4 people. "Wife, I cook for you. Look, fresh vegetables and meat. The chickens are alive. I watched them being killed. I make chicken soup for you later. Look, there are so many eggs. There is everything there." Mao Xiaofeng's tone was also a little excited. He has been in the end of the world for more than 10 years, and he has never seen such a complete and fresh supply. Zhang Ying also smiled. "The owner of the restaurant city is amazing." "Who says she isn't? I heard she's a young girl." Mao Xiaofeng's tone was full of admiration. The room was warm, and the food in the pot was bubbling and steaming, creating a warm atmosphere. Jiang Xi was standing in the newly opened farmer's market, where all kinds of fruits and vegetables and poultry ripened on the farm were sold. These 2 days were considered a trial operation, and truckloads of fresh vegetables and poultry were delivered to the store and placed in designated locations. Wow! The fish is so big today. Looking at the various fish jumping around in the pond, Jiang Xi suddenly wanted to eat pickled fish slices. Look, Boss Jiang. This is the river crab we caught today. So fat, the farm employee said with a smile. Jiang Xi swallowed his saliva. What should he do if he wanted to eat spicy fried crab again? All the shelves were filled with ingredients, which looked particularly fulfilling. Jiang Xi also officially opened the door, allowing the survivors to come in and choose at will. The survivors standing outside had wanted to come in a long time ago, and they had been looking at the door for a long time. Usually, Jiang Xi occasionally took out supplies to sell, either vegetables or poultry, in small quantities and with a single variety. The survivors were naturally very excited to see so many vegetables and meat at once. Jiang Xi took advantage of the fact that there were few people at the beginning and quickly left the store. After a while, the store was full of survivors. The employees stopped the survivors who wanted to go in and asked them to wait until the people in the store left before going in. Seeing that the survivors had started to line up to buy things in an orderly manner, and there was no pushing or quarreling, Jiang Xi left with peace of mind. Jiang Xi went back to the courtyard to rest for a while and check the surveillance. Her mobile phone was now connected to the surveillance in the real world, so she could check it when she had nothing to do. Under the operation of Manager Huang, the hot pot restaurant's business was booming and the flow of people was huge. In the afternoon, Chum Lao and Fan Jiping, the head of the A City base, also came over. Jiang Xi knew that during the 2 months she was away, the A City base had undergone another major change. Chen Hanjiang and Sun Yimin, the rebels, were particularly embarrassed by the forces left by Chum Lao, and it was said that they had escaped from the A City base. Speaking of this, Chum Lao and Fan Jiping were still a little worried. This group of people were desperate now. Recently, Chum Lao had a lot of people protecting him, but they were afraid that Jiang Xi would be implicated. When he expressed his concerns, Jiang Xi waved his hand nonchalantly. This area is my territory at present. No one can cause trouble here. In fact, after the base and the train station were built, Jiang Xi spent a lot of money to cover this area with a safety net to prohibit fighting and protect the survivors. It is not unreasonable for the survivors to think that this place is safe. City A is leaderless now, and we are about to rush back to deal with it. Thank you, Boss Jiang, for taking us in during this period. Elder Chung has been in the base for several months, eating well and resting well, and his overall condition is much better than before. Jiang Xi nodded and declined the crystal core that Fan Jiping handed over as a thank you gift. You all spent crystal cores to live in the base, and the money for other places has been settled, which is enough. I won't accept these extra. After refusing again, Fan Jiping took back the crystal core at the signal of Elder Chung. Boss Jiang is so kind that I can't repay you. If there is anything in the future, all the survivors of the A City base will do their best to help, Old Chung said. After sending Old Chung and Fan Jiping away, Jiang Xi also received a mission. To the south of Guijia, there is a group of survivors who have retired to the mountains. They are very capable. Some are good at medicine, some are good at carpentry, and some are scientists who can make weapons, etc. In short, they are a group of talents. Now they are controlled by a man named Brother Who over there, and their village has also been occupied. The host can rescue them and bring them back for his own use, the system said. Jiang Xi and Song Jinchuan talked about the general situation, and then began to prepare to pack up and go on the mission. The main people in charge of the catering city now are Mao Qianqian and her sister Mao Jing. Jiang Xi gave Mao Jing a metal-type supernatural bead and asked her to think about it before using it. Mao Jing took it without much hesitation. Then, she had a high fever all night. When she woke up the next day, she became a gold-based supernatural. She also made a prosthesis for herself with metal, and now she walks faster than a normal person. After installing the prosthesis, Mao Jing now speaks and does things quickly and efficiently. Together with Mao Qianqian, she really manages the catering city well. So most of the time Jiang Xi is still willing to delegate power to them. Although Xia Ling at the base has great fighting skills and is also good at dealing with monsters. She is not a supernatural. She is also the person in charge arranged by Jiang Xi at the base. So Jiang Xi also brought a supernatural bead to find her. After learning that after eating this bead, she will have the supernatural power that everyone desires. Chapter 119. For a moment, Xia Ling's eyes were red, and her hands holding the supernatural bead were shaking. Jiang Xi took out a contract. This is a contract that you will never betray me. Don't doubt every word in it. She is not a saint. After training a group of supernatural people, she naturally has to give herself some protection. Xia Ling has never doubted the things in Jiang Xi's hands. For so long, each one is enough to surprise people. She roughly looked at the content above. If she betrayed Jiang Xi, in addition to being expelled from the restaurant city and the base, she would also be struck by lightning and other substantial punishments. There are basically no other requirements. Xia Ling signed the contract without hesitation, and said firmly, "Don't worry, Boss Jiang. Xia Ling, will be yours for the rest of my life." Jiang Xi took back the contract with a smile and handed the supernatural bead to Xia Ling. Xia Ling looked at the irregular fingernail-sized stone in her hand, which was still flowing with purple light. Jiang Xi told her that this was a lightning supernatural bead. She raised her head and swallowed it. But she didn't expect that the supernatural bead would slide into her throat as soon as it entered her mouth. Jiang Xi said that taking the supernatural bead might cause a high fever. So she said hello to Jiang Xi and the others, and went back to her room to lie down. Everyone longs for more powerful energy. Xia Ling was extremely grateful for this opportunity. With a dizzy feeling, she slowly closed her eyes. After Jiang Xi and Song Jinchuan arranged everything, they drove the bus away from the catering city. After the last mission, Jiang Xi drew the big wheel and saw a cake shop. But he didn't get it. Looking at the pink two-layer cake shop in the picture, Jiang Xi felt itchy. So he decided to hurry up to complete the mission and try to get this cake shop before the big wheel refreshed. The reward for this mission is a restaurant that mainly sells firewood chicken. Jiang Xi hasn't eaten it for a long time. There is chicken in her hometown that is cooked in a clay pot and firewood. It is particularly tender and fragrant. And the side dishes are so delicious that people can't help but give it a thumbs up. But the portion is too large, and one person can't eat it. It's just right for family gatherings. So Jiang Xi actually eats it very few times. But it doesn't prevent her from swallowing her saliva when she thinks of it. Song Jinchuan drove forward. And soon, the restaurant city and the base were left behind by them. Jiang Xi ate the snack she brought back from the real world, thinking that she could also set up a snack processing factory here. She came back to her senses, looked at Song Jinchuan next to her, and handed the snacks in her hand to him. Although the two knew their feelings for each other, they didn't break the window paper. Song Jinchuan felt that he was not worthy of her, while Jiang Xi felt that the current atmosphere was good. Seeing something handed to him, Song Jinchuan subconsciously opened his mouth and bit it. This time, his lips accidentally touched a soft touch, and his heartbeat suddenly started to beat violently. Jiang Xi was not expecting this, and his face turned red. The two of them fell silent for a while, and Song Jinchuan saw Jiang Xi blushing with his peripheral vision, and his mood suddenly improved. The mission location this time was far and remote, and this place was in the north where there were few survivors, and there were almost no bases. So the snow here was much thicker than other places, and there were a lot of debris, which was in a state where no one cleaned it up. Therefore, Jiang Xi and his team had a very difficult journey, and had to take a long detour. Even if they drove a bus, it took 2 days. The place where these survivors lived was very secretive. Not only could they not find it, even mutants and zombies might not be able to find it. Their place of residence was in a mountain. Although there were no dense flowers, plants, or trees, there were dead branches and broken trees everywhere. The mutants and zombies had obviously been cleared out. There were also several traps with obvious traces. And there were several mutants and zombies that had turned into bones. It was no longer possible to drive up here, so the two could only take the bus and walk. The way up the mountain was not easy even with props for Jiang Xi. Seeing this, Song Jinchuan half knelt down in front of her. "Come on up. I carry you." Jiang Xi didn't bother to be polite with him. She lay on his back and asked in his ear, "Is it heavy?" The warm breath brushed past his ears. Song Jinchuan felt his palms slightly sweaty, but no emotion was revealed on his face. "It's not heavy. You need to eat more. You're too thin." lying on his broad back. Jiang Xiai felt particularly at ease, and couldn't help hugging his neck tightly. Song Jinchuan walked steadily, without any bumps. Jiang Xiai felt relieved and happy at the same time. Could this be the joy of being in love? Thinking of this, her hands tightened again. Song Jinchuan noticed Jiang Xi's movements and raised the corners of his mouth. At this time, in a village deep in the mountains, wooden houses were built. The roofs were covered with heavy snow. In the fields outside the houses, potatoes and sweet potatoes were planted. This was enough to surprise people, because this was the end of the world where no plants could survive. Not to mention a weak flowing river and green trees. This place really looks like a village surrounded by mountains and rivers before the end of the world. Very beautiful. At this time, Yi Jing and her group were sweeping snow in the yard. Standing around were all survivors holding real wooden bows. And they were also the subordinates of the man called Tiger Brother. Not only weapons, but also several powerful psychics among them. On their side, there is only one powerful psychic with lightning ability, and one of his hands and feet was broken by the beating, and there were various internal injuries. He was lying in bed and couldn't get up at all. The rest were weaker in combat. So facing the powerful team of the other side, they basically had no ability to fight back. Now their village has been occupied, and they are forced to work for the man called Brother Hu. And the vegetables they planted with great effort have also been eaten by them. When Yi Jing thought of this, she gnashed her teeth in hatred. They lived in seclusion in the mountains and forests, and did not go out to compete with them for resources. They were self-sufficient. So why did someone still target them? You, go pull some potatoes. At this time, Brother Hu's men came out and shouted at Yi Jing and his group. Brother, can you take a rest? Enggua's body is almost unable to hold on. Looking at Gua Meixiang, who was pale and shaky beside her, Yi Jing stood up anxiously. Gua Meixiang was one of the older people in the village. Her skills in making clothes were recognized as good. Later, after she had superpowers, she could use the leaves of dead trees to make clothes. In her hands, animal skins could also be turned into more comfortable clothes. Although she was a superpower, her health was relatively poor. It was the root cause of the disease in the past. So after working here for a day, her body could not support it. What nonsense! The man in front of her kicked her down. Go and do it! Gua Meixiang was kicked down and couldn't get up for a long time. Yi Jing quickly supported her and stared at the man's leading figure angrily. They worked until late at night before they were allowed to rest. The wooden house they lived in now had been occupied, and now they were driven to a storage warehouse in the countryside, with dozens of people squeezed in the dark. Auntie Gua, are you okay? In the dark, Yi Jing sat down next to Gua Meixiang and asked worriedly. It's okay. Gua Meixiang coughed lightly. It's an old problem. You don't have to take care of me. I got kicked today. Where did you kick me? I fell down with the force of the force. You didn't kick me. Yi Jing sighed. If this goes on, when will it end? I don't know when Brother Shintao and the others will come back. Shintao and his team are the main fighting force in the village. Not long ago, they went out to hunt mutants and zombies. Although they are basically self-sufficient. Winter is coming, and they still have to prepare animal skins to keep warm, and mutant bones to make some basic tools or weapons. So Shintao and his team have been away from the base for a while. I wonder if they can detect something strange in the village. Another short-haired girl, Kai Xian, asked with some concern. Kai Chung, who was in the same team as Shintao, was her brother. If they came back unprepared as usual, they would definitely run into Brother Hu's people. It was not known whether a head-on confrontation would have any advantages. Everyone was a little anxious, cold and hungry, and their minds were tense. It felt like the string was about to break. And Jiang Xiai, who was outside, also encountered a small crisis at this time. They were stopped by a group of people. The survivors in front of them were wearing animal skins and holding weapons. They were tall and strong and pointed their weapons at them. Go quickly. No outsiders are allowed to enter here. The people who spoke were Shintao and his group, who Yi Jing and the others had just been talking about. They had just returned today and found something wrong as soon as they came back. The traps they made on the mountain were destroyed, and there were some footprints that were not completely covered by snow extending from the bottom of the mountain to the top. They did not alert the enemy. The villagers had a tacit understanding and believed that they would not reveal their existence. It was also beneficial for them to come back now. After observing for a while, They found that the other party had a lot of weapons and a lot of people. At this time, they had already controlled the entire village. What they were thinking about now was how to rescue the people in the village, and how to drive away the evil people who occupied their village. Before they could come up with a feasible solution, they saw Jiang Xiai and Song Jinchuan. The address of their village is very remote, and there are many trees and dead branches outside, so it is usually difficult to find it. Unexpectedly, not only the group of people who occupied the village, but also these two people came to find it. It seems that it will become more and more unsafe in the future. Thinking of this, their faces became uglier, and they were not so polite when talking to Jiang Xiai and the others. They just wanted them to leave as soon as possible. After all, there were still those dangerous people with weapons here. Jiang Xiai looked at them, and after asking the system, he learned that they were not in the same group as Brother Hu, and they should be villagers in the village. Don't be nervous. Jiang Xiai stood in front of him, petite like a dwarf who had strayed into the land of giants. Chapter 120. She felt that her momentum was suppressed, and she coughed a few times. I am Jiang Xiai from the Sea City Catering City. I am here to help you. Help us? Shen Tao, who was standing in front, asked doubtfully. But the Sea City Catering City seemed to have heard of this place. Brother Tao. It's the one we heard on the road. Behind Shen Tao, Kai Chong reminded in a low voice. When they went out this time, they found that there was an extra train station in each city, which was shocking enough. Even they followed the crowd and took a ride. In the car, they heard the most about the Sea City Catering City, a base, and Boss Jiang. They looked at Jiang Xiai. They had never met Boss Jiang, but they subconsciously wanted to trust her. Seeing that they were a little hesitant, Jiang Xiai took out a stack of flyers from his space and handed one to each of them, advertising at the same time. Actually, I have a little selfish motive in helping you, Jiang Xiai said. I know that a large number of you have very special abilities. I hope you can join my base and work for me. Of course, the benefits are naturally generous. Shen Tao and his group had different expressions. They didn't expect Jiang Xiai to be so direct right away. However, they chose to live in seclusion here because they didn't want to deal with those evil-minded humans outside. Seeing their silence, Jiang Xiai said again, it's okay. The most important thing now is to save people. Let's talk about it after we save them. Thank you, Boss Jiang, for your help. Shen Tao didn't say much. Saving people is indeed the most important thing at the moment. Boss Jiang, I wonder what your plan is. Shen Tao was a little anxious. They had lived here for nearly 10 years, and everyone in the village was no different from family. Let's save the people first, and then deal with others. Jiang Xiai thought about it. Saving people must be the most important thing. This idea coincided with Shen Tao and others. They still had to ensure everyone's safety before they could take back their homes. We have secretly observed that everyone in our village is in the warehouse over there. At this time, Jiang Xiai and Shen Tao and his group had come to a place outside the village with many dead trees, which just covered their figures. Jiang Xiai took a look. If he didn't enter the village from the main gate, he would have to cross the sharp and dense wooden fence in front of him. However, Jiang Xiai had black fog, so the wooden fence was not an obstacle. Can this be destroyed? Jiang Xiai pointed to the wooden fence outside and asked. After all, this was someone else's village. Yes, but if we break this wooden fence, the people inside will probably hear it. At this time, Kai Chong frowned and said. His eyes fell on the warehouse with some worry. His sister was still inside, and he didn't know how she was now. It's okay. Leave it to me. Jiang Xiai quietly mobilized the black mist. Shen Tao and the others were a little surprised. They didn't expect that the weak-looking Boss Jiang was actually a superpower. But what kind of superpower is this black mist? They had never seen it before. The next second, the survivors were even more surprised. The black mist approached silently, and then the fence seemed to be corroded, revealing a big hole. What on earth is this? Shen Tao was a little glad that he didn't offend anyone too much before. The noise here did not alarm the patrolmen in the village. The weather was cold, and this place was remote, so the patrolmen were not very attentive, which gave them a chance. Jiang Xiai, Song Jinchuan, Shen Tao, and their group entered from this hole and quietly went around the back to the warehouse. This side was full of fields, and they carefully went around. Unfortunately, they met a man who was using the toilet in the corner. Song Jinchuan threw a fire over and burned the man to ashes directly. without letting Jiang Xi see any dirt. Shen Tao and his companions were even more silent, following the two quietly. They went around to the back of the warehouse, and there were sporadic footsteps coming from the front, as if someone was patrolling. Jiang Xi directly used the black fog to open a hole behind the warehouse. Shen Tao and his companions looked at the shabby fences and warehouses in their village and dared not speak. The people in the house did not sleep, and they could not sleep either, worried about the current situation and their family members who were still outside. At this moment, there was light coming in from the dark house, and Yi Jing, Kai Xian and others subconsciously looked at the place where the light came in. Looking at it this way, with the moonlight outside, I found that there was a big hole on the other side of the warehouse, and several people whose faces were not clearly visible were standing at the entrance of the hole. Yi Jing was immediately alert. Who? Xiao Jing. I'm Shen Tao. Shen Tao's voice sounded at the door. The survivors in the warehouse were instantly excited. It was Shen Tao and his friends. They came. I was saved. Is Kai Xian here? Kai Chong couldn't help shouting. I'm here, brother. Kai Xian's voice was a little choked. His home had changed drastically, and his brother was not around. He was under great pressure. At this time, he finally had a channel to vent when he heard the familiar voice. Okay, now is not the time for greetings. Everyone come out first. At this time, a strange voice suddenly appeared, making the survivors stunned for a moment. Shen Tao only then remembered that he had not introduced Jiang Xi. So he quickly said, "This is Boss Jiang, who is here to help us. Everyone come out quickly. Let's go out first." At this time, the footsteps outside came from far away, and it seemed that the movement here attracted the attention of the survivors outside. Jiang Xi frowned slightly and said to Shen Tao, "You take them away first. I will go to the front to deal with those people." This sentence was said neatly and handsomely, shocking Shen Tao. It took him a while to react, and he said hurriedly, "I go help you." Jiang Xi waved his hand and took Song Jinchuan away. "No need. There are only a few people. It will be solved soon." Shen Tao praised in his heart for a few times, then turned around and directed everyone to come out of the warehouse. Jiang Xi and Song Jinchuan quietly walked around from the back and saw a group of survivors walking towards them. They had knives, wooden warehouses, and sticks in their hands, and they looked extremely well equipped. Jiang Xi didn't want to alert the enemy, so she used the black mist she was familiar with. It was already dark now, and with the cover of the night, the black mist in Jiang Xi's hand actually had no sense of existence, and it blended in perfectly. But they still made them all feel a very strange danger. The leading man waved his hand and asked the people behind him to stop temporarily. But even if they felt it, they couldn't avoid it. In an instant, they were completely swallowed by the black mist. And finally 2 supernatural beads burst out for Jiang Xi. The last survivor turned around and tried to run, shouting, but was soon caught up by the black fog. However, because of his voice, other people in the village also heard the sound. And soon, there were voices and messy footsteps. She hurried back to the warehouse and urged everyone to hurry up. "Someone is coming. You go wait outside." Shen Tao asked Kai Chong and others to take people out first, and he and his teammates stayed to help Jiang Xi. At this time, the survivor named Brother, who had not realized the seriousness of the problem, and only sent a small number of survivors to check the situation. Shen Tao and his companions were still a little nervous, but they had no chance to make a move. Jiang Xi's big water ball and Song Jinchuan fire dragon fell directly from the sky and wiped out all the survivors who came over. The black fog humanely vomited out the weapons of these survivors for Jiang Xi, and also vomited out a few energy beads. Now as the food gets more and more, the black fog is becoming more and more humane, and it begins to distinguish things that are useful to Jiang Xi. Song Jinchuan skillfully collected all the material crystal cores and energy beads in the back. Shen Tao and his friends helped pick up a few, but they didn't keep them for themselves, and gave them all to Jiang Xi. Perhaps something was getting wrong here. And Brother who sent out more people. This time, there were more people, and Shen Tao and his friends also joined the melee. However, with Jiang Xi and Song Jinchuan, they had 2 cheating artifacts, and they suppressed the opponent. Various superpower lights flickered in the darkness. After a while, Brother who finally came out of the house. Seeing this situation, he was naturally angry. He had been in the apocalypse for so long, and he had a lot of superpowers and weapons in his hands. It was quite smooth all the way here. He himself was also a high-level psychic. So he faced Song Jinchuan, who he thought was a strong enemy, right away, and didn't take Jiang Xi seriously at all. So he missed the scene where his people were swallowed by Jiang Xi's black fog one by one. At this time, the water ball in front of Jiang Xi was already mixed with black fog. In the previous battle, she learned to merge the two powers together and found it unexpectedly useful. Although brother who had a high level of superpowers, he soon had no power to fight back against Song Jinchuan. On Jiang Xi's side, no matter whether it was the minions or the superpowers, they were all cleaned up like a bulldozer. Brother who was lying on the ground, only then saw that none of his men seemed to be left. Only then did he realize the horror of Jiang Xi that he had ignored. With Jiang Xi and Song Jinchuan intervention, the battle ended quickly, and there were no casualties, but the village was severely damaged. But everyone was still there, so the damage didn't seem that important. This time, Jiang Xi unlocked some new uses for his superpowers and gained a lot, including weapon cores and some supplies. After the battle, Shen Tao called the people in the village back. On the way to call them and back, Jiang Xi was sure that Shen Tao must have told them about the request he had made before. In fact, the village has been destroyed so badly that if they want to live there, they will need a long time to rest. Now that the weather is so cold, they definitely don't have that much time to stay outdoors. Chapter 121. They didn't know much about the catering city and base in City C. They just knew that it seemed very lively and had abundant supplies. Shen Tao and his group, who had seen the train station, knew more. In fact, what they feared most was that the base would use their special abilities to restrict their freedom. So they chose to set up their own business. They were discussing, and Jiang Xi was very considerate and didn't disturb them. Instead, she went to see their fields with Song Jinchuan. They had been destroyed a lot, but they could still see the original lushness. These people were really amazing. No wonder the system asked her to bring people back to the base for the first time. Over there, Shen Tao and the others had also discussed that they would follow Jiang Xi to the base first and stay there if it was suitable. Jiang Xi also expected that they would leave, so he gave them time to pack their things. Naturally, they also had to take the food that had not been wasted in the fields. In the end, everyone came out with large and small bags. Jiang Xi went down the mountain with him, and then took out his bus at the foot of the mountain. This move was another big shock to Shen Tao and the others. Jiang Xi had already shown 2 superpowers in the previous battle, and now she had another space superpower. And each of her superpowers was very different from those of the superpowers in the end times. But it seems that their safety is guaranteed if they follow Jiang Xi. After getting on the bus, Shen Tao came out as a representative to discuss the details of life in the base with Jiang Xi. Shen Tao also made it clear that they set up a village because they didn't want to be bound. There are no excessive requirements to go to my base. I have a lot of jobs there. You can choose to work or not. Jiang Xi briefly talked about the things at the base. After hearing that Jiang Xi also had a farm and a factory, the survivors were somewhat happy. I built these train stations. 2. The employees of our base and the catering city are all treated preferentially. Jiang Xi pointed to the train stations that passed by from time to time outside the car window. The survivors who had never seen these train stations could not help but exclaim in amazement. And at this time, they also had some expectations for the future. This place was far away, and the car drove for more than a day to return to the catering city. This time was the busiest time in the catering city, and there were many survivors. When everyone saw the car, they knew that Jiang Xi and his team had returned, and they all smiled and greeted Jiang Xi. Seeing this scene, Shen Tao and his group were also a little surprised. They didn't expect it to be so lively here. The car stopped at the gate of the base. Jiang Xi asked everyone to get off the car and then led them to the base. Along the way, the survivors were shocked by this base. So much so that they didn't hear clearly what Jiang Xi said. Seeing everyone's dazed look, Jiang Xi smiled. And then after processing their ID cards, he asked them to go to the room to rest first, and talk about the next thing later. Shen Tao looked at Jiang Xi with gratitude. Yesterday, Shen Tao felt that Jiang Xi was a powerful boss. Seeing all this today, his heart was hit hard. It was not a blow, but a blow that made his heart beat. Perhaps because of his admiration for the strong. His eyes were shining when he looked at Jiang Xi. Song Jinchuan's face sank. Seeing that Jiang Xi had explained everything, he took him away. Jiang Xi had already drawn the big wheel on the night when the task was completed, and she happened to draw the cake shop she had been thinking about. After returning, Jiang Xi placed the cake shop in the catering city, and then the firewood chicken, the reward for this mission, was served. The overall wooden style of this shop is quite comfortable for dining. There is also a small courtyard in the middle, because it is a cold season. The 3D simulation picture Jiang Xi saw shows that there is white snow in the courtyard, which looks particularly artistic. After placing both shops, Song Jinchuan also came and knocked on the door to let her eat. The meals ordered from the system were placed one by one in the air-conditioned room, and the aroma of food instantly spread. During the meal, Song Jinchuan served Jiang Xi food as usual. While eating, his eyes fell on her. After waiting for a long time, he said that Chantal's eyes are not right when he looks at you. Jiang Xi paused while eating. Song Jinchuan's words contained a little careful temptation and jealousy. Jiang Xi suddenly felt like laughing. Such a tall and big man looked a little pitiful in her eyes at this moment, like a puppy waiting for the master's instructions. No. Jiang Xi wanted to tease him. Yes. Song Jinchuan's tone was no different from usual. Still calm. But Jiang Xi could hear a little grievance. It was strange that after knowing his feelings, his expression and tone became clear. Song Jinchuan was still waiting for Jiang Xi's answer. He lowered his head to peel shrimp for Jiang Xi. But in fact he pricked up his ears to listen to what Jiang Xi said. After all, Jiang Xi and Chantal had a good chat all the way, and he was jealous. Song Jinchuan didn't hear a response for a long time. When he raised his head in confusion, Jiang Xi had already walked in front of him, held his face, and kissed him softly on the lips. Song Jinchuan didn't expect things to turn out like this. His hand paused in midair. His dark eyes locked onto Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi had already returned to her seat, but she was far less calm than she looked. After all, this was her first kiss. Her heart was pounding, and her palms were sweaty. Song Jinchuan's eyes were dark, and he froze in place for a long time before he came to his senses. He stood up in a flash, and the stool behind him fell to the ground with a bang. Jiang Xi was startled, and looked up at him, and saw him step in front of her in one step. The next second, his warm big hands pulled her in, and then a hot kiss fell. Before Jiang Xi could say anything, she was kissed and felt dizzy. When she regained consciousness, Song Jinchuan had already held her in his arms, his head buried in her neck, and her ears were filled with restrained, heavy breathing. Looking at the head rubbing against her like a big dog, Jiang Xi couldn't help but reach out and touch his hair. Okay, let's eat first. Jiang Xi pushed him. His voice was very soft. Song Jinchuan then stood up again and sat back in his seat. But he didn't let go of his hand again, and his usually dark eyes were shining with obvious joy. He put the peeled shrimp in Jiang Xi's bowl, and then ate with his left hand without changing his expression. After dinner, Song Jinchuan did not leave immediately as usual, but stayed with Jiang Xi. Are you willing to be my girlfriend? I will give you everything I have, including my life. In the warm space, Song Jinchuan sat down next to Jiang Xi, holding her hand tightly, and made this seemingly heavy promise in a steady voice. Jiang Xi turned to look at him and smiled. I thought I had given the answer just now. Song Jinchuan held her petite and soft hand in his palm and kneaded it gently. I still want to tell you actively. I didn't say it before because I felt I was not worthy of you. The only person who could make a powerful person recognized by the people of the last days say such unconfident words was Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi touched his head, and Song Jinchuan raised his head. His usually expressionless face also had a gentle smile. His tough facial features seemed to be softened under the light, and he looked inexplicably youthful and handsome. Then, Song Jinchuan's lips pressed down again. When Jiang Xi woke up the next day, his lips were still burning with pain. The person in the mirror had fair skin and beautiful appearance, but his lips were bright red, which had a natural beauty effect. I don't know why Song Jinchuan seemed to have opened his mind and kept kissing. In the end, Jiang Xi got angry and drove him to the next door before he stopped. Just thinking about it, there was a knock on the door. Jiang Xi opened the door, and Song Jinchuan stood at the door. His black eyes swept across Jiang Xi's two bright red lips, and his black eyes darkened a little. He was holding breakfast in his hand, all of which were Jiang Xi's favorites. After putting the breakfast away, he walked into the bathroom, hugged Jiang Xi from behind, and kissed her cheek. Sorry. Don't be angry. Blame him for having too little self-control. Being involved with Jiang Xi was like being addicted to drugs. And he couldn't leave her at all. I'm not angry. Jiang Xi touched his head, soothed his somewhat uneasy heart, and pointed to his lips. It really hurts. Song Jinchuan gently stroked her lower lip with his fingertips. His eyes darkened, but he only forbearingly kissed her lips lightly. Okay. I pay attention next time. Jiang Xi went out to eat breakfast, and then went to the restaurant sitting in front with Song Jinchuan. There were 2 new stores today, and she had to go and see them, and also arrange for people to work in the stores. On the way, Song Jinchuan walked beside her as usual, but after walking for a while, he took Jiang Xi's hand. On the way, they met the former members of the Cheetah Squad, and received a round of booze. Song Jinchuan's face did not change at all, and he looked at them with a faint look, which was completely different from when he looked at Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi glanced at him, and Song Jinchuan noticed her gaze, turned his head to look at her, and the tenderness and love in his eyes were almost overflowing. Jiang Xi smiled at him, and the 2 continued to walk towards the new store. The whole cake shop is cute pink, and there is a lifelike cake on the sign, which looks very appetizing. Before walking in, Jiang Xi smelled a sweet smell that belongs to the cake shop. The system said that this is an additional attribute of the cake shop, which is to attract customers. Indeed, although Jiang Xi had breakfast, he still felt a little greedy when he smelled this smell. Once he entered, there were clean glass counters around and in the middle. The first floor should be the cake display area, and there were tables and chairs on the second floor. The kitchen is semi-transparent, and the workbench is behind the glass, so you can see the desserts being made at a glance. The firewood chicken next door looks more rustic, with built-in firewood stoves placed in the yard and the house. There is a small garden in the yard with a few trees in the middle, which seems to complement this style. Chapter 122. There is also a backyard here. Judging from the decoration style here, it should be used to raise chickens or other poultry. Jiang Xi looked around and planned how many people to find to come here. After returning, she chose a non-busy time to hold a staff meeting for everyone, and selected a few people who can make desserts and have good cooking skills to be placed in the 2 new stores. The 2 newly opened stores naturally attracted the attention of the survivors, especially the pink and tender cake shop. The survivors couldn't walk when they saw and smelled the fragrance inside. When they walked into the cake shop, the survivors saw that all the glass windows were filled with freshly baked cakes and breads. Coffee was brewing in front of the counter, and the air was filled with the aroma of delicious coffee and milk tea. When the survivors came in, they couldn't help but look without buying. A piece of cake and a cup of coffee could bring them happiness for most of the day. When they left the cake shop, the fragrance from next door domineeringly penetrated into their noses. A small piece of cake and coffee can't fill their stomachs at all, but it can whet the appetites of the survivors. At this time, a little salty and delicious firewood chicken is perfect. Several days have passed since Jiang Xi finished the opening of the new store. At this time, she finally had time to visit Shen Tao and the others. A few days should be enough for the people in their village to get familiar with the situation in the base. When Jiang Xi went over, she happened to see Shen Tao and Kai Chong standing under the residential building and talking about something. Seeing Jiang Xi and Song Jinchuan, Shen Tao and others also came forward to greet them. Song Jinchuan beside him quietly took Jiang Xi's hand and held it in his palm. How have you adapted these days? Jiang Xi asked. This is too good. My sister and I were worried before coming here, but now this worry is completely unnecessary. Life here is very convenient, and you can buy everything. Shen Tao didn't say anything, and Kai Qiang on the side spoke first. Looking at the faces of others, they obviously agreed with this statement. That's good. Jiang Xi smiled. Jiang Xi also came to discuss the arrangements for the villagers. For example, the person with special abilities, who grows crops while can work on the farm, and the survivors with the ability to make clothes can work in the cotton mill. In short, every talented survivor can get a job with a good salary here at Jiang Xi. In the past few days, they have communicated with the survivors who work in the base or the restaurant city, and the answers they got were all very good. So many people began to be tempted. If Jiang Xi didn't come to find them today, they would have gone to find Jiang Xiai. After arranging them, Jiang Xiai and Song Jinchuan came out of the base. There were many survivors on the road from the base to the catering city. Everyone was either coming out of the catering city or preparing to go in. The train stop also brought many survivors from other cities. Looking at such a lively scene, Jiang Xiai was really very emotional. Thinking back to the beginning, there was only such a small hot pot restaurant here, but he didn't expect that it would develop into such a large and planned catering city now. As the days passed, the scale of the restaurant city grew larger and larger, and the shops became more and more spacious. During this period, Jiang Xiai went back once, but did not bring Song Jinchuan with her. She went back to check the bills in the store and deal with some trivial matters. She returned to the end of the world a week later. After returning to the end of the world, she started a new task. The severe cold weather was gradually receding. Before it completely receded, a huge snowstorm fell. Jiang Xiai stood by the window and looked at the heavy snow outside that almost blocked her entire vision. Song Jinchuan hugged her from behind. Because of the snowstorm, she gave the restaurant a holiday these 2 days, and they had a rare leisure time. The two elementary school kids, who were just in love for the first time, became so close to each other, almost sticking together every day. Jiang Xiai even suspected that Song Jinchuan had some skin hunger disease, and wanted to be close to her all the time. The originally serious and calm man turned into a puppy, who wanted to be kissed and hugged at any time. Jiang Xiai liked this change. There were so many survivors in the base, and it was not that there were no brave people who came to pursue her. Before, Song Jinchuan had no position to stop them, and could only silently ignore them. But now those people were glared away by Song Jinchuan before they even got close. He would hold her hand whenever he went out, fearing that others would not know that this person was his. As a result, those brave ones gradually disappeared, and Song Jinchuan was very satisfied with this. During this heavy snow, the system gave Jiang Xiai a task to rescue the trapped survivors in a base in the east. After the task was completed, the system gave her a reward of a park. A park with completely fresh air and no toxins. Not only can you breathe fresh air, but you can also exercise. The difference is that the fitness equipment originally used for exercise will become a more intense training ground, and this park will be open to the survivors for free. Jiang Xiai sighed and had no choice but to go out with Song Jinchuan. After getting in the car, Jiang Xiai learned the general information of the base they were going to from the system. The people in that base were all evil people who made a living by robbing and eating human flesh. The base was originally a prison, covering a large area and with a complex terrain. The system also provided Jiang Xiai with a topographic map. Jiang Xiai took a rough look and found it was really complicated. There were several buildings and basements. It seemed a bit complicated just by looking at the map. Moreover, the prison walls were built very high, and there were sharp broken glass on the walls. The electric grid should not be used, but the broken glass was also troublesome. Moreover, this base was not like the ones Jiang Xiai had encountered before. The management was very strict, and the patrols were also in waves, almost without interruption. It seemed that sneaking in was also a difficult task. Jiang Xiai looked at the map again. The survivors were locked up in several basements, so they had to go inside to get to the basement. After studying for a long time, Jiang Xiai realized that it was already noon when the car stopped. She closed the map, and Song Jinchuan had already arranged the food. Come and eat. It will get cold soon. Jiang Xiai nodded and sat next to him to eat. Because she was thinking about something, she didn't pick up any food. Seeing this, Song Jinchuan began to focus on picking up food for her and didn't eat much himself. Until Jiang Xiai was full, he took all the food that was already a little cold. The car continued to move forward. Because of the heavy snow, it moved a lot slower. As night fell, Jiang Xiai simply set up the tent on a small open space behind the car, because it couldn't be fully unfolded and the space inside was relatively small. Song Jinchuan didn't care at all. He just slept with Jiang Xiai in his arms all night. He woke up the next day and continued driving. The next afternoon, they finally arrived near the mission location. Jiang Xiai and Song Jinchuan parked the car far away and observed. The snow was too heavy now, and the vision was somewhat blocked, but they could see survivors patrolling on the wall. Let's go in from this place. I just observed that this is a blind spot, and with such heavy snow, they probably wouldn't expect anyone to come. Song Jinchuan had much more practical experience than Jiang Xiai. and he saw the problem at a glance. Jiang Xi looked at the direction of his finger, observed it from the map, and immediately decided to go in from here. Before getting off the car, Song Jinchuan put on a scarf, mask and hat for her, and then led her out of the car. As soon as she got out, even though she was fully equipped, Jiang Xi felt the cold wind, which made her speechless. Song Jinchuan walked in front of her, trying his best to block the wind for her. The two of them quickly reached the designated location with the help of the wind, snow and some obstacles. Jiang Xi looked at the tall wall in front of her. If she went in now, she would probably alert the enemy. She would better go in after dark. She would be conspicuous if she sat in the car all the time. She took out the tent and set it up in the corner of the wall, and then went in with Song Jinchuan. After entering the tent, the cold wind outside was completely isolated. Jiang Xi shook off the wind and snow on her body and breathed a sigh of relief. Song Jinchuan had already gone to the bathroom to bring hot water for Jiang Xi to wash her hands and face. He was considerate enough when they went out before, and now they were even more exaggerated. Jiang Xi even felt that if he could help her go to the toilet, she probably wouldn't even have to go to the toilet herself. But she still enjoyed the service from her boyfriend. Seeing her obediently close her eyes and let him wipe her face, Song Jinchuan's heart softened, and he lowered his head to kiss her. The two slept in the tent, had dinner, and finally waited for the night. Coming out of the tent, Jiang Xi folded up the tent, and then used black fog to open a hole at the entrance of this prison. This is indeed a blind spot. There is no one, and there are some debris blocking it. But behind the debris, there are footsteps and voices from time to time. Jiang Xi and Song Jinchuan hid in the back for a while, and then continued to move forward after the patrol passed. After finally reaching the first prison building, Jiang Xi used black fog to devour several survivors guarding the gate before he could enter. This place was not like the place where residents lived outside. It was dark and damp everywhere. Because of the long time, cracks appeared on the walls, and it could be seen that they had been repaired. The corridor was narrow, and after walking for a while, they arrived at an open space, surrounded by prison rooms in a circular shape, and each room had an iron door outside. Judging from the mess here, they should live in these rooms. There is still a faint light here. It seems that there is still electricity. There are still many people here, so they naturally can't just walk out. Song Jinchuan threw a fireball in, causing chaos here, and they ran in. The entrance to the basement is at the end of the corridor in front of this room. There is a door there. When walking into the corridor, Jiang Xi saw many survivors running from there. This corridor is relatively narrow, and there is no place to hide when the two sides meet. Chapter 123. So Jiang Xi took advantage of the chaos and used the black fog to collect all the survivors in the corridor. The black fog was full and surged more happily, spitting out a bunch of crystal core materials and weapons for Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi quickly collected them, then walked straight to the innermost door, melted a big hole with the black fog, and saw a staircase leading down. There was thick darkness below, and nothing could be seen. Jiang Xi could only turn on the lighting system on his body to illuminate the surrounding road. The two walked down the stairs. The basement smelled even more damp and unpleasant, mixed with many other smells. The passage downstairs was very narrow, connecting one room after another. Jiang Xi had seen the map before, and knew the approximate location where the survivors were held. At this moment, she suddenly heard a scream. The sound was sharp, breaking the current silence of the night sky. Sui tightly grasped Zhonyan, a thin boy beside him. In the corner of the room where the two were, there was still a residual smell of blood in the air. A head rolled down in front of them, and the eyes on the head were wide open, as if suffering great pain. There were 3 people standing in front of them, waving their knives and dismembering the human torso in front of them. The whole process was bloody and terrifying. The two huddled in a corner, trembling with fear. Sui even began to vomit physiologically. But because he had not eaten anything, he could not vomit anything. Zhonyan next to him had his eyes wide open, as if he had lost the ability to think independently, and his whole body was shaking uncontrollably. The two were in the same base, but they were not familiar with each other at ordinary times. At this time, they could only rely on each other to cheer each other up. The 3 people in front of them obviously brought them here to watch these things on purpose, in order to break their psychological defenses. The smell of blood became stronger with their movements, and Sui felt that everything in front of him was blood red, and he could not see anything else. One of the survivors, whose belly was as big as a hill, approached them with a chuckle. These two looked so young. The two subconsciously took a step back. But there was a wall behind them, and they could not retreat. How do you two want to die? I, old Jew, am in a good mood today, so I give you a quick death. The person in front of them walked over, his huge body shaking, and the ground seemed to start shaking. A greasy, bloody hand touched Su-Yi's face, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. The two's reactions obviously pleased the person in front of them, and their laughter began to get wilder. The next second, the laughter stopped abruptly, and this change frightened Su-Yi and Zhou Nian so much that they dared not move. Soon, the three figures standing in front of them disappeared, and Su-Yi could feel a somewhat dangerous aura stopping in front of him, and it seemed that there was no intention to hurt them. Are you all right? At this time, a clear female voice sounded in their ears. Is this someone coming to save them? Su-Yi could feel Zhou Nian's tense body beside her, so she could only try to shout, "No, I'm fine." As soon as she said it, she realized that her voice was trembling, and the fear she had just felt leaked out of her voice without reservation. I'm Jiang Xi from the Sea City Catering City. I'm here to save you. Follow me out first. After saving others, we go out together, Jiang Xi said. I know you. Su-Yi's voice suddenly became excited. They were arrested on the way to the restaurant City in City C this time, so they naturally knew the famous restaurant City owner. Hearing Jiang Xi's voice, Su-Yi felt that the last bit of his worries slowly disappeared, and heaved a sigh of relief. The two dragged their legs, which were frightened and weak, out of the room with great effort, and followed Jiang Xi, not daring to look back. Jiang Xi naturally saw the scene, and the bloody smell in the room was very strong. She frowned and turned to leave. After a while, footsteps sounded one after another, and someone came into the basement. Jiang Xi asked Su-Yi and Zhou Nian to hide behind him, and then he and Song Jinchuan faced those who came down. The survivors were obviously a little surprised by the sudden invasion of the enemy in the basement. They were indeed strong and reacted quickly, but unfortunately they met Jiang Xi and Song Jinchuan, so they could only disappear quietly in the basement. Su-Yi stood behind Jiang Xi and Song Jinchuan, and felt a sense of security. After dealing with these people, there were still footsteps upstairs. It seemed that the riot had not been resolved, but it was good that way, which facilitated Jiang Xi's actions. The corridor here connected many houses on both sides. Not every room was locked up, and there was no clear mark on the map, so Jiang Xi could only look for it one by one. This basement was very large, and it took Jiang Xi a lot of effort to find someone. Just when she opened all the doors, the door of the basement suddenly clicked shut, and a voice came out of nowhere, as clear as if speaking in their ears. Welcome, invaders. Please enjoy the meal I prepared for you. After the words fell, Jiang Xi heard a hissing sound like something leaking. Oh no! It's poison gas! A survivor shouted. At this time, the black mist that Jiang Xi had been on guard at hand began to stir, and then it jumped out of Jiang Xi's palm and began to absorb the toxins in the air in midair. Although a ball of black mist has no emotions and expressions, Jiang Xi still inexplicably felt its happiness. Don't be afraid, everyone, Jiang Xi said as he distributed gas masks to the survivors. Wear this and you be fine. Under Jiang Xi's comfort, the panicked survivors slowly relaxed. They found that the poison gas this time really didn't make them feel anything strange. They didn't have difficulty breathing and stiff bodies like usual. After distributing the gas masks, the black fog was still absorbing the poison gas. Jiang Xi didn't care about it and walked to the stairs. Sure enough, the door was closed and couldn't be pushed open. At this time, the black fog was still devouring the poisonous gas, and Jiang Xi was not in a hurry. The people above seemed very confident about the poisonous gas, and they would surely come down to check it out later. Sure enough, after a while, the sound of the door being opened came, and there were many voices above. Jiang Xi, who was hiding in the dark, learned that the crisis above had been resolved, and now they should solve the big crisis below. After the poisonous gas was released, they waited for 10 minutes, perhaps to confirm that the people below had absorbed it, and deliberately opened the air circulation to discharge the poisonous gas below. Jiang Xi's black mist returned to her after the poison gas disappeared, as if they were sure that the people below had been subdued by the poison gas. They spoke without hesitation and were discussing how to deal with the foreign invaders. They did not think that the invaders were here to save people, but only thought that they came to steal supplies and accidentally broke into here. There were such people before. If you dare to steal things, you must pay the corresponding price. However, when they went downstairs, what was waiting for them was not the dying invaders, but the extremely ferocious black mist and flames. The survivors who came downstairs were sent into the mouth of the black fog one by one, or they would be burned to ashes. Jiang Xi was guarding the entrance to pick up supplies, and his pockets were almost full. The survivors behind him were stunned. Can they still play like this? The people upstairs seemed to be afraid to come down again. Jiang Xi and Song Jinchuan asked the remaining survivors to stay here and went upstairs to take a look. As soon as she went up, there was a sound of wooden warehouse, and then a strong smell of gunpowder spread to her nose. It was also because Jiang Xi had system protection, and he would put a layer of protection on Song Jinchuan before setting off, that he dared to walk so swaggeringly to this place where there was obviously an ambush. If they met someone else, they would be lucky not to die after being hit by the poisonous gas and wooden cannon. Is he dead? A voice sounded after the smoke. He should be dead. Zhang Dandu fired a volley of bullets. Another confident voice sounded. Check first. These two people are a bit strange. Let us know when they are dead. We will go over. Before they finished speaking, a fire dragon and a black fog that seemed to have life appeared in front of them. And soon screams came one after another. Brother, let's talk about it. We can give you what you want, or you can stay and I will give you the best treatment. Another voice sounded, with a hint of urgency. Jiang Xi did not answer, and continued to cooperate with Song Jinchuan to eliminate the survivors, who were still struggling to resist. Jiang Xi felt that his hands were getting more and more stable, and he harvested more and more weapons, crystal cores, and energy beads. Soon, this building was completely cleared out, empty, without even a corner of clothing left. The people hiding outside watching saw this scene and turned around and ran away in fear. Song Jinchuan noticed the movement and chased out, while Jiang Xi stayed here to guide the survivors downstairs up. She took the car out of the space and put it outside, letting the survivors get in one by one. The air conditioner was turned on in the car, completely isolating the blizzard outside, and the warm breath soothed the survivors' uneasy hearts. Sui found that Zhou Nian was not right when he came out of the room. He was a little dazed, didn't speak, and stared straight ahead, as if he was scared. The two of them had experienced such things together, and they could be regarded as sharing hardships. Sui couldn't just ignore him, so she took him into the car and called him a few more times, but still got no response. Just at this time, Jiang Xi also got on the bus, so she stopped Jiang Xi with some concern and told him about the situation. Seeing Zhonian sitting silently in his seat, Jiang Xi frowned slightly. Indeed, such a thing could easily cause brain disorder in people in extreme shock. She squatted in front of Zhonian. Zhonian was 16 years old, but very thin, with dark skin and long hair that covered his eyes and seemed to block the light in his eyes. Jiang Xi put his hand on his hand, and white light suddenly appeared in his hand, and the gentle white light slowly flowed from his hand. When Zhonian regained consciousness, he felt warm all over, as if he was soaking in a hot spring. Not only was his body warm, but even his bones seemed to be warm. Jiang Xi was relieved to see Zhonian's eyes begin to focus again and his eyeballs began to move, which meant that her method was effective. There were more than 20 survivors in total, from different bases, with different destinations, and they were all tied to this base. Originally we had more than 40 people, but later, only these of us were left. One of the survivors spoke up. The atmosphere quickly fell silent, and there was a hint of solemnity in the air. After a while, Song Jinchuan came back, holding a dying man in his hand. After seeing Jiang Xi, he said, "This man has dual abilities." Jiang Xi understood what he meant instantly, and immediately got out of the car to let the black fog digest it. The man wanted to say something after seeing Jiang Xi. In his impression, women should be more soft-hearted. But before he could open his mouth, he was completely swallowed up by the black fog. Jiang Xi collected a two-color supernatural bead. The chance of encountering a dual-powered person was small, and the chance of encountering one that could be devoured was even smaller. She hadn't collected any supernatural beads yet. Before leaving, Jiang Xi and Song Jinchuan searched all the buildings. They also saw several survivors who were locked up to help them study poison gas, and took them away. Jiang Xi didn't waste the remaining poison gas, and swallowed it all with the black fog. Jiang Xi found that after the black fog swallowed the poison gas, the black color seemed to be a little thicker and more active. This mission was completed without any thrills. The park had been claimed by Jiang Xi, but it had not been arranged yet. Jiang Xi and Song Jinchuan parked the car outside the train station. The survivors who wanted to return to their respective bases could take the bus here, and those who wanted to go to City C would go with Jiang Xi and his friends. Sui and the remaining survivors in the base were originally going to City C to join Jiang Xi and his friends, so they sat in the car and did not get off. Zhonian recovered a little, but his spirit was still a little sluggish. Although this end of the world was cruel enough, they had never faced such a tragic scene. The one who was killed was a woman who had just been locked up in a room. She had been talking to Sui and the others before, saying that if her children were still alive, they would probably be about the same age as them. Zhou Nian felt heavy in his heart. In fact, when those people came to arrest people, they were going to arrest him. But the woman stood up and blocked them. And the woman was caught first. When they passed by, the woman had been tortured to death. When she saw them, she smiled at them. And the next second, her head was chopped off. After sending off the other survivors, only 5 people, including Sui and Zhonian, were left in the car. These were all going to join Jiang Xi. In the car, Jiang Xi also roughly explained the rules of the base to them. It was very simple, without many restrictions. The restrictions were basically those survivors with guilty consciences. The return trip was not so rushed. Jiang Xi opened the map and saw that there was a takeaway task with a red light not far from them. The two discussed it and decided to take a detour. The survivors in the car had no objections. Jiang Xi prepared meals and hot water for them. And there was such a spacious car. How could they dare to make any comments? The car quickly approached the red dot mission point. Linya waved the long knife in her hand, and the white breath she exhaled became more and more rapid. The blood on the ground dripped on the ground. Her consciousness was a little scattered, and she felt that she could not hold on any longer. Her brother Lin Tang and father Lin Jun were also moving more and more strenuously. In front of them was a huge mutant bear. The bear was originally big, and after the mutation, its fur was like iron sheets, which was extremely difficult to break. Hold on for a while. I have ordered takeout. Boss Jiang will definitely come to save us after seeing the takeout information. The person who spoke was Lin Ya's mother Tang Xing, and her hand holding the weapon had begun to tremble. As soon as the voice fell, the huge mutant black bear in front of them slapped down with a big paw, and the snow flew, and a big pit appeared on the ground. And the ground seemed to be shaking. Several people tried hard to dodge, panting. Who would have thought that such a powerful weapon would be hidden in this piece of white snow? Perhaps seeing that these tiny humans were so flexible and dodged its killing moves every time. The mutant black bear looked up to the sky and roared, shaking the snow around to fall. Jiang Xi also felt it at this time. Looking at the mutant black bear that was about the size of a tall building and the 4 black spots in front of the black bear, she and Song Jinchuan quickly parked the car and went to help. Let's go help. The survivors in the car stood up. No. You stay here. Jiang Xi left quickly after saying this. The survivors could only stay in this safe and warm space. Being protected like this, they were moved, but also felt a little uneasy. Be careful. The whistling wind and the heart-wrenching cries of her family members were in her ears. Linya subconsciously squatted down and hugged her head. She felt a little sad. She should be dying, but she hadn't said goodbye to her family yet. However, the pain she imagined did not appear. She opened her eyes and saw a figure blocking her. There was a round and huge water ball between the person in front of her and the mutant black bear. The water ball quickly filled the mutant black bear, and no matter how the other party struggled, it could not escape. On the other side, Song Jinchuan quickly dealt with the mutants and zombies attracted by the blood. Jiang Xi looked back at her. Are you okay? Linya stared blankly at Jiang Xi, who was like a god descending from the sky. Her eyes suddenly turned red. She rushed over to hug her and burst into tears. Jiang Xi was stunned in place. Song Jinchuan's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Lin Tang, Lin Jun and Tang Xing scratched their heads in embarrassment. Okay. It's okay now. Jiang Xi freed his hand and patted her back, comforting the crying girl in front of him. Linya cried for a while before she realized her embarrassment. She looked at Jiang Xi with some embarrassment. I'm sorry, Boss Jiang. I couldn't help it. Jiang Xi nodded. I understand. Go to the car to bandage the wound first. There are more and more mutant beasts and zombies surrounding us. Several people quickly followed Jiang Xi to the car. Blood was all over the floor. Especially Lin Jun. The blood that flowed down almost formed a small river. As soon as he got in the car, he sat on the floor because of excessive blood loss. Sorry, Boss Jiang. You made the car dirty, Tang Xing said apologetically, looking at Lin Jun with heartache. It's okay. Jiang Xi knew that now was not the time to worry about these things. She took a survivor in each hand and used healing power to treat the most seriously injured Lin Jun and Linya. It was unheard of for healing power users to treat two people at the same time. If the power users used too much, they would consume a lot of energy and physical strength. Not to mention the healing power users, who consume the most energy. Most of them treated one by one. Jiang Xi didn't know what the survivors in the car were thinking. The white light in her hand reached its peak brightness. And slowly, the bleeding stopped. All 4 people were treated, and the bleeding stopped. But the consumed physical strength and blood could not be recovered, and could only be replenished slowly later. Where are you going next? Back to the base? Jiang Xi asked. Lin Jun and Linya had fallen asleep. Tang Xing and Lin Tang were still awake, sitting in their seats and talking to Jiang Xi. No. Our base is too cold-blooded. Boss Jiang, can I join you? Sure. Let's go to my base. Jiang Xi nodded. Tang Xing talked about their base. Even in such a heavy snow, they still strictly regulated the number of crystal cores that the survivors had to hand in. Without any leniency, the family next door forced others to hand in crystal cores. They ran away on a snowy day and never came back. They left a little girl behind, who was adopted by her relatives. It was pitiful. We all felt that this rule was too rigid. The current base chief was not as good as the previous one. Everyone made a fuss. But he also had a way to deal with it. Just cutting off the power and supplies. So we just ran away, Lin Tang said. We haven't even reached the train station yet. And we've already encountered this mutant black bear. Jiang Xi nodded. This management style is indeed too strong. Everyone was talking. And soon, night fell. The car happened to be driving on a flat terrain. And you could see a lot of stars when you looked up. Jiang Xi looked back and saw that everyone had fallen asleep tiredly. You should also take a rest. There's no rush now. We can continue driving after dawn. Song Jinchuan stopped the car as he said. Now there were so many people in the car. It was not easy for them to go into the tent to rest. So they just stayed in the chairs for the night. When Jiang Xi woke up, the car was on the road again. Song Jinchuan was sitting in the driver's seat. He noticed her gaze, tilted his head and smiled, and stretched out his hand to pinch her palm. Outside the window, the sun, which had been silent for many days, fell down brilliantly, as if foreshadowing the end of this cold season. After returning to the base, Jiang Xi took the survivors in the car to the base to settle down, and then returned to the room to study with Song Jinchuan where the park should be placed, and finally chose a vacant lot next to the base. The park covers a large area, larger than the entire restaurant city. After the settlement, this large piece of land became Jiang Xi's. Because of the large area, it took almost a month to complete the construction. A month later, the sun came out completely, melting the ice and snow, indicating that the severe cold weather was over. On the day when the park's fence was unveiled, there were many survivors. Although the park had been under construction for a month, they had also heard a lot of rumors about the park, such as the large area and the free training base. So Jiang Xi was standing in the big iron gate of the park, looking at the dense crowd outside. And he was not very surprised. Chapter 124. The park is surrounded by beautiful and clean white walls. And the white walls are covered with green plants, which looks vibrant and particularly beautiful. The park is shaded by green trees, lush flowers and plants. And even the wind seems to be sweet. Seeing more and more survivors outside, Jiang Xi opened the big iron gate of the park in everyone's expectant eyes. The survivors flocked in, and they couldn't help but slow down their steps when they entered the park. There are not only various plants and flowers here, but also birds and butterflies. Such lively little animals have not been seen in the apocalypse for a long time. The butterflies and birds that the survivors saw had all been mutated, and their shapes were ugly and weird. A little girl came in with her family, looking at the butterfly landing on her shoulder in surprise. From stiff fear at first to joy later. The air in the park was exceptionally clear, without the faint bitter taste of the air outside. As soon as the survivors came in, they felt as if their lungs were purified. The most special thing was the training base in the park, which not only had virtual objects for practicing boxing and kicking, but also a shooting range and a real combat training ground. Wang Lu and his companions went straight to the training base as soon as they entered the park. They were obviously more interested in the training base than other places. The first area was the barehanded fighting area. After they entered, their training objects were not rigid objects like straw men and wooden stakes, but robots that looked very flexible. The training ground would also simulate a training object based on the survivor's own abilities, and the same was true for the shooting range. The most special thing was the actual combat training ground. This was also the only place that required a little crystal core. It would simulate a real Doomsday scene for the survivors to pass through. As long as the survivors practice once, they will basically fall in love with the training methods here. Jiang Xi said that of course it was amazing. After all, she invested a lot of money to make this training base more perfect. Later, more and more people came to the park, and the space was limited. Jiang Xi had to start limiting the flow of people and adopting a reservation system. Just after the implementation of this system, within 10 minutes, the reservations for the next month were all full. The park instantly became the most popular attraction in the catering city. After the severe cold weather, the temperature gradually warmed up, and within a few days of the transition period, it reached the heat of summer. The survivors who were still wearing cotton-padded jackets a few days ago changed into cool summer clothes in a blink of an eye. The thick snow melted almost in an instant, and because of the high temperature, the ground also dried quickly. Because the weather warmed up, Jiangxi's restaurant city also reached an unprecedented bustle. And even the hot spring hotel did not have a cold business due to the weather. Jiangxi was not in the restaurant city at this time, but stood in front of a dark sea with Song Jinchuan. She put her hand on her forehead to make a canopy and looked forward. There was indeed a not very obvious black protrusion on the sea in the distance. This should be the isolated island mentioned by the system. According to the system, the isolated island was not so small not long ago. After several high tides, the island sank more than half. The survivors living on the island can only squeeze together at this time. A previous sea fluctuation caused their transportation to be accidentally swept away, which was completely cut off from the outside world. In addition to the space food, the most deadly thing is the elusive mutant sea beast. Jiangxi's mission this time is to bring back these survivors. The system mission is always to try its best to preserve the survivors in this apocalypse. Jiangxi has received so many favors, so he naturally tries his best to complete it. Because there is no wind at this time, the sea surface is relatively calm. Under the dark sea surface, there are invisible waves. No one knows how many mutant beasts there are under the sea. The survivors are more afraid of the mutant beasts in the sea, because it is difficult to deal with them. Even if they have superpowers in the sea, they will be discounted. In addition, given the surrounding environment, generally no one would think of attacking the mutant beasts in the sea. So until now, the survivors do not know to what extent the mutant beasts have evolved. A base had used a submarine detector to look at it before, but it was pitch black and nothing could be seen. The detector was destroyed halfway through its journey. The system prepared a boat for Jiangxi so that she could take it to the island. The boat was not small, but it always felt a little unstable floating on the sea with the ups and downs of the waves. Jiangxi boarded the boat hesitantly and talked to the system in his mind. It really won't capsize, right? No. Don't worry, host. Even if it encounters a mutant beast attack, this boat will not capsize. The system voice was confident. Jiangxi and Song Jinchuan boarded the boat. Neither of them knew how to drive a boat, but fortunately the boat the system provided was easy to operate. As long as the destination was set, it could sail automatically and avoid obstacles along the way. The island was a distance away from the land. At this speed, it would still take some time to drive there. Jiangxi and Song Jinchuan were standing on the deck eating lunch. Just after they finished eating, she felt the vibration of the boat. There's something under the boat, Song Jinchuan whispered. Jiangxi heard this and leaned over the railing to look down. Goosebumps instantly covered her arms. Under their boat, a huge black shadow was swimming slowly. The shadow was almost twice as big as the boat. When Jiangxi looked down, she seemed to see a huge scarlet eyeball on the blurry black shadow. The eyeball was bigger than her. Jiang Xi was not afraid of mutant beasts, but she had a fear of giants. Looking at it like this, her whole body was a little stiff. Song Jinchuan noticed her strangeness and hugged her by the waist. If you are afraid, don't watch it. Jiang Xi nodded, and soon she had other ideas. When the black shadows swam past the range of the ship, she released the black fog and let it try to devour the huge mutant beast. Soon, the approach of the black fog caused the mutant beast to struggle, and the water on the sea's surface splashed high, almost forming huge waves. However, as the system said, no matter how much fluctuation, the ship still floated steadily on the sea. With only slight shaking, water splashed onto the deck, and Song Jinchuan held Jiang Xi in his arms to block the splashing seawater. The struggle in the sea continued. Although the mutant beast was large, it seemed to be no match for the black fog. After struggling for a while, it slowly became silent. Jiang Xi took back the black fog, and the black fog spit out a large crystal core that was somewhat different from the mutant beasts on land. Host, the energy contained in this crystal core is purer than that on land. The system sounded very happy. After all, its purpose is to collect the scattered energy in this world. Jiang Xi directly let the system absorb the crystal core. After absorbing it, she was surprised to find that the points given to her by this crystal core were as high as 9 digits. Jiang Xi looked at the dark sea at this time, and the fear in her heart was slowly suppressed. This was not a terrifying mutant beast, but money shining with golden light. The sea's surface was dark now. Jiang Xi did not know the position of the mutant beast, and could not track it with black fog. She could only wait for the mutant beast to come up by itself. But soon, she no longer had this concern, because around the small island, there were densely packed mutant sea beasts, circling the island, ready to attack the humans on the island. From time to time, 1 or 2 of them jumped out of the sea, and Jiang Xi finally saw the true face of those mutant beasts. In one word, ugly. Ugly in all kinds of ways. These creatures that looked like fish were so ugly that Jiang Xi felt that he would have a shadow on fish in the future. At a certain distance, Jiang Xi could see the survivors on the island. It seemed that there were quite a few of them. Judging from their postures, they should be trying their best to avoid the attacks of the mutant beasts that jumped up from time to time. As Jiang Xi expected, Zhou Qi and other survivors were indeed trying their best to avoid the attacks of the mutant beasts that jumped up. Although they can't move on the shore, they will open their mouths and bite the shore as hard as they can when they jump up. Their bodies are soaked by the seawater, and they try their best to stay in the middle of the island. But as the island gets smaller and smaller, the range of their activities is getting smaller and smaller. Everyone try to stand in the middle. Don't go to the edge. A survivor reminded loudly again. But they have been out of food for a long time, and the survivors are almost out of energy. In addition, they are in a tense mental state. Several survivors are thinking that it might be a relief to be eaten. At this moment, the sound of a ship's whistle came from afar. The survivors' hearts beat violently for a moment. They looked up and saw that a ship was coming. Are they saved? Seeing the distance getting closer and closer, Jiang Xi also released the black fog to have a good meal. These ugly things were eaten by the black fog without any burden. In the end, it spit out a bunch of crystal cores for Jiang Xi like spitting out bones. The mutant beasts surrounding the island were solved by a strange black fog. The survivors looked at the black fog and were still a little wary. But after the other party ate the mutant beasts, it obediently returned to the ship. Slowly, they were relieved. The ship slowly approached the shore. Jiang Xi went down the stairs on the side and saw the survivors, who were like frostbitten eggplants, sitting or standing with their bodies soaked by seawater. After seeing Jiang Xi, Zhou Qi stepped forward. Thank you for your help. It's okay. Can you still walk? Let's get on the ship first. The mutant beasts will come soon, and it will be more dangerous near the ship. Jiang Xi asked. Yes. Hearing that Jiang Xi was indeed here to take them away, Zhou Qi's eyes lit up, and he quickly greeted the survivors, who were still sitting on the ground. Everyone was very happy to hear this news. Even if they had no strength, they tried their best to stand up. The survivors walked onto the deck of the ship one by one. During this time, there were also mutant beasts attracted by humans. Jiang Xi quickly solved them with black fog. After all the survivors got on the ship, the mutant beasts calmed down. Chapter 125. After getting on the boat, Jiang Xi brought them a stack of clean clothes and asked them to change in the room inside. The survivors were already grateful at this time. The clothes on their bodies could not be described as smelly. The weather was hot recently, and the clothes were wet by sweat and sea water. They were wet and dried by the sun, and then wet again. This repeated several times. Now they were embarrassed to smell the smell on their bodies. Since they got on the boat, a sour smell has been floating around the whole boat, and it got better after changing clothes. The clothes they had previously thrown into the sea were soon devoured by a giant mutant beast after being stained with the smell of the survivors. When the survivors changed their clothes, they smelled the aroma of food again. Jiang Xi had prepared steaming food on the deck. The big iron pot was filled with smoke, and the food was bubbling inside. The survivors had experienced several days of hunger, fatigue, and shock. When they changed into clean clothes and smelled the steaming smell of food, their eyes became a little sore. Jiang Xi seemed to understand their current mood. He didn't say anything, but just distributed the food in front of him one bowl after another. The boat left the island, and not far away, Jiang Xi saw a huge wave rising in the sea, and then the island was instantly submerged. The survivors who saw this scene were still frightened. If Jiang Xi and his men came slower, they would probably be like this island, completely submerged in the sea. Looking at the completely silent island, the survivors who had eaten and drunk enough seemed a little silent. On the way back, Jiang Xi also used the black mist to digest several mutant beasts that came to her door. This time, she gained a lot. Not only the mission rewards, but also a series of numbers in her account. This time, the mission reward was quite nice for Jiang Xi, which was a very spacious amusement park. At that time, looking at the colorful amusement park in the 3D picture, Jiang Xi was a little eager to go. She had been in the apocalypse for 2 years, and she hadn't been to an amusement park for many years, plus the years she had struggled in the big city before. The amusement park covers a larger area than the park. Jiang Xi looked at the distribution of the city and chose the suburbs on the other side as the foundation of the amusement park, almost occupied that large area. In fact, the heads of all the bases in Sea City have also revealed that they want to join Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi has seen too many people and is still considering it. However, if more and more buildings are built in the future, it is estimated that the entire Sea City will be occupied by her, and then those bases may have to be merged in. Jiang Xi was thinking about things, and the boat gradually approached the shore. The survivors on the ship fell asleep on the deck. They were indeed extremely tired and pale. The deck was hard, but they slept soundly. The sky had darkened when the ship docked, and Jiang Xi woke up the sleeping survivors. After getting enough sleep and food, their complexions looked much better than before. The survivors got off the ship one by one, and it felt unreal when they stepped on the ground. What are you going to do next? Do you want to go back with me, or go to another base? Jiang Xi asked. The survivors discussed quietly and finally expressed their desire to follow Jiang Xi back. Jiang Xi nodded, then took out his bus and asked the survivors to get on. After they got off the boat, Jiang Xi put the boat into his space. The system has always been very generous, and the transportation tools given out are generally not taken back. So Jiang Xi directly put the boat into his space and waited until the next time he came to the beach. Seeing such a large ship disappear under Jiang Xi's hands, and a bus appeared out of thin air, the survivors had a new understanding of Jiang Xi's ability. After getting in the car, the group headed towards City C. Everyone was sitting in the car, looking at the clean interior of the car, and they seemed a little cramped. But soon, Jiang Xi deliberately talked to them and made them relax. It was already the second day when they returned to City C. Jiang Xi took the survivors to the base, and then went back to his yard to make up for a nap. When he woke up, it was dark. Song Jinchuan seemed to have heard the movement and pushed the door in from outside, holding the food prepared for her. Seeing Jiang Xi was about to get up, he hurriedly stopped her and brought the food to the bedside to feed her. Jiang Xi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I can eat by myself. Song Jinchuan smiled very gently, and the sharp facial lines softened a little, occasionally. Let me exercise my boyfriend's rights. Jiang Xi's heart softened, and she didn't stop him. After dinner, she took a shower and continued to lie lazily on the bed. Song Jinchuan came back to lie beside her after cleaning up, and stretched out his hand to hug her. The two started living together a month ago, and this matter was not as difficult to accept as Jiang Xi imagined. It seems that if you like someone, you are willing to stay with him all the time. Jiang Xi leaned in Song Jinchuan's arms, checking the progress of the amusement park's construction. Because of its large area, it would take almost half a year to be completely completed. She also checked the situation and cash flow of the nearest base train station and catering city. The business situation was very stable, and the income was quite good. Song Jin-chuan accompanied her quietly, kissing her head from time to time. By the time Jiang Xi finished checking all her properties, it was very late. Seeing that she turned off the screen and yawned, Song Jin-chuan held her in his arms, turned over and pressed on her, pecked her lips lightly, and said in a low tone with a little grievance, "You have ignored me for so long. Can you ask for some compensation?" Jiang Xi chuckled, hugged the neck of the person in front of him and pulled him down. The temperature gradually rose, and even the air seemed to be thicker. The next day, Jiang Xi woke up late for a rare time. But Song Jin-chuan had gone out for a walk in a refreshed state. The two lived together for a month. And this kind of thing happened frequently under Song Jin-chuan's deliberate efforts. But Jiang Xi still couldn't get used to his terrible physical strength, because the first time between the two was fast and hasty. Song Jin-chuan seemed to be holding back a lot of energy to prove himself, causing her legs to be weak when she got out of bed. Seeing Jiang Xi glaring at him, Song Jin-chuan was not annoyed. He smiled and showed his white teeth. He stepped forward to help her rub her waist and rub her sore legs. His service was particularly thoughtful. Jiang Xi looked at his soft head and eyes full of love, and she couldn't get angry at all. Half a year passed in a flash. Jiang Xi completed many tasks. The restaurant city was expanded again, with more Western restaurants, Chinese restaurants, and large restaurants for banquets. The restaurant city became more and more worthy of its name. Almost all the survivors of Guijia knew about the restaurant city and City C. During this period, Jiang Xi took over several bases. The scale of one base was getting bigger and bigger, so it had to be expanded later. The amusement park in the suburbs has always been in the survivors' attention. So when they heard that the amusement park was completed and ready to open, the survivors all took the train to come here. It was the first time for everyone to see the amusement park without all the obstructions. Through the big iron gate at the entrance, you can see the beautiful buildings and various theme parks inside, which look very fun. Because there were too many people, Jiang Xi still took the method of making an appointment to buy tickets to enter. The staff in the park were also prepared, standing at their posts with a smile and watching the surging crowd outside. As soon as 8 o'clock arrived, Jiang Xi had the gate of the amusement park opened, and the survivors lined up to check their tickets and enter. During this period, 2 people who wanted to sneak in were caught and thrown out by security. As soon as the door was opened, the balloons prepared in advance flew into the sky, colorful, and instantly caught the survivors' attention. At this moment, they seemed to be in the scene before the end of the world, going to the amusement park with friends and family. As soon as they entered the door, they would be put on a bracelet with a map of the park, the number of people, and the number of minutes required to queue. It can be said that with this bracelet, all the situations in the park will be fully mastered. It is somewhat similar to the targeted app before the end of the world, but more detailed. Once you enter, you can feel the flowers and greenery, and the vibrant appearance everywhere is completely different from the end of the world. There are also beautiful and dreamy castles, as well as various amusement facilities. Jiang Xi and Song Jin-chuan also held hands and mixed in the crowd. Because there were so many people today, Song Jin-chuan half embraced Jiang Xi and protected him in his arms. In fact, the two had already played the entire park a few days before the opening, so they did not squeeze with the crowd at this time, but took a leisurely walk. Apart from the amusement facilities, Jiang Xi also spent a lot of money on gardening. At that time, the system gave several plans, including the initial one, which did not require separate payment, but was very bland. Jiang Xi chose the most expensive one for gardening and various decorations in the park. Even the lights in the park and the trash cans on the ground of shapes, which are well integrated into the whole environment. Walking here, I always feel that even the air is sweet. There are many restaurants in the park, and the prices are very reasonable. Unlike the sky-high food prices in the amusement parks before the end of the world, the two of them were tired from shopping and ate something in the restaurant. There were Chinese and Western food, fast food, and simple bread and milk. The whole day, the park was very lively, with people coming and going. Jiang Xi and Song Jin-chuan walked for half a day and went out in the afternoon. Jiang Xi also gave Song Jin-chuan a few tickets and asked him to give them to his friends. She knew that Song Jin-chuan was still in contact with the cheetah team. They had been through life and death together for many years. And it was not something that could be separated overnight. So although Song Jin-chuan was her man, she did not restrict his social circle. Knowing that he regarded these people as friends, she gave him the tickets to give to others. Song Jin-chuan also knew that she was planning for him. So he smiled and showed his white teeth, kissed her on the lips, and took the tickets to find the cheetah team. Huang Mao and his friends did not get the tickets, and were sitting in the hot pot restaurant regretting it, talking about the scene they saw outside the amusement park today, with envy in their tone. Recently, Huang Mao and his friends also joined Jiang Xi's base, and their lives have stabilized. He has fallen in love with a girl, and is pursuing her recently, and he is thinking of taking the girl on a trip. Chapter 126. Just after he finished speaking, he looked up and saw their captain, who looked aloof and abstinent, coming over. Then, a stack of tickets for the amusement park, which were particularly popular, appeared on the table of several people. Song Jin-chuan, who usually couldn't say a few words for a long time, sat in front of them and said to himself, "My girlfriend gave it to me and insisted that I give it to my friend. My friend is so thoughtful. You can use these. Don't thank me. Thank my girlfriend. Everyone should spend more in the restaurant city in the future." The teammates of the cheetah squad looked at Song Jin-chuan, who couldn't even suppress his smile, with constipated expressions on their faces. No, this guy is not like this usually. He talks to them with a stern face, as if they owe him money, especially during the time when Jiang Xi was not around. He blurted out words one by one, like a walking refrigerator. Huang Mao wanted to throw the ticket in his face and angrily say that having a girlfriend is great, but he said thank you to the captain and took the ticket. "Okay. The things have been delivered. I have to go. My girlfriend will be worried if she can't see me for a while." After saying that, he left leisurely. The yellow-haired man looked at his back and said several times, "Did you see the captain? He looks like a peacock with its tail spread out. Where is the cool guy he used to be? Did he get eaten by a dog? Your ticket was given to you by someone. You pick up the bowl to eat, and put it down to curse?" The speaker was the current captain of the cheetah squad, and also Song Jin-chuan comrade before the end of the world. "I think he is pretty good now. More human. Before, he was just like a machine that only knew how to kill." Song Jin-chuan didn't know that people still talked about him for so long after he left. Although he told others that he would be anxious if Jiang Xi couldn't find him, he actually couldn't leave Jiang Xi for a moment, and would panic if he didn't see him for a second. He thought that he was doomed in this life, poisoned by a man named Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi was watching the growth of this batch of fruits on the farm. After the weather warmed up, Jiang Xi started to plant fruits. She planted some of various fruits. Now they were ripe, hanging heavily on the branches or in the fields. She picked a palm-sized strawberry and put it in her mouth. The pure sweet strawberry taste also had a milky fragrance, which was the taste that Jiang Xi liked the most. The watermelon field next to it was also growing well. Each one was round and plump. If you flicked it with your fingertips, you could hear a crisp cracking sound. The flesh of the melon was bright red, without any seeds. Jiang Xi just picked up half of it and started eating it. The crispy and sweet taste was automatically squeezed into watermelon juice as soon as it entered his mouth. When Song Jin-chuan came over, he saw Jiang Xi eating the watermelon happily. Seeing him coming, Jiang Xi directly stuffed the watermelon in the spoon into his mouth. It has been 10 years since the end of the world. Song Jin-chuan couldn't remember how long it had been since he had eaten such a fresh and sweet fruit. He was a little stunned when he took a bite. But soon, the memories hidden deep in his memory surged up. This batch of fruits was the first batch of ripe fruits. The survivors didn't know what Jiang Xi was doing, nor did they know that a huge surprise was waiting for them. The farm staff spent several days picking all kinds of fruits. Jiang Xi kept some for himself and his parents, and then sold them all at the farmer's market. The survivors walked into the farmer's market. Before they had time to see what fresh meat was available today, they saw the neatly arranged, colorful and full fruits. The survivors were so surprised. As soon as they walked over, they were greeted by the fragrance of fruits. No matter what season it was, tropical or ordinary fruits, they were all arranged neatly. Before they could recover, the fruits in front of them were getting fewer and fewer. The survivors who came to their senses rushed over to grab them, fearing that if they were slow, there would be nothing left. Indeed, they were grabbed very quickly. When the survivors got the news and rushed over, the fruit area was already empty. If you want to buy fruits, you have to wait until the next day when they are back on the shelves. The growth cycle of fruits is longer than that of vegetables. But the farm has added a lot of employees now, including the special ability people brought back from the village last time, and researchers from several bases. The research institute is specialized in agriculture, and the laboratory has also developed soil that can be planted. But the cost is quite high, and it cannot be mass-produced. So when they saw Jiangxi's farm, the light in their eyes almost turned into reality. With them, the farm's output is also increasing dramatically. The next morning, the survivors were waiting at the farmer's market. Through the glass window, they could see employees carrying baskets of fresh fruits to the fruit section of the store. The survivors almost pressed their faces against the glass window, looking at the fruits in the store with longing. When the store door opened, the survivors rushed in, and the fruit section was instantly crowded with people. The popularity of fruits was also within Jiangxi's expectations. The recent popularity is almost comparable to that of a newly opened amusement park. Now that everything is slowly getting back on track, Jiangxi is going to go home and bring some fruits back to her parents. This time, she wants to bring Song Jinchuan along. After learning the news, Song Jinchuan didn't stick to Jiangxi for the first time. He went out for 2 days and brought back a few sets of jewelry and a few bottles of good wine that looked a bit old. I don't know where they came from, but they look quite new. The older the wine is, the better it is. It's even more mellow after 10 years. He also used his points to buy a formal suit at a clothing store, which was particularly strong. Jiangxi found it funny to see him so nervous. You don't have to be so nervous. My parents are very nice. Song Jinchuan nodded, but his face was still very serious, as if he was facing some major event. This was the first time Jiangxi took people through time and space, and she also put Huihui's family in her backpack. When she heard that Jiangxi was going to take them out to play, Huihui, who was always gentle, seemed a little happy. After getting ready, Jiangxi held Song Jinchuan's hand and told the system that it was ready. A white light flashed, and when they opened their eyes again, they appeared in the small apartment that Jiangxi bought. This is the place she bought specifically for this situation. Now it seems very convenient. This was the first time Song Jinchuan traveled through time and space in this way. He stood there for a long time to digest the dizziness in his head. After Song Jinchuan regained consciousness, he heard the noise and car sounds that he had not heard for a long time. These noisy sounds made him unable to come back to his senses for a long time. What's wrong? Are you okay? Jiangxi held his hand and asked worriedly. Song Jinchuan shook his head, held Jiangxi's hand back, and smiled to reassure her. Jiangxi led Song Jinchuan to the French window of the apartment. The sun was shining brightly outside, and there were green trees everywhere. There were tall buildings and noisy streets everywhere. This was a scene he had not seen for 10 years. Is this the world you live in? Song Jinchuan's voice was a little light, and there was a little bit of worry. So he held Jiangxi's hand tighter. Yes, this is the world I have lived in since I was a child. I want to bring you here to see it. Jiangxi nodded and looked around. She bought this house last time she came back. It was a fully decorated house. She had not looked at it carefully. The transportation nearby was relatively convenient. There was a subway station downstairs. There was also a relatively quiet park and a sparkling lake opposite. The two stood on the balcony for a while. It was already dusk. Jiangxi did not tell her parents that she was going back. Going back at the last minute might add burden to them. Song Jinchuan would also have some time to buffer. Jiangxi prepared to go back early tomorrow morning. It had been less than a week since she left the real world last time, so it was still very clean here. She only needed to change the sheets and quilts. While it was still early, Jiangxi took Song Jinchuan to walk downstairs. There were many restaurants downstairs. They chose one to have dinner. Song Jinchuan felt that the food was not as good as those in Jiangxi's shops, but the relaxed atmosphere still made him somewhat immersed. After dinner, the two walked around the park before going home. After returning home, Jiangxi gave Song Jinchuan various identity certificates, which were handled by the system. Song Jinchuan looked at his ID card, which showed his current face. It was a small ID, but he read it over and over again. Many problems that he had not figured out before were slowly figured out after coming to Jiangxi's world, such as why many people in the end of the world were clear about the situation. But Jiang Xi acted a little confused. And for another example, she always had a kind of compassion for the survivors in the end of the world. At night, Song Jinchuan lay in bed, looking at Jiang Xi's sleeping face beside him, and his uneasy heart slowly calmed down. After a night's rest, Jiang Xi and Song Jinchuan took the subway to the hot pot restaurant early the next morning. In the alley behind the hot pot restaurant, she also bought various kinds of breakfast. Song Jinchuan followed her with a lot of bags. Because of the contractual relationship between Jiang Xi and Song Jinchuan points can also be used in this world. He usually eats and lives with Jiang Xi, so he doesn't need to use any points. He has accumulated a lot in the past 2 years. With Jiang Xi's help, he exchanged cash yesterday and bought a lot of nutritional supplements, tea and skincare products. He still couldn't control his nervousness, and his face became more serious. Jiang Xi had called last night and said that he was going back and would bring his boyfriend back. So Jiang father and mother had packed up and waited in the yard early in the morning. Jiang mother even took out her cheongsam, and Jiang father put on a suit, looking very concerned about this son-in-law. For Jiang father and mother, their daughter had only been away for a week. But for Jiang Xi, she hadn't seen her parents for more than half a year. Mom and Dad, this is my boyfriend Song Jinchuan. After Jiang Xi hugged his parents, he introduced Song Jinchuan, who was still holding a gift behind him, to them. Hello, uncle and aunt. This is a gift for you. Song Jinchuan didn't look like anything, but Jiang Xi, who was familiar with him, knew that his voice was a little tense. Chapter 127. Song Jinchuan's skin has turned into a healthy wheat color because he has been in the apocalypse for so many years. But he is tall and handsome, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, and looks very reliable. Mother Jiang smiled a little. You are here? No need to bring so many things. Come in and sit down. The four of them went into the room that was used as the living room. Jiang Xi put the breakfast he bought on the dining table, and the family gathered around the dining table to eat breakfast. Mother Jiang's tone was very gentle, but Father Jiang's eyes were a little scrutinizing. Through the questions and answers, they roughly understood Song Jinchuan's situation. He had been a soldier, and then he was discharged. Now he works in the same company as Jiang Xi, and he told her his information half-truthfully. Jiang's mother was obviously satisfied, and her eyes softened. After the meal, even the picky father nodded with satisfaction, and told Jiang Xi privately that he looked more stable. Jiang Xi followed Jiang's mother to the kitchen, took out fresh vegetables and fruits, and let them eat. Both of them had good adaptability. Jiang's mother and father had already walked around the neighborhood, and even knew which store had the cheapest vegetables, and knew a lot of gossip. Compared to myself, a person with social phobia, they are simply social gangsters. However, knowing that his parents are living well, Jiang Xi is relieved. In the evening, Jiang Xi took Song Jinchuan back to the apartment. Along the way, Song Jinchuan asked Jiang Xi's parents what they thought of him. When he learned that they were not bad, he slowly felt relieved. Jiang Xi and Song Jinchuan stayed here for several days. Jiang Xi took Song Jinchuan around, checked the accounts of the hot pot restaurant, and took him to several scenic spots and his former company. After a series of publicity at the opening, the hot pot restaurant is still doing well now. With good taste, fresh dishes and reasonable prices, people can be seen queuing up every day. Manager Huang manages very well, and several activities have been very successful. Jiang Xi feels that he has found a good manager. The money in Jiang Xi's bank card is also increasing. In the past few days since he came back, Jiang Xi has met his former colleagues in the hot pot restaurant. When they learned that Jiang Xi was the boss here, they were all shocked. However, Jiang Xi had a good relationship with them before, so she gave them a few 50% discount coupons. The rest of the time, she took Song Jinchuan around the city. Hui's family followed them all the way, and people on the road felt it was novel. It was the first time they saw someone taking such a big turtle out for shopping. After playing here for a few days, and accompanying their parents for a few days, Jiang Xi and his family were ready to leave. Before leaving, Jiang Xi signed up a tour group for his parents, which was expensive and provided one-on-one service, so that they could go out and have a good time. Jiang's father and mother were not the kind of parents who felt sorry for money and wondered why they spent such money. So they happily accepted their daughter's proposal and flew away on the same day. When they came back, it was almost time for Jiang Xiai to come back. Jiang Xiai and Song Jinchuan also returned to the catering city early the next morning. After returning to the end of the world, Song Jinchuan still felt dizzy. Jiang Xiai understood that it took him a long time to adapt. As soon as he came back, the system assigned Jiang Xiai a task. As long as he completed the task, the reward was a snack street, where Jiang Xiai could set up various snack stalls. She accepted the task before she had time to read the content of the task. This time, the destination was far away, on a small island away from Guijia. There were hundreds of survivors trapped there, and they were trapped by several high-level zombies. These are all full-level zombies, with intelligence similar to that of humans. They keep humans in captivity as food, and their strength should not be underestimated, the system said. Jiang Xiai nodded. She would not underestimate any opponent. This time, she brought Hui Hui and the 3 little ones with her to be prepared. I don't know if it's because Hui Hui and she have a contract. When the 3 little ones were born, they also automatically contracted with her. This trip was the farthest place Jiang Xiai had ever been to. Even if he drove a bus, it took 5 days. The main reason was that one section of the road was completely broken, so he had to take a longer detour. When they arrived at the seaside, they changed to a ship. The distance from the ship to the island was not short. This was the first time Jiang Xiai spent the night on a ship. There was a room prepared for her here. A small, simple room, which was enough for rest. She also took a bath on the ship. It was not until noon the next day that they saw the outline of the island. The island was unexpectedly large, and there were traces of buildings left on it. They didn't see any traces of humans or zombies. Their boat docked at the deserted shore. When they got ashore, Song Jinchuan and Jiang Xiai felt a strong pressure. Since Jiang Xiai had his own abilities, he could also sense some abnormalities, and he was much more sensitive than others. There are full-level psychics or zombies here. Song Jinchuan frowned and said what Jiang Xiai had just noticed. Be careful. Jiang Xiai gave a few instructions, and then put protective film on Song Jinchuan and Hui Hui's family, and equipped Song Jinchuan and himself with a wooden warehouse that had been confiscated before. So the equipment was particularly complete. The 2 of them took 4 turtles and started their adventure on the island. At this time, underground on the other side of the island, the survivors were being separated and locked up in several basements. The basements here were there before, and they were actually a few years old. They were dirty and messy everywhere. There were also debris from who knows which year in the corners, which had become a pool of water and smelled terrible. They were squeezed in a small space, and they felt like they couldn't stand up straight. But this was not the scariest thing. The scariest thing was that there were piles of low-level zombies, and several high-level zombies with high IQ outside, surrounding them. Some people tried to escape before, but they were discovered before they got far, and were torn to pieces. They, the survivors, were sometimes caught and fed to low-level zombies, who simply treated them as livestock. They were desperate. After all, this was a small island surrounded by the sea, and other survivors probably didn't know their situation and couldn't rescue them. At this moment, the door of the basement was opened, and the stench of zombies hit us. Several high-level zombies discussed something, and one of them rolled up several survivors with vines. And then the door was closed again. Some of the survivors secretly felt lucky that they were not chosen, while others felt sad because if this continued, everyone would die. The survivors who were swept away were taken outside. There was a high platform, and the platform was densely packed with zombies. It seemed that they were the food chosen this time. The zombies beside me were still howling non-stop, and I didn't know what they were communicating. A boy next to me was shaking with fear, making uncontrollable sounds. His eyes were red, and there was a strong despair in his eyes, as if he had foreseen his own fate. The zombies below, who had little IQ, smelled the scent of humans and began to get agitated. The survivors slowly closed their eyes, waiting for death to come. At this moment, something unexpected happened, and the imagined pain did not happen. The survivors opened their eyes and saw a huge water ball in front of them. There seemed to be a black gas flowing slowly in the water ball. Where the black ball rolled, zombies were sucked in one by one and disappeared without a trace. Along with the black ball, there appeared a string of flames and a small tornado. The combination of the two was simply a walking destruction machine. There were also wooden vines and black stones. Several kinds of superpowers mixed together. smashing towards the zombies here. The survivors who were originally in the hands of the zombies were also rolled over there by the vines. When the survivors saw the humans and turtles in front of them, they almost cried. They thought they would die today. But they didn't expect there would be such a turn of events. There are too many zombies here. Under the control of high-level zombies. They are still gathering here. Jiang Xi aimed at the high-level zombie standing on the platform. She made a gesture to Song Jinchuan and quietly approached the platform from the side. The two have fought together for so long, and their tacit understanding index is not low. Song Jinchuan knew what Jiang Xi wanted to do with a gesture. His eyes were a little worried, and he quickly continued to fight. There were 3 zombies on the stands, howling, as if they were communicating, and they did not notice Jiang Xi who had approached. Jiang Xi's aura was hidden by the system, so he was not detected even though he was close. At this time, Jiang Xi's black fog appeared silently behind them. By the time the 3 zombies realized the danger, the black fog was already close at hand. These full-level zombies reacted quickly, dodged the black fog, and quickly fought back, swinging their powers. But for the black fog, these powers were like a drop in the ocean. Without causing any waves, the black fog quickly caught up with them, and then completely devoured the 3 high-level zombies. Without the control of high-level zombies, the low-level zombies were like headless flies, and they went crazy when they smelled the smell of humans. Jiang Xi let the system absorb the 3 high-level crystal cores, and he went to help Song Jinchuan deal with the low-level zombies. Although they were low-level zombies, there were also level 3 and 4 zombies among them, which were much more flexible than ordinary zombies. It took an hour to clear all the zombies. Just as they were about to leave, several survivors next to them suddenly felt a sharp pain in their heads, and there seemed to be a sharp sound in their ears. "It's a spiritual zombie," one of the survivors said with some difficulty. Jiang Xi immediately spread his healing ability and felt the presence of the spiritual zombie. This is another use of this ability, which was recently researched. Chapter 128. After a while, she found the last high-level zombie hiding underground. The other party was indeed very thoughtful and hid in a place that was not easy to find. The hiding place was underground on the other side. It seemed that there were quite a few basements on this island. Judging from the layout of the basement and the things left, this should have been a military place. The basement was basically used to store food and weapons. But now there is only an empty and cold cellar. This place is indeed very hidden. But unfortunately it met Jiang Xi. So 10 minutes later, Jiang Xi had an extra crystal core in his hand. Without the control of the mental zombies, the survivors can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Jiang Xi also found the survivors trapped underground according to the survivors' identification. The door of the basement was opened again. The survivors were panicked for a moment. They just caught people and left. How could they come again? But the next second, they heard not the voice of zombies, but the voice of humans. In the end, there were quite a few survivors who were rescued. Most of them were thin and pale, and their bodies were deformed due to long-term bending. Several of them had become mentally ill under the oppressive environment and pressure. Jiang Xi could only take them back for treatment. It was unknown how so many zombies gathered on this island. Except for those they killed on the high platform. The rest were all kept in another open space. When Jiang Xi and his team went there, they also saw some human tissues scattered on the open space. The survivors who came to help turned their faces away, unable to bear to watch any longer. The survivors were taken to the open space outside, where Jiang Xi set up a simple camp, with porridge bubbling in a large pot. These people were in very poor health and mental state, and now they could only eat simple liquid food, porridge with side dishes. Jiang Xi also saw a familiar customer who had been to the restaurant city before among these survivors. It seemed that they had not been locked up for long. When they saw Jiang Xi, they were like seeing a relative, crying and complaining to her with snot and tears. "How did you get caught here?" Jiang Xi asked. "There are traitors," the survivor said angrily. "We were tricked here by a few humans. There are humans working with these high-level zombies." Jiang Xi was stunned by this sentence. He gradually figured out many things that he couldn't understand, such as how the zombies got people to the island, and how they came up with the idea of keeping low-level zombies in captivity. High-level zombies have wisdom, but they can't be as smart as humans. After this survivor said this, Jiang Xi understood everything. It turned out that humans were helping them. What do they want to gain by helping the zombies? Jiang Xi was a little confused. The crystal cores of these low-level zombies have been taken away by humans. With these high-level zombies leading the way, they can enter and exit those shopping malls or other places with many zombies as if they were walking on flat ground. Yes, I have been locked up here for a month. They basically come here every half a month to a month, another survivor said. Looking at the time, it's almost time to send new people over. Jiang Xi originally wanted to take a rest and leave, but after hearing these words, she couldn't move for a long time. Although there were no high-level zombies here, it was still very dangerous to keep such humans. Song Jinchuan had been with her for so long, and he knew what she wanted to do when he saw her frown. The survivors were moved to the sheltered dead woods on the other side, where several large tents were built for them to rest. She and Song Jinchuan built tents on the side close to the coast, waiting for the rabbit. Because of the terrain, the boats had to dock only here, so Jiang Xi watched this area with great patience. Soon, night fell, and the big tent over there was very quiet. Everyone seemed to be catching up on sleep in the room inside the tent after eating and drinking, as if they wanted to make up for the sleep they had not gotten during this period. Jiang Xi and Song Jinchuan sat at the door of the tent, looking at the moonlight outside. A rare moment of silence. This guard lasted for 2 days. During these 2 days, the survivors gradually recovered their vitality and could at least talk and laugh with their companions. When Jiang Xi was cooking, the survivors came over to do what they could, and the mentally ill survivors were rare and quiet, watched by several survivors. On the evening of the next day, Jiang Xi finally saw the boat coming from a distance. From her angle, there were many people on the boat, and heads were shaking everywhere. After a while, the boat approached, and Jiang Xi saw many survivors getting off the boat. Some of them were tied up and gagged, probably deceived or kidnapped. Perhaps the island was too quiet today, and the survivors walking in front seemed to notice something was wrong and slowed down. A bald man raised his palm behind him, signaling everyone to stop. A man with pigtails behind him asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Why haven't the zombies come out today?" Someone behind him also spoke, "Yeah. What's going on? Wouldn't they have smelled the smell earlier?" Jiang Xi put down the binoculars in her hand. If she saw it correctly, the pigtail man and the man behind him were acquaintances. That is, Chen Hanjiang and his group who defected from the A City base. Jiang Xi later heard from Cheng Lao and Fan Jiping about the follow-up. After a round of cleansing in the A City base, Chen Hanjiang, Sun Yimin, and their people were all cleared out. Those who should be arrested were arrested, but several important figures escaped. They have been arresting them, but they didn't expect that they would be related to zombies. After everyone on the ship got off, Jiang Xi and Song Jinchuan also quietly moved over. What Chen Hanjiang and his team wanted was not just some crystal cores and the ability to enter and exit the zombie pile at will. They wanted to use these zombies with poor brains to retake the A City base, or even occupy other bases. They did not trust the zombies, although they had established a cooperative relationship with the psychic in the team for a short time. But the other party could be beastly and bite people at any time, so they also kept a hand. But no matter how they thought about it, they never thought that there would be a human ambush here. You know, full-level zombies are not easy to deal with. But when the superpower was thrown on them, they were shocked to find that there was really an ambush. However, they reacted quickly and counterattacked quickly. But when they met Song Jinchuan and Jiang Xi, they could only be beaten. In the end, Chen Hanjiang, Sun Yimin, and the braided men were tied up by Jiang Xi, and the other survivors were all turned into nutrients for the black fog. Chen Hanjiang also recognized Jiang Xi. The two had conflicts before. He hated him, but he was helpless. There were 23 kidnapped survivors. After untying them, Jiang Xi took them to a temporary camp. It was already dark now, so it was better to stay overnight before going back, because the Sea City catering city was too famous. Many of them knew Jiang Xi, and they felt extra relieved when they saw him. The next morning, they packed up and left the island. Before leaving, Jiang Xi put the boat that Chen Hanjiang and his friends drove into the space. Although it looked old, it could still be used after patching it up. She now had almost a whole city of people to support, so she should save money and spend money where she could. The survivors boarded the ship. After a few days of recovery, they were in much better spirits. The newly kidnapped survivors were also afraid. If it weren't for Jiang Xi, they would definitely become food for the zombies. Just hearing the scenes they described, they couldn't help shivering, and then subconsciously moved closer to Jiang Xi to find a sense of security. Some survivors, who were not physically ill, got off the ship and took a bus to separate from Jiang Xi and his group next to the train station. The rest wanted to follow Jiang Xi to the Sea City Restaurant City. It would be better to go to the hospital instead of eating. On the way back to City C, Jiang Xi also made a detour to City A and sent Chen Hanjiang and his friends, who had been kidnapped for 2 days, to Cheng Lao and his friends. Seeing that the person they had been tracking for so long was thrown in front of them, Cheng Lao and Fan Jiping were stunned for a moment. The next step was naturally to thank them. And then they warmly invited Jiang Xi and his friends to stay and play. However, there were still a bunch of survivors in Jiang Xi's car, and some of them were still in a worrying mental state. So they could only say that they would come again next time. The fate of Chen Hanjiang and his friends was obvious. At this time, they looked so depressed that they couldn't even say a curse. After saying goodbye to Cheng Lao and the others, Jiang Xi and Song Jinchuan drove back to City C. 2 more days passed, and the car drove back to City C. What was different from before was that as soon as they entered City C, they could see the huge amusement park and the castle with pointed roofs. The survivors were sent to the hospital and treated according to their physical conditions, while Jiang Xi prepared to check her mission rewards. She had already arranged the snack street on the way, and the snack shops inside were also arranged one by one. They were all the more popular snacks that Jiang Xi had taken Song Jinchuan to visit before. At this time, the snack street has not officially opened to the public, but the small shops have been installed and are now waiting for employees to move in. The barbecue and dessert stalls that were originally outside the hot pot restaurant have been moved here, making it more neatly planned. Jiang Xi quickly found employees. Several of them were running snack stalls before the end of the world. Now they are back to work and quickly become proficient. The fireworks in the snack street are very popular among the survivors. From the beginning to the end, almost everyone has an extra snack in their hands and a smile on their faces. Du Qingde and his teammate John came from the distant country M. Before the end of the world, Du Qingde wanted to go back to his Guijia, but he never found a chance. He only had the chance to come here with a ship recently. After stepping on the ground, Du Qingde was filled with emotion. It was already the 20th year of the end of the world, and he finally came back. Du, your Guijia actually has a running train. So cool, John shouted on the side. Du Qingde turned around and saw the train stations and trains, and wondered if he was hallucinating. But soon, the discussions of other survivors around him let him know that it was not an illusion, but a rail train station. Don't you know? We came to China this time to buy supplies in China's Sea City, the blonde and blue-eyed foreign survivor said in a foreign language in Du Qingde's ear. I heard that Sea City has been transformed into a very luxurious city, so we just want to go there to broaden our horizons. Until he got on the train, Du Qingde still felt like he was dreaming. When the train arrived at Sea City, the surrounding scenery changed. It was completely different from the ruins of the end of the world. There were tall buildings, amusement parks, straight and complete roads, and green trees on both sides. This place has completely become a complete city, and everything is incompatible with the end of the world. There were also exclamations all around, and the blonde and blue-eyed foreign survivors had never seen such a city after the end of the world. Soon, they arrived at a place with the words Catering City written on it. No matter how the environment outside changes, the Catering City is still the main force of City C. Many survivors come in and out, and it is a lively scene. At this time, Du Qingde saw several adults and a group of children coming out of the door. Everyone lined up neatly and walked forward. The teacher in front was still saying, "Our first stop today is the botanical garden. Then we will go to the zoo. And finally the amusement park. These tickets are sponsored by Boss Jiang." As they walked away, the rest of the conversation gradually faded away. However, it was not the first time that Du Qingde heard the 3 words Boss Jiang. She seemed to be the light in the hearts of these survivors. He could hear her name wherever he went. All the shops in the restaurant city made Du Qingde feel new. He had not eaten these things for almost 20 years. Not only that, people living in this city had their own ID cards and telephones to contact each other. These were not only Du Qingde, but also John and the foreign survivors, who were very excited. Jiang Xi was watering the flowers and plants in the courtyard with Jiang Xi at this time. The two have been together for nearly 10 years, and their relationship is as good as when they first got together. In order to comfort Song Jinchuan, they even went to the real world to get a marriage certificate. Of course, this is just the official statement. In fact, One day after the two had sex in bed, Song Jinchuan hugged her and suddenly cried out of deep love. He asked Jiang Xi if her feelings for him were getting weaker and whether she would be abandoned soon. She hugged Jiang Xi and cried for half the night like a drowned puppy. Jiang Xi was stunned. To be honest, in the real world, she had never seen a man cry, especially one who looked tough like Song Jinchuan, who was the type of man who was abstinent. Although she was shocked, she coaxed him patiently for half a night. Finally, she was so sleepy that she said she was going to get the marriage certificate to calm him down. Recalling the scene at that time, Jiang Xi still found it funny and sweet. The time flow of the two people is now synchronized. They have been in this world for 10 years. But in the real world it is only more than 100 days. Less than a year. So it seems that their appearance has basically not changed. They can still be together for many years. It seems that I will be locked together with you for the rest of my life. Jiang Xi raised her head from the flowers and sighed. Song Jinchuan hugged her from behind and kissed her on the side of her face. I couldn't ask for more. At this time, the system in Jiang Xi's mind beeped and issued a new task. Go to City X to rescue the survivors in distress. The task is still continuing. Host, please continue to work hard and create a better world. Jiang Xi took Song Jinchuan's hand and smiled slightly. Let's go. Let's do the task. The road ahead is long. But fortunately, there are people around to accompany you. The figures of the two people walking together slowly cast a long oblique shadow in the sun.